biggest challenges that we face in the world: poverty and climate. You know, you can read, you can listen, you can have different meetings, but it's nothing like standing in somebody's home or in somebody's shop and they're telling their story in regards to how they have life-changing experiences because of the support they have been given. And that's something that I take with me and constantly think about going forward.
One word: evidence.
Thank you. Move to the next. Just one word of what you hope to walk away with.
My word is sustain.
Innovation.
Better outcomes for client. Inclusion.
Equality. Empowerment.
For me, it's scaling what works.
Mic check 1, 2.
Today, it's not just about unpacking the RCT findings, but basically to share learning, to share impact, and collaboratively chart a future course of action.
We did this intervention together with our research partners and funding partners that included the IRC itself among the principal investigators, the Center for Global Development, Rochester University, the Economic Policy Research Center, and Georgetown University. And then our funding partners for the study were the IKEA Foundation and co-funding from the Innovation for Poverty Action's Displaced Livelihoods Initiative.
After going through all this, what exactly did we find?
On the impact of cash grants and cash plus mentorship on Ugandan and refugee business owners, the basic summary is that we found large positive impacts on business outcomes from cash alone and cash plus mentorship. So in the treatment, what we call the treatment arms of the RCT, we had participants who were assigned to a group that received only cash, and then those ones that were assigned to groups that received cash plus the mentorship component, the two interventions. So when I talk about cash alone and cash plus mentorship, that's where it's coming from. So there were large positive impacts on the business outcomes for these two interventions. Then we saw that cash grants led to significant improvements in business activity, with profit gains strongest among larger businesses. So the profit gains that we saw were stronger in the larger, more established businesses. Then we also learned that refugee women face challenges with the mentorship. We saw a reduction in profits for them compared to those who received cash only. And then the mentorship component itself, the mentorship intervention, showed mixed and often negative results with cost effectiveness concerns. And then when it comes to the economic outcomes, cash was more cost effective.
This is something we've been advocating for many years, and it's really interesting to see that the findings of the RCT are very clear that cash grant is the most effective and very powerful way and strategic way of empowering micro entrepreneurs among both the refugees and the nationals with low income.
We have had years of, humanitarian support, but donors, every meeting they're asking us, what evidence do you have to show that what you are implementing is working? They ask UNHCR, they ask OPM, because we are the conveners of the partners, what is working? So this opportunity really is good for us when we're able to show evidence.
This kind of information, this kind of data should never be left out just like that. It's something that we should pick on to support further engagement and also informing the policies, the framework within the space we are working in.
From where I sit in protection, this is what empowerment looks like. This is what meaningful empowerment really looks like. Economic support can reduce exposure, like I said, to gender-based violence. It can reduce early pregnancy. It takes us from any kind of survival-based decisions, and it creates space for confidence and stability.
We want also to recognize and appreciate the 2,000 entrepreneurs and the 600 mentors who made this study possible. Their willingness to participate and share their journey has generated insights that will influence programs and policies beyond Uganda.
I'd like to bring on Sarah Yuari, maybe to shed light on that, what your experience was. It may not be the same as the other clients. Just share your story with us, and maybe we need to understand the dynamics.
But they are telling me, no, you can't start with 2M. Salon it is, you have to pay rent, license, and what. But I started with just one chair and one mirror. But what I know, I had a nice work. I trust that once I paint someone, I'll get more. And actually, that's what's happening now.
When I was introducing myself, I said it myself that I'm the evidence of the impact of the Rebuild program. Many programs here in Kampala that are helping refugees, most of the time they don't deliver as promised, but which was very different with this program that delivered at the exact time they promised, and which helps, of course, we entrepreneurs like me to plan well and to execute our business ideas as planned.
Also, there was mention of efficiency. I like the point that you are looking at cost and what came out of it. You see, that illustration is very important because you are not going to continue just doing training and training. What is that training? Is it actionable? Is it something that will change someone? So that discussion is healthy, especially at the point when we are thinking of improving programming.
Research programs help us to gather evidence that would help us to implement programs that work, that can be scaled up. So this is our message and our request and our appeal to the donors to fund cash-related projects, to fund cash plus mentorship, and also research projects that are able to scale up evidence.
In the bustling areas of Kampala, refugees are driving a new wave of activity. Divine Kamana came to Uganda 16 years ago. For most of that time, she sold jewelry on the streets, but now she owns a shop in downtown Kampala.
My life has changed. I can now pay my children's school fees without worry, and we no longer stress about food. I even help my husband with the home expenses. I paid back the old loan. I'm now in my third loan cycle and managing it well.
Supported by the Rebuild program, Divine was able to open her first bank account and get training and business advice. Her shop now holds inventory worth more than $1,300 of imported products. In another part of the city, Florence, also a Congolese refugee, is a hairstylist. she received a grant from Rebuild to boost her salon business.
The salon was almost collapsing, but when IRC gave me money, I transformed it, bought new leather seats, got modern hair treatment equipment, and this attracted more customers. We are always busy and making more money. I am so grateful.
Florence is taking the money she makes from the salon and putting it into a grocery store so she can have another income source. Uganda's progressive refugee policies grant freedom of movement, the right to work, and opportunities to start businesses. In the heart of downtown Kampala, this market is buzzing with new entrepreneurs, many of them refugees. It's not just about making money, it's about dignity, independence, and rebuilding from scratch. Beyond supporting refugees, Rebuild is unlocking new opportunities for Ugandans as well. Amina, a local beautician, used a loan to buy a dreadlock machine, and now she's growing her business one braid at a time.
I used to crochet a package that's enough for the head. It used to take me 2 days to complete it. But when I'm using this machine, it takes me 2 hours when I'm done. So I can work on 3 people a day.
Since its launch in 2021, the program has created opportunities for more than 10,000 refugees and local nationals in Uganda. But with less money coming in from donors for refugee assistance, self-reliance programs like Rebuild are more urgent than ever.
To be able to look after yourself, say in a city like Kampala, you have to be engaged in some productive activity. Yeah? So that's why we are trying to promote this productivity, economic productivity, so that they are able to utilize the skills that they bring from their home countries to engage in business and to be able to contribute also meaningfully to the social and the economic development of the local communities where they've settled.
Uganda shows that when refugees get the right support, they rebuild their lives and uplift entire communities. However, maintaining this progress requires ongoing support. Michael Balekesi, GTN, Kampala.
We are super excited, and when the team told us about this, we were like, this is us. This is really a space for Rebuild. At the core of the agenda for this summit was really about how can we help young people, women in particular, to access financial products towards self-reliance. And this is one of the key pillars for Rebuild, really trying to see how women can make meaningful contribution to the economies they serve. For ourselves as Rebuild, we have a target of reaching 60% of our clients being women, and we have actually prioritized young people in the age group of 18 to 35.
We go into these communities, we identify young people who are refugees and are interested in creating change, social change, in a sustainable manner. So we help them come up with ideas, then through that, we equip them with some what we call micro funds to help them build their proof of concepts. We have a target to reach as many refugees as possible.
Our only criteria is 3: potential for impact, potential to scale, potential for profitability. It does not matter whether somebody has come from whichever country it is. If they can save, we encourage them to save. They can open accounts with us, and it will be their money. When they are ready, they become eligible, they take it back with them, for their employees and for themselves too. And as long as it is within Uganda, it can be a refugee, can be anybody, so that we can actually bring them in. Because if that refugee starts a business here, who is he or she employing? Most likely Ugandans.
It was my pleasure to be here, to meet different people who are doing many things and who are reaching far, and is what we need also. We want to grow up, we want to teach others, we want to train others. So if I came here, it's like I'm in training, because I'm trying to hear what they are saying and it can help us.
This event is very important because, first of all, we are able to get to know many other organizations that offer different services. That is, in terms of networking, we can work together and also provide different services that we are not providing, but we can link our clients to different service providers. And also it's important because I've been able to learn a lot in terms of balancing gender, and also empower young women from the root cause.
Tailoring, and I found the course so great. I've learned a lot. I can make a dress for myself, I can make for a child, I can make even for my mom. Yes, for example, as I was doing my practice, I was able to make a dress for my mother and I felt happy, and I also made for myself something.
I can be able to do like chicken curry, I can do something like chicken fingers, like rice, different types of things. I can do even birthday cakes, wedding cakes, small cakes, marble cakes. There are different things that I'm able at least now that I can do.
Benji byenjize okobyenga jasimani okusiba bridal biriza abagole twisti nekana satu, then nokola ritage hot combing nali sirimani nekatimbi mani
Denze nga njiga wano mmanyi okwokya, manyi okola twisting ku byuma, manyi okola painting njenze wano
twize okukanika kaŋŋambe okukyusa nga break pads, kaŋŋambe okukyusa oil, okola service emmotoka yonna tusobola okukikola.
When I finished my training with Rebuild, I started sharing knowledge that I acquired. Through that, I got employed by One Youth, One Heart, and now I'm working as a catering instructor. Away from that, I have an online business. It's called Tabotos. I deal in pastries. These are donuts, cakes, pizzas, and all sorts of stuff.
Bwenavaayo nasalawo okutandikawo a small business kuba nali nfunye idea on what I wanted. Naye I believe kijja kukola cause I can sustain my life. I'm renting where I'm sleeping, so the money I get is from this business.
Is called God's Love. In our language, we call it Nyare Namata. So we're privileged for the opportunity and the support because they gave us the saving box. We also got the books where we do the saving.
Na group angara hinanang parik. Wong nang tagi dangaran parik na mo wala group sukone kuje to dini tu kade kata ran de pangin group ang wala yo anto ngaji begini sili wala. So ngin anang konye tika parik ko bong kon na tika ang ko jongi guru sedati ngarahin nana.
Ti na group kuliak lokong ganga hindai na group lokone.
We thank ARC plus all its partners for the good work they have rendered to us, and also we pray that God should really bless them more and more than what they have rendered to us.
Tumesaidika, tumechukua loan, Rebuild
project ya IRC ilituongezea 70,000 wengine tukaanzisha biashara.
IRC imenisaidia cause imenifunza kusave, naweza kopa loan, najua kujipanga na loan.
You know, standing in her shop and she's talking about, you know, the recent floodings, for example, how that have also made her, you know, some challenges for her when it comes to the stock that she kept at home. And all those small bits and pieces that, you know, you understand from, you know, her running her business, being able to care for her children in difficult times, but on the other hand, be able to go to her shop together with her mentor, who's now actually her partner, and they are kind of working together to make sure that the dreams come through. We talked a lot about the dreams and what we're thinking about the future, and I think we always, you know, I always realize how we all share the common view that we all only want to make our life a little bit better, and what are the most important things when it comes to be close to family, have a healthy and sustainable way of living. And that makes me feel very hopeful for the future. It's really all about putting people at heart in everything we do. And we need to stay very close to projects and partners in order for us to really tackle the biggest challenges that we face in the world, poverty and climate. You know, you can read, you can listen, you can have different meetings, but it's nothing like standing in somebody's home or in somebody's shop and they're telling their story in regards to how they have life-changing experiences because of the support they have been given. And that's something that I take with me and constantly think about going forward.
One word, evidence.
Thank you. Move to the next. Just one word of what you hope to walk away with.
My word is sustain.
Innovation.
Better outcomes for client. Inclusion.
Equality. Empowerment.
For me, it's scaling what works.
Today, it's not just about unpacking the RCT findings, but basically to share learning, to share impact, and collaboratively chart a future course of action.
We did this intervention together with our research partners and funding partners that included the IRC itself among the principal investigators, the Center for Global Development, Rochester University, the Economic Policy Research Center, and Georgetown University. And then our funding partners for the study were the IKEA Foundation and co-funding from the Innovation for Poverty Action's Displaced Livelihoods Initiative.
After going through all this, what exactly did we find?
On the impact of cash grants and cash plus mentorship on Ugandan and refugee business owners. The basic summary is that we found large positive impacts on business outcomes from cash alone and cash plus mentorship. So in the treatment, what we call the treatment arms of the RCT, we had participants who were assigned to a group that received only cash, and then those ones that were assigned to groups that received cash plus the mentorship component, the two interventions. So when I talk about cash alone and cash plus mentorship, that's where it's coming from. So there were large positive impacts on the business outcomes for these two interventions. Then we saw that cash grants led to significant improvements in business activity, with profit gains strongest among larger businesses. So the profit gains that we saw were stronger in the larger, more established businesses. Then we also learned that refugee women face challenges with the mentorship. We saw a reduction in profits for them compared to those who received cash only. And then the mentorship
Wow, a round of applause again. Awesome. So with that great energy in the room, we can now get the celebration officially started. But before that, I'd like to share their story with us. And then we get the party started, right? Are you saying so? I'm not seeing the energy in the room.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you have just traveled to Burundi while you are seated in your seats. Welcome back from Burundi. That's ladies and gentlemen, my name is Nganji Maximilian. I'm the head of youth and entertainment under Mira Group Network. Mira Group Network is beyond dances, the drums, the culture that you are seeing here. Mira Group Network. Mira Group Network.
Good morning.
That is much, much better. How is everyone feeling? Good? Festive? Celebratory? I hope, we hope the drumming would have gotten us going. Are you feeling festive and celebratory and all of that? Yes. Good. Thank you so much. And thank you so much for joining us. All protocols observed. I do want to welcome you to this celebration conference on behalf of the Rebuild Program, the International Rescue Committee, the Kampala, that word always escapes me, the KCCA team, and the IKEA Foundation. We are all co-hosting this together, but also the partners that are here today are really hosting because we've walked the whole journey together. So most welcome. And I do want to recognize the presence of the two governments that are sitting here with us. They're going to be able to come and speak to us today. I'm going to do a bit of a rushed introduction because we've lost time.
And some of them are our good neighbors. Most of them, not some of them. In fact, one of the officers told me recently that if resilience was a profession, then refugees will be one of the best professors in this world because they have mastered the art of resilience. And I couldn't agree more. Over the last 4 years, through Rebuild, we have directly reached over 2,004 people and indirectly touched the lives of more than 10,000 residents in Nairobi. We have trained over 550 county officers on refugee rights and inclusion. We have ensured that refugee voices are heard in county forums, and we have seen local systems adapt to reflect our shared humanity. The partnership culminated into something historic, the Nairobi County Refugee Integration and Community Building Strategy. We passed the Nairobi County Refugee Integration and Community Building Strategy in our cabinet, and it's part of us. That makes Nairobi County to be the first county in Kenya to adopt a comprehensive refugee integration strategy. That, ladies and gentlemen, is not just a policy. This is a history in progress that we are working on. And yet, as we celebrate, we must also be honest with ourselves. The world priorities are shifting. Humanitarian fighting is tightening. So the question is no longer whether we rebuild. The question that we need to ask ourselves, that has rebuild worked? It's clearly that rebuild has worked, but how are we going to sustain it? That's the big question that we should be asking ourselves. How are we going to sustain it? How are we going to scale what we have built together? In Nairobi, we have a plan, and it's very simple. We will institutionalize the gains. We are going to strengthen our partnership and mobilize resources beyond aid. We will work with community-based organizations. We are going to work with SACCOs, local entrepreneurs, and private sector to make sure that inclusion, not just a project, but it's supposed to be a way of life. We'll keep creating pathways for refugees and host youth into employment, education, and entrepreneurship. And yes, we'll keep this promise for advocating for policies that see refugees as our neighbors, but not numbers. Friends, let us remember something profound. Integration is not assimilation. It's not about losing identity. It's just about building bridges. And those bridges must connect policy to people, cities to citizens, and dreams to opportunities. To our generous partners at the IKEA Foundation, thank you so much for proving that assembly required is just for furniture, it's not for partnership too. You have helped us assemble hope, rebuild lives, and design cities where everyone fits. Thank you so much, IKEA. To the IRC, thank you for walking this journey with us with passion, professionalism, and persistence that truly embody the spirit of resilience. As we look ahead, let us keep our eyes on one shared vision, a region where cities like Nairobi and Kampala are not just places of refugees, but platforms for rebirth. Let us lead by example, showing the world that inclusion is not charity, it's just a smart urban policy. Let us rebuild stronger, one policy, one partnership, and one person at a time. Because when we build together, we rise together. Thank you so much. Asante sana. Webale ninyo. God bless you.
Thank you so much, Bwana Waziri. And it's true, the Nairobi County Refugee Integration Strategy is something that we really celebrate. It was a labor of both passion and love for the team that's here. Thank you so much. Do join me to warmly welcome Ms. Fauzia Bawa.
Ms. Fauzia Bawa, please do welcome with a round of applause. She's a business lady and a true testament of the rebuild story. Welcome, Fauzia.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great honor to welcome you all to this very special occasion, the Rebuild Program Celebration and Conference here in our beautiful city, Kampala. My name is Fauzia Bawa. I am proud to stand before you today, just as a refugee, but a mother, a neighbor, and a businesswoman. Above all, a hopeful member of this community. When I first arrived here in Kampala, like other many, I faced a very uncertain starting over in a new place. But through the support of Rebuild and its partner, especially KCCA, I found more than just a help. I found opportunity, I found skills, I found courage and to dream again. Today we are here to celebrate progress. Not only a program, but people. I have taken small step to create a big change. Whether it's through mushroom farming, climate smart innovation, or starting a new business. This journey is about rebuild dignity and resilience. Together, I welcome you all. I honored our guest of honor, the government partner, development agency, community leaders, and our fellow partners. Thank you all for walking this journey with us. You represent show us and inclusion, not just a word, it is a promise. A promise that refugees and community can grow and thrive side by side. Once again, I said, Karibu sana, you're most welcome. Let's celebrate, learn, and continue building a better future together. This is a short story about me before and after Rebuild. Life was not easy before Rebuild. Life was not easy before Rebuild for me and my family. To an extent that I dropped out of school because my father and mother lacked money to pay school fees for me. Luckily enough, I had the talent of planting hair. So I went through looking for a job. I got a job at certain salon. I started working. They employed me. I started working. That's the time when I got this program of Rebuild, and then I said, let me join. And then when I joined the Rebuild program, it really changed my life. I was an employee, then from employee to employee. Now I became an employer. Now I am having my own salon. I employed people. The grant really helped me and my family. In the process of getting the grant, unfortunately, I lost my father. In losing my father, I used some of the grant. I used it for the business, and then some I used it for the burial ceremonies because life was not easy at all. But right now, I thank Rebuild for helping me, standing with me, supporting me. Right now, Right now, I own a business. I own employers. I have four employers, 4 workers. I employed 4 workers. The business is running out well, but I have a challenge of electricity. The electricity at my place, and then I also have a small space because my space is small, but I hope in the future, I need to get a bigger space so that because I have more clients and my space is not enough for me. So I need a little big space so that I can earn more and more money. Right now, the business is running out well. I can now manage to pay rent for my parents. I can pay for school fees for my little brothers and sisters. I can pay at work. Really, I thank Rebuild so much for helping and standing with us till this moment. I enjoyed Rebuild. I enjoyed the mentorship. I really enjoyed everything. Now, I also learned to cooperate with other people, cooperate with other people from different countries, which lead me to I have also learned to save. I assure that if refugees get more and more support, they will work well. Thank you.
Thank you so much for another round of applause to you. Thank you for sharing your story, and we are very sorry for the loss of that you went through with the family, but thank you so much. Fauzia is always a very good inspiration to all of the clients that we serve. So now as we move swiftly, I do want to welcome our Deputy Director for the East African region, Ms. Joyce Mogane, please. A round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Distinguished guests and colleagues. I'm hoping the IT works for me, otherwise I'll claim sabotage, as President Trump did at the Anger Conference. But on behalf of IRC's leadership, it's a real honor and joy to be here to this celebration event, termed From Vision to Impact. I think celebrating great partnerships, really good learning and transformation. It's Nelson Mandela that said that it is always impossible until it's done. And I'm glad we are gathered here today, not just to celebrate what has been done, but also what has been done well. So a really good thanks to the team for everything that you have done. As the speakers before me have said, it's not just a celebration of a program phase, but it's about celebrating a journey of impact and innovation. So Rebuild began with a bold vision, and I was just trying to sit here and think through what were those boardroom conversations like? What were those conversations and meetings like? Trying to think, what will this program look like at the end of the 5 years? I was with Laura in the can, she was saying she was here at the start of the program. But it's really great to come to this end of the phase and just see how the livelihoods of refugees and vulnerable host communities have been developed through this program, both in Nairobi and Kampala. And also one thing I love about this program was the 3 powerful pillars around livelihood services, evidence generation and learning, which is a great combination to have, and through influence and adaptation, to work together to make sure that we're being inclusive and transformative in the urban refugee livelihoods. We can only thank the resilience of our clans, and Fauzia, you shared a really lovely story of just the impact that this program has had in your life. And I think it's also good to acknowledge that even running a business without challenges is very hard. And I'm glad we have representatives from both county governments, because we know also there's a lot of bureaucracy that comes along with even registering a business. But to hear a testimony of Fauzia of how that has helped her even serve the family, break the cycle of dependency, dependency that we keep talking about is just such a great testimony. So Rebuild, as we've had, has reached many individuals and families. It stood out not only for its reach, but its rigor, and has done very many trials of inclusive financing pilots and robust monitoring. And it's a commitment to learning and adaptation that makes Rebuild a true blueprint. One of the things that we said, we should not just learn about our successes, but also celebrate from failure. And I'm glad we are also here to learn about the things that we didn't do well. So I just want to take a moment to thank the clans for their courage, their creativity. I've had the privilege of visiting both their projects in Kenya and Kampala, and I was deeply impressed at the scale of work and also by its depth. I also was able to buy some of their products. I can tell you, they're cheaper here than they are in the market, so please get out there and buy their products, and they're very good quality. But just adding that aspect of dignity to our clients and potential. So these programs are not just changing lives, but have contributed to a wider wave of transformation across. We acknowledge that there are shifting demographics. We know that there's changing funding landscapes. We know there's economic uncertainty, but Rebuild has offered us some hope of inclusive and resilient growth, which we should seek to model in our programs. So to our partners, the Kampala Capital City Authority, the Nairobi City Council, the IKEA Foundation, we want to just thank you for your trust, your collaboration, and your shared commitment. And to IRC Kenya and Uganda teams, thank you so much for all your work. As the regional leadership, in my final concluding remarks, we are deeply proud of you, and it's important that we remain committed. We're already thinking about how we can integrate some of this learning to our future programs to inform our work. So this conference is a celebration, yes, but it's also a springboard. So over the next 2 days, as we reflect on what has worked or not, let's challenge ourselves to think bigger. Let's think about the next phase, and let's also just forge the connections. Let's network. There's a lot of richness of networks in this room to the next chapter. So thank you for being part of this journey, and I look forward to just hearing more from what has been learned. Thank you.
You know, opening, when very important persons have spoken, is quite complicated. But let me try. I'll try to be a little formal. My friend Joyce Mogani, the Deputy Regional Director, IRC East Africa, my good brother, Elijah Okeyo, Country Director, IRC Uganda, Mr. Radiat Kasai, the boss of IKEA Foundation, and the man behind the money, Honorable Brian Mulama, a minister from Nairobi City County Government. I hope when you go back, they have not have dropped you, you know. You know, with politics, anything can happen. So when they leave you there, you stay here. My good friend and colleague, Daniel Kaseregenyi, Deputy Director, from KCCA. Our good friend, Fauzia Bawa, a business owner for Rebuild. Government officials in your respective capacities. The representative of UNHCR and UN agencies here present. Implementing partners, development partners, staff of IRC, refugee representatives and leaders, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's a great pleasure to join you today. Thank you very much for inviting me. I appreciate your strong commitment and leadership and willingness to work with the government of Uganda, especially the Office of the Prime Minister, to address many important challenges which are facing refugees today. As stated before, Uganda is now hosting over 1.955 million refugees, most of whom are youth, children, and women. Each refugee story is one of unimaginable disruption, but of extraordinary determination. Behind every number is a mother, a father, a child, and a student who has made impossible choices in the face of war, violence, or persecution. And yet, despite all this, they continue to hope. They continue to rebuild, and Rebuild program provides opportunities for them. At the center is the Rebuild program. Through IRC, IKEA, and KCCA, working with my government, UNHCR, and other UN agencies, and implementing partners to provide services to these persons of concern. Uganda's role cannot be overstated. This country where you are has consistently opened its borders and its heart, offering safety and dignity to those in need. Uganda, for the past 2 years, has received more than 700,000 new arrivals and nearly 200,000 arrivals since the beginning of this year. All this displaced by conflict and disaster. Similarly, the majority of this are domiciled in the city of Kampala, and in our neighborhood, we also have some being hosted in the city of Nairobi. And I must say that apart from sharing the fish and the water in Bijingo, the two countries through their cities have a common tale and common stories to tell. Stories of generosity and homeliness for the refugees. And we need to congratulate the leadership of the two cities for providing such a conducive environment for persons who are displaced. I commend IRC, IKEA, and KCCA for their unwavering generosity and leadership in providing protection, education, and livelihoods to persons fleeing conflict, particularly from the DRC Congo, from the DRC, South Sudan, Sudan, Eritrea, Ethiopia, to mention but a few. I also extend our appreciation to governments of Kenya and that of Uganda for their generosity in providing the necessary livelihood means to these persons who are fleeing persecution, and for working tirelessly to safeguard the rights and well-being of refugees and asylum seekers, a role which has been appreciated globally. In a world where the refugee crisis is often met with closed borders and shrinking compassion, Uganda, through the Rebuild program, funded by IKEA Foundation, has shown a different path, a path of inclusion, resilience, and hope, guided by the spirit of Ubuntu, which reminds us that I am because we are. And through the progressive refugee policies, Uganda continues to set global examples of shared humanity and solidarity. These compassionate approaches not only offer protection, but also dignity and opportunity to those seeking refuge. Without Rebuild, it would have been very difficult to implement our open door policy. I stand here before you not only to express appreciation to IRC, IKEA, and KCCA, but also to reaffirm our commitment to working closely with you. We stand in partnership with all of you, not only in times of crisis, but also in the ongoing journey toward more durable solutions for displaced communities. We acknowledge the significant role of IRC and IKEA, the roles they continue to play, and recognize that sustained support from the international community remains very essential. The principle of shared responsibility is not just an idea, it's a necessary framework for an effective and compassionate refugee response. And the wonderful climate, the conducive investment in our countries further encourages the necessary provision of services to the persons of concern. When the Honorable was speaking here, he was praising Nairobi, and I was wondering whether he was telling the truth or no. And then I decided to give an example of a pineapple. Get one from Nairobi and get one from Kampala. Cut it and you taste, and you find which one is sweeter. And that explains why more refugees are flooding Kampala and running away from Nairobi. Because this country is not only sweet in terms of food, but also in the human beings that manage it. And you can try for yourself. Not in the meeting. At the same time, I'm deeply aware that we are operating in a time of global financial constraints. Humanitarian and development funding is under pressure. Needs are rising where resources are stretched thin. However, these challenges should not lead to inaction. They can also become a catalyst for doing things differently. Strengthening partnerships, scaling innovation, and ensuring that every dollar we invest has sustainable impact. Ladies and gentlemen, as we convene to celebrate the Rebuild program, let's not forget that we aspire to make our refugees resilient and self-reliant. This conference should therefore harness reflections on the achievements, challenges, and lessons learned in the implementation of the Rebuild program to form the basis for urban refugee self-reliance approaches in an effort to protect the gains so far registered. And I want to tell you that in order to give effect to whatever you're doing, in the next phase of the program, I'm encouraging IKEA to rethink the current funding modality and repurpose more resources to the departments responsible for refugee management and the governments that are hosting refugees. We celebrate normally when everything is good, and when things go bad, you run to the City County Government of Nairobi or to the Department of Refugees. And yet, these are normally forgotten during the financing. Next time, let's take this into account so that we do not abandon you even when the programs are failing. We continue celebrating even when we are faced with challenges. Working closely with the Rebuild program, we remain firmly committed, not only through funding, but through high-level advocacy, policy dialogue, and collective problem solving. We appeal to the governments represented here to continue to make cases globally and nationally that the refugee response in the East African region deserves both recognition and robust support. The Rebuild program support in Uganda has sustained life-saving humanitarian services from health and nutrition to protection and shelter and self-reliance and livelihoods. But equally important, it has helped to lay the foundation for a future that extends beyond aid dependency. This is the essence of Uganda's progressive refugee policy model. As I said earlier, inclusion rather than isolation, empowerment rather than encampment. I'm told in Kenya you still keep people in camps, isn't it? Even in Ethiopia, you keep them in camps. I'm reading about the Shirika plan. You want to cut and paste from Uganda, but I was in your camps. They are still like mini jails. Open up. When you open up and grant people freedoms, they can trust you. Open up. Adopt the Uganda approach of a settlement philosophy. We are the only country in the world where settlements are as productive as any other lands in Uganda. You go to a settlement like Changwali, it's very fertile. You go to my friends in the neighborhood where the settlements are, they are normally located in semi-arid areas where you cannot grow anything. The world must change, and we must appreciate that becoming an asylum seeker or a refugee is not by choice, but it's by circumstances that force us to run away from home. We must work in solidarity. True solidarity is not symbolic. It is demonstrated in how we show refugees that they are seen, that they are supported and not forgotten. Solidarity means listening to refugees. It means defending their rights. It means ensuring that their voices are not only heard, but are acted upon in policy and planning processes. We should provide opportunity, dignity, and a fair chance to refugees and host communities to contribute to the communities they now call home. And that is why we need to recognize the efforts of IKEA, IRC, through the Rebuild program, and that is the way to go. As we look ahead, it's crucial to recognize the importance of transitioning from emergency humanitarian aid to sustainable development support in the refugee contexts. While immediate relief is vital to address urgent needs, long-term solutions require a shift towards strengthening local systems, enhancing infrastructure, and fostering economic opportunities for both refugees and host communities. My appeal to the Rebuild program is you must empower refugees with the skills that they can adopt and utilize even when they go back to countries of origin, not cosmetic solutions that encourage refugees to stay forever and ever in countries where they are seeking asylum. It defeats the purpose of durable solutions. This approach not only promotes resilience, but also encourages self-reliance and dignity for displaced populations. By aligning humanitarian efforts with development goals, you realize that nobody is left behind. We can build inclusive communities where refugees are not just recipients of aid, but active contributors to social and economic growth. I've had a lot of running battles with some parts of society, that some areas of Kampala now are having more foreign populations than the locals. And I'm telling the world that in modern society, we must coexist and develop together. We must strengthen partnerships among participants on sustainable approaches to addressing urban refugee issues so as to promote not only economic self-reliance for refugees, for urban refugees and host communities, but also to enable urban refugees contribute meaningfully to our cash economies and other development initiatives, since refugees are also an asset to our countries. Ladies and gentlemen, today I speak not just with facts, but from the bottom of my heart about something we see too often in headlines, yet not often enough in human terms, the journey of refugees. Imagine waking up one morning to the sound of bombs, or to a knock at the door. That changes everything. Imagine having to flee your home, not by choice, not for adventure, but because staying means death. You grab what you can carry. You leave behind your friends, your family, your dreams, and even your identity. This is the reality for the over 7 million refugees within East Africa. Refugees are not numbers. They are people. They are mothers. They are fathers. They are children. They are teachers. They are artists. They are students. They are survivors. And they can contribute towards the development agendas. The challenges they face go beyond the physical. Yes, there is the hunger, the cold, the border crossings, the detention centers. But there is also the invisible pain, the psychological toll of losing everything. Refugees carry trauma like a skin. Many have witnessed violence, lost dear ones, endured abuse, or spent months, even years in limbo, waiting for answers that may never come. This is the time, through Rebuild, to celebrate that we are providing answers to these people in need. They always face suspicion instead of support, bureaucracy instead of welcome. And in some society, they are treated as burdens, not fellow human beings trying to rebuild their lives. So what can we do? How can we respond? Not as bystanders, but as global citizens. We can respond by promoting programs like this, by standing together with institutions like IRC, by supporting the funding sources like IKEA. Accordingly, we must do the following. First, we must start with empathy. Empathy doesn't require grand gestures. It begins with listening. Listening to refugee stories without judgment or stereotype. It means seeing a child not as a threat, but as someone who wants to go to school. It means recognizing that a mother does and requires a better future. Second, we can advocate refugee need voices that speak when they cannot. That means voicing and voting for human policies. That means supporting NGOs that provide legal aid, housing, education, and livelihoods like this one. Third, we can connect. If you have a refugee community nearby, volunteer, offer language lessons, help with job applications, or simply be a friend. A warm welcome can be more powerful than any policy. That's why the Kenyans are dominating the hotel industry. Not because they are good cooks, you've tasted their food, but because they can give you very good smiles, isn't it? Back then when I was still a little boy going to Westlands and one time escaping to go to Kariobangi, what was taking us to some of those places was really the kind reception. And that is what we need to extend to our clients, the refugees. And I want to tell you, ladies and gentlemen, you who have been chasing away the refugees, including here in Uganda, when these people go back, you have no jobs. So better keep them here and look after them very well. And I'm telling my staff who are here, when the refugees go back, of what relevance are you? You only studied one thing, international law, to deal with the refugees, isn't it? Kaseregenyi from KCCA, a refugee expert. So better be very good to these people because they are providing employment to us. Let's remember that refugees are not seeking pity. They are seeking dignity. They don't want handouts. They want a hand extended too, so that they can stand on their own. Resilience is already in them. I hear the development partners talking about building resilience. What resilience? The resilience is with these people. You are just enhancing and promoting what they already have. All they need is opportunity. In the end, we are all more alike than different. Borders may separate us, but compassion unites us. Let's be the kind of world we would want to find if we were the ones forced to flee. Refugees are not forgotten, they are not invisible, they are certainly not alone. Today we stand together, not just in spirit, but in partnership, in investment, and in wavering solidarity with the refugees who have benefited from this program. Bravo to all of you. Aluta continua. Grazie bene to the funders of this program and for the convenience of this conference. Thank you very much. It was a long one, isn't it? So with that long opening speech, it's now my humble honor and pleasure to officially declare the Rebuild Program Celebration Conference officially open. And I say all this for God and my country.
Thank you so much, Honorable Commissioner, for that very powerful opening, very rich insights that we included there. So
Thank you so much, David. So thank you so much for that. I do want to recognize the presence of our representative from the Kampala Capital City Authority. Yeah? Thank you so, so much. From here on, I'll say KCCA. I've practiced enough. Mr. Daniel, thank you so much for gracing us. With that, opening remarks, we feel nested, we feel settled, and we can get going into the next sessions. So thank you so much, IRC in Uganda. Thank you so much, KCCA, and thank you so much, OPM, for hosting this celebration. I do want to invite my friends and my colleagues, two very insightful individuals that have been a joy to work with through the Rebuild journey. So I do want to invite Priscilla, our director for the Rebuild program, and I do want to invite Rediet from the IKEA Foundation to set the tone for us and tell us a little bit about the Rebuild journey. Most welcome. Hangi, I may need another microphone. Thank you.
Just there. No, as long as you're... Okay, we can sit, or I'll stand because I'm a bit short. Thank you so much, Belinda, and thank you, everyone. I'm feeling a bit stiff. Are we feeling stiff? Stiff? Let's relax a bit. Let's relax a bit, yeah? So, Rediet and I are going to walk you through the journey, why we came up with this fantastic program that we are celebrating today, the Rebuild program. I want to pick up from where you left, sir. Thank you so much for those fantastic remarks about the journey that we have traveled together and your commitment as the Uganda government to our brothers and sisters who have sought refuge in Uganda. As the commissioner said, imagine, just imagine everything that you hold dear. Everything is completely shattered. Your home, your house, your business, your job. All you can think about is a point, where can I be safe? Where can my family and myself be safe? And you are forced to flee, to leave your home, your comforts, everything that you know about yourself, to a new land where you honestly believe that you will be taken care of. brothers and sisters in that country, you honestly believe they will create a safety, a sanctuary, a place for you to survive, to recover, and to regain control of your life. These are the circumstances, as the Commissioner said, that our brothers and sisters from Sudan, South Sudan, Somalia, Ethiopia, Eritrea, DRC find themselves in. And they come here in Kampala and Nairobi and believe that, okay, maybe I can do something in these two cities. Cities are more and more becoming beacons of hope for refugees. We know some of our colleagues are still a little bit unsettled and they want to put them in settlements, they want to put them in camps. I don't know why you want to do that, but anyway, it's a policy that we would need to work around. And kudos to the government of Kenya with the Shirika plan. We are with you, we are working the journey with you on that to get to where our brothers and sisters are in Uganda. We at the International Rescue Committee are driven by the mission that we need to support communities, people whose lives have been shattered by human-made conflicts. It can be wars, it can be persecution, political persecution, but also it can be natural disasters, so floods, droughts. These are factors that affect people or cause people to flee. So we help people as the IRC, firstly, to survive. So we are very active as humanitarians in the first instance. We then help those communities to be able to recover and to regain control of their lives. Rebuild is a program that we as the IRC were very passionate about. How do we help refugees that have come into the cities to be able to regain control of their lives? What is it that we can do? The Commissioner talked about building their skills. How can they have skills? It can be hard skills from vocational training. It can be soft skills. How can they have skills that will better equip them to be meaningful employees, meaningful contributors in the labor market? What is it that we can do to help refugees to be able to start and grow businesses? What are those practices that we can actually foster? What is it that we can do to be able to help refugees to just get on with it? What is it? So against this backdrop, the IKEA Foundation, together with the IRC, and I can see a lot of the brilliant minds that were with us during the peak of COVID. That is when we started the Rebuild program. We came together, traveled a 9-month journey, putting together ideas, testing ourselves. What kind of livelihood options would help refugees to be able to look after themselves, to be economically self-reliant? So the Rebuild program was born out of that realization. What is it that we can do for refugees to be able to stand on their own, to rebuild their lives, and just get on with it? What can we do to help them to be members of society that are not burdens? I think you've heard colleagues this morning talk about what can we do for refugees to be meaningful members of society, to be part and parcel of the socio-economic development of the communities, of the countries where they are being hosted. So, as the Rebuild program, working with the IKEA Foundation, we came up with 3 pillars, which today and tomorrow, the Rebuild team will walk us through. What did we do under service provision? When we talked about learning by doing, we talked about, I think for colleagues who were with us of this journey, you used to hear me talk about, at the core, the Rebuild program is about learning. It's about generating evidence in terms of practices, approaches that work, what it costs, and what doesn't work. We, as the Rebuild team, have not been shy to say, guys, honestly, this does not work. This, in this context, at this particular time, with these resources, this does not work for urban refugees. We have been very fortunate to have had a wonderful partner, really wonderful, a partner that has supported us with financial resources, 30 million euro. That is what the IKEA Foundation invested in the Rebuild program, a 5-year program that was meant to generate evidence for economic self-reliance for refugees. The IKEA Foundation has been a thought partner. They have walked the journey with the Rebuild team, really supporting us, sometimes testing us. Guys, is this really working? Where is the evidence? Laura has put us to the test. Radiate have put us to the test. Sometimes when we felt, oh, we are about to drop, they have been with us, our pillar of strength. The IKEA Foundation, we thank you. Really, you have been wonderful partners. You have been a different kind of donor. And in our partnership, we don't talk about donor, we talk about partners. Meaningful partners, thought partners, helping us to be adaptive, to be flexible, sometimes to make interesting pivots, but still remaining true to our theory of change. Let me invite my dear colleague, my partner, and a dear friend, Radiate. Tell us, what is so unique about the IKEA Foundation? Why are you an interesting philanthropy?
Thank you, Priscilla. Good morning, and thank you, Priscilla. It's always, when I come to IRC or Rebuild events, especially in these forums, I am kept up to date, and everything that I prepare to speak is already been done in a very good way with amazing individuals before me. And Priscilla took all the points. I've said it in other forums when I was with IRC. This also makes me think, I was sitting there and then I have an idea of what I'm going to say. And I said, okay, so I have to rebuild everything that I want to do. So rebuild is, it's all about rebuilding something. So I pretty much rebuild what I wanted to say. So most of the points that Priscilla mentioned, I already said. But I have one thing from Elijah's point when he asked about what are the national languages, the language of the two cities. I don't know what you're thinking, but I was thinking something. And I would greet you in talks and the language that I know. The Nagalachu. This is in Amharic. Kamela. This is in Tigray. So these are also, depending on the neighborhood you go to in Kampala, you'll find Amharic and Tigray being spoken. So that makes them not official language, but that's how I interpret it. I don't know if that's the case. Before I go there, I want to ask you a question. What does rebuild mean to you? Those of you who are not directly, actively engaged, and those of you who have been working on it for 5 years, I just want you to speak with the person next to you and tell that person what does rebuild mean to you. So I will give you a few seconds, maybe, 30 seconds or 1 minute. The person next to you, if you're not talking to the person next to you, I'll be that person coming to talking to you. What does rebuild mean to you? For me, Rebuild represents a story of partnership and possibility. This is what it represents for me. Yesterday, I came in yesterday, and I was driving from the airport to here, and we're passing through different neighborhoods. I passed through those neighborhoods many times because I've been coming to Kampala for the past 25 years, pretty much every year. And I noticed those things, but this time I noticed it in a different way. I saw different spaces with Girls alphabet. Girls alphabet is an alphabet used in Ethiopia and Eritrea. So there are a lot of spaces. It feels like home for me because everything is in Girls. Those are businesses, those are buildings, those are community centers, those are churches. And it's not only the business, what we see, but there's a story behind it. There's a story of people that moved for one reason or another, and they rebuilt their lives. That's where rebuild also comes in. I was reflecting, it's urban space, it's our businesses, our thriving communities, and that's where rebuild comes in. I'm not going to go into what rebuild achieved. I think you have heard all that and you will hear more. But looking back, our partnership with IRC, it's not only a rebuild, it's not only the past 5 years, but it goes even before. It's almost a decade-long partnership. We started with a partnership in Kenya through a project called Billy, which was named after one of the IKEA famous bookshelves, Billy. And it was mainly focusing on urban livelihoods for refugees. And through that partnership, we got early evidence, early indications that if refugees are provided with the right partnership, the right supports, they can thrive. And based on that, that partnership has expanded to more individuals, both refugees and host communities in Nairobi and also in Kampala, reaching 20,000, more than 20,000 individuals at this moment. When you think of individuals, imagine the households, because there's a lot that will be impacted. Throughout this process, of course, when we start this one, I will focus on the rebuild. When we started, we wouldn't imagine how the world would look like now. Between then and now, a lot has happened. I'll mention 3 that affect all of us. COVID-19, it affected lives and livelihoods everywhere. War between Ukraine and Russia. It affected markets, and it increased cost of life for all of us. Recent budget cuts by different bilaterals, by governments, it affected the humanitarian sector. So throughout this time, we had plans that we made 5 years ago in an ideal scenario, in an ideal world, but that didn't work. So what did we do with Rebuild? We continuously make sure that our collaboration is based on flexible partnership from our side, flexible funding, and also adaptive partnership. One of the strengths that I saw from IRC is continuously adapting the situation, continuously listening to the people that they are working with, host communities, displaced communities, authorities, and come back with that solid information and try to adapt to change what has been planned. We changed a lot of things. If we have someone that was there at the beginning of the project and he left, and if you ask them the same question at this moment now, probably the only thing they will identify is the 20,000 and the amount of the budget. But even in terms of the budget, it was not a strict budget. There's a lot of flexibility. We're not attached to specific budget line, specific KPI, specific deliverable. We're focusing on realizing that potential through that partnership. As we come to the end of this partnership with IRC, it doesn't mean that the fruits will disappear, but the learning and the model of partnership that's built will continue. And we encourage others also to continue with the same spirit and energy. These are the things I want to say. But some of the things that always keeps me running when I think about Rebuild is the people that we meet. I met individuals that are part of village saving and loan associations, individuals that are creating online platforms for refugees to have access to information opportunities, individuals that are running a chicken farm in a small backyard and running a thriving business. And I just met Diana here from Burundi, who runs a fruit space. And the story that we heard from Fozia. These are what keeps us going, what keeps us running. And I think our colleague from the Ghana government also mentioned there are individuals, there are stories to it. So every time when we work, when we try to make adaptations, we always keep in mind there are individuals, there are stories behind it. Thank you very much. Before concluding that, I also want to highlight my colleague who has been working with me throughout this process, Laura, who is over there. You will hear from her, from the research angle. That's what Priscilla mentioned, that Laura asked her the right questions. She has been helping us in asking the right questions and also in supporting in the learning process. And I would like to thank her as well. And thank you, Priscilla. Thank you, everyone, for this great achievement and learning. Looking forward to learn from you. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, are there questions? Are we opening the... Should there be questions on this? We're just telling you the
We're just telling you the story. If you have questions, you can find us there.
Yeah. Thank you.
If you have questions, we'll find you during tea, during break time. But thank you so much, Lydia.
Thank you.
Okay, so now I continue. So I know, the last few months when we were preparing for this celebration, I could see some sad faces, some people putting their heads by their side, some people are talking about a closure. We always knew that at the end of the 5 years, there was going to be what we call the rebirth. Remember, team, remember, we always say this. There is going to be the rebirth of Rebuild. What does that mean? Because people have been saying, what is this? Is it another acronym? We know you IRC team members, you always have acronyms. The rebirth of Rebuild is exactly what you heard this morning. When you heard from our distinguished guests from the government of Kenya, our distinguished commissioner, really telling us that they are embracing the evidence, right? The lessons that have come out from the Rebuild program. Part and parcel now of OPM is what can we do for economic self-reliance for refugees. KCCA have just launched a strategy, which I think maybe sometime, our colleague Daniel is going to just give us snippets of what that strategy actually looks like in terms of inclusion of refugees. We have our dear colleagues from NCCG. Susan, hello. Hi. Again, with NCCG, we have what you call it, a refugee community inclusive strategy. They have even gone further. I think in the panel, we'll be hearing about what the city county of Nairobi is doing in terms of having inclusive city services for refugees. You will also hear, as the 2 days progress, from our partners that we have walked the journey with over the 5 years, how they have internalized in their organization programs, strategies, policies to include refugees. I want to give a big shout out to the IRC team. Well done. Well done. Our two partners, Elijah, the CD for Uganda, and Montasia, the CD for Kenya. Hello, you guys rock. We put a challenge, I think it's one of our program learning conferences. we had a round table with private sector. And they said, PD, people call me PD, Program Director Priscilla Dembetembe. PD, you and the Rebuild team, you are saying you want us to employ refugees. Do you, as IRC, have refugees as IRC staff? We internalized that. We took it to our two friends, and happy to say, as the IRC family, we actually have refugees as IRC staff. Kudos to you, Elijah and Montesia. So, I know Belinda is looking at me. Oh, there she goes. I can speak the whole day about Rebuild. So, I want to take this time to acknowledge the Rebuild family. The Rebuild has not just been the IRC. The IRC has been the lead of this family, the consortium that has walked the journey, the 5-year journey, in what you are hearing. The evidence that we have generated, the lessons that we have generated has been because of colleagues from these institutions. So what I'm going to do is to acknowledge you have before you the logos of the different partners that we have been working with, crying with at times, and now we are celebrating together. So colleagues from the government of Uganda, including KCCA, you can just wave so people can see you. Danielle, the OPM. Yeah, Godwin! Colleagues from the government of Kenya, including NCCG. Our implementing partners, Raising Abdo Foundation, Joanne and her team. Team from Bondeko and COED. If you are here, there you are, welcome. We have colleagues that we worked with from the Refugee-Led Organizations, the Makasi, La Africana, and the Grassroots Livelihood Support Center. If you are here, welcome. We also had partners that we implemented some innovative interventions. Frankie's Foundation, I'm not sure if they're here. We also had our partners, Pamoja Trust and Plavu. I think these ones are here. Yes, there you are. They were doing some fantastic work in terms of refugee integration at the community level. We will hear more as the days progress. We have our colleagues from JP Management Foundation. I'm not sure if they're here. Welcome. And then we had some robust private sector partners who were willing to test some of the innovative financial products, financial initiatives, which you'll hear more about. We have colleagues from Ugaford and Equity Bank. Peter and the team. Yes. And then we had a very strategic partner from Open Capital who walked the journey in terms of refining some of the methodology and some of the initiatives and some of the linkages under the program. I think Reza and the team are still on their way. They should have landed right now at the airport. So we will introduce them when they come. The next slide. As you heard, the Rebuild was about generating evidence. So a lot of work in terms of piloting, randomized control trials, and you'll hear more from the team maybe tomorrow. We had a whole group of academic partners, Princeton University, Rochester University, Guide, the Center for Global Development, that was under our first wave of the RCT. And currently we have another wave, the second wave of our RCT, which we are implementing with the Immigration Policy Lab from Stanford University, Makerere University, and then we have the Innovation for Poverty Action as our data collection firm. The team will take you through in terms of the roles of all these academic partners. So you will see that it has been a real family. So thank you so much, colleagues. We love you, and thank you for your support. Back to you, Belinda.
Thank you so much, PD. And for those of us who are here in the morning, if you remember, when I say 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So if you came late, you are wondering what's happening. So inquire around. For those who know, they know. If you don't know, forget about it. All right, so thank you so much, PD, for acknowledging the partners. They have indeed powered what we've been able to accomplish within Rebuild. So, and we celebrate you, all of our Rebuild partners. So we are going to try and recoup some time. So we've made a bit of changes to the program. And right now what we are going to do, we are going to proceed for a tea break. Then the session that we had on Define the Odds, we'll have it after tea. But do allow us to have a working tea break. So please take your tea and then come back and just have the tea as we continue. Is that okay? So that we try and recoup on time. But before we do break for tea, we as IRC really value your safety, all of us. So I'm going to invite Francis, the security manager from IRC here in Kampala, to just take at most 3 minutes, Francis, to just do a quick security brief, and then I'll take over and we usher you into tea. I'll tell you where the tea is being served from, and also the other amenities we have. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Abarini, are we all fine? My city was asking how many languages do we have between the two cities. Jambo. Hey, everybody knows Swahili. In IRC, we take your safety number 1, okay? And when you are here, be sure that we are behind everything and you are safe. And Kampala is like any other city. For our visitors from other cities, please, you take care. What happens in other cities also happens here. Crimes is common, and what we recommend is you use Uber when you need some town errands or when you want to unpack your Uganda package, you used Uber. And IRC is ready to take you wherever you are going, okay? As the commissioner puts it, Uganda is calm, but beside the calmness, we must be vigilant at all times for your safety, okay? We are going into national election, and the temperature is very high. You have been watching on TV. In IRC, we strive on neutrality, and let's be neutral at all times. Our dear visitors, avoid certain words you say at any time, because you don't know the person you are talking to. IRC, we value neutrality so much. We don't take sides in any political gathering to make us move forward with our programming. As I said, in IRC, Uganda's safety level is level 2. And level 2 means calm. It's yellow in color. Okay? Calm, but anything can happen anytime. So you need to control your movement, especially in the evening. Don't move so late, especially to our visitors who are from far. Don't move too late, but you can move around and see Kampala. Kampala is a very beautiful city, and is the pearl of what? Africa. You have heard about that? Uganda is the pearl of Africa, a very beautiful country in the African continent. You can enjoy all dishes that you want. You know, time is not our good ally. Please be safe. And we are behind everything. Don't be threatened. Be vigilant. Thank you so much and most welcome.
Thank you so much, Francis, for being very brief and also for highlighting the key things that we need to watch out for. So I will no longer take any more time between you and your tea, just to highlight where the tea will be served from. So if you get out from the main entrance, the tea is on the other side. But just a reminder as well, we do have some of our clients who are showcasing what they have. So please, and the dinner in the evening, so please also just pass by and check what they have and make your order for the African themed dinner. So please, let's proceed for tea. Thank you. Most welcome. Take your tea and then come back. All right, I'm being reminded also to share some of the other amenities we have. So if you need to use the lavatories, when you exit to your right, straight on.
Very powerful way and strategic way of empowering micro entrepreneurs among both the refugees and the nationals with low income.
We have had years of, humanitarian support, but donors, every meeting they're asking us, what evidence do you have to show that what you are implementing is working? They ask UNHCR, they ask OPM, because we are the conveners of the partners, what is working? So this opportunity really is good for us when we're able to show evidence.
This kind of information, this kind of data should never be left out just like that. It's something that we should pick on to support further engagement and also informing the policies, the framework within the space we are working in.
From where I sit in protection, this is what empowerment looks like. This is what meaningful empowerment really looks like. Economic support can reduce exposure, like I said, to gender-based violence. It can reduce early pregnancy. It takes us from any kind of survival-based decisions, and it creates space for confidence and stability.
We want also to recognize and appreciate the 2,000 entrepreneurs and the 600 mentors who made this study possible. Their willingness to participate and share their journey has generated insights that will influence programs and policies beyond Uganda.
I'd like to bring on Sarah Yuari, maybe to shed light on that, what your experience was. It may not be the same as the other clients. Just share your story with us, and maybe we need to understand the dynamics.
They are telling me, no, you can't start with 2M. Salon it is, you have to pay rent, license, and what. But I started with just one chair and one mirror. But what I know, I had a nice work. I trust that once I paint someone, I'll get more. And actually, that's what's happening now.
When I was introducing myself, I said it myself that I'm the evidence of the impact of the Rebuild program. Many programs here in Kampala that are helping refugees, most of the time they don't deliver as promised, but which was very different with this program that delivered at the exact time they promised, and which helps, of course, we entrepreneurs like me to plan well and to execute our business ideas as planned.
Also, there was mention of efficiency. I like the point that you are looking at cost and what came out of it. You see, that illustration is very important because you are not going to continue just doing training and training. What is that training? Is it actionable? Is it something that will change someone? So that discussion is healthy, especially at the point when we are thinking of improving programming.
Research programs help us to gather evidence that would help us to implement programs that work, that can be scaled up. So this is our message and our request and our appeal to the donors to fund cash-related projects, to fund cash plus mentorship, and also research projects that are able to scale up evidence.
In the bustling areas of Kampala, refugees are driving a new wave of activity. Divine Kamana came to Uganda 16 years ago. For most of that time, she sold jewelry on the streets, but now she owns a shop in downtown Kampala.
My life has changed. I can now pay my children's school fees without worry, and we no longer stress about food. I even help my husband with the home expenses. I paid back the old loan. I'm now in my third loan cycle and managing it well.
Supported by the Rebuild program, Divine was able to open her first bank account and get training and business advice. Her shop now holds inventory worth more than $1,300 of imported products. In another part of the city, Florence, also a Congolese refugee, is a hairstylist. She received a grant from Rebuild to boost her salon business.
The salon was almost collapsing, but when IRC gave me money, I transformed it, bought new leather seats, got modern hair treatment equipment, and this attracted more customers. We are always busy and making more money. I am so grateful.
Florence is taking the money she makes from the salon and putting it into a grocery store so she can have another income source. Uganda's progressive refugee policies grant freedom of movement, the right to work, and opportunities to start businesses. In the heart of downtown Kampala, this market is buzzing with new entrepreneurs, many of them refugees. It's not just about making money, it's about dignity, independence, and rebuilding from scratch. Beyond supporting refugees, Rebuild is unlocking new opportunities for Ugandans as well. Amina, a local beautician, used a loan to buy a dreadlock machine, and now she's growing her business one braid at a time.
I used to crochet a package that's enough for the head. It used to take me 2 days to complete it. But when I'm using this machine, it takes me 2 hours when I'm done. So I can work on 3 people a day.
Since its launch in 2021, the program has created opportunities for more than 10,000 refugees and local nationals in Uganda. But with less money coming in from donors for refugee assistance, self-reliance programs like Rebuild are more urgent than ever.
To be able to look after yourself, say in a city like Kampala, you have to be engaged in some productive activity. Yeah, so that's why we are trying to promote this productivity, economic productivity, so that they are able to utilize the skills that they bring from.
maintaining this progress requires ongoing support. Mike Balekes, Kampala.
So for the ones inside, thank you for obeying. Reza, most welcome. Good to see you. All right. We've actually come to the door, so if you can hear this announcement, please come in with your tea. Hello, please come in with your tea. Your tea from, don't leave it. I am ushering you in. Bonnie. So, hello once again. I hope we enjoyed our tea and the sumptuous meal that is outside. So for those who are still outside and coming in, please do come with your tea because we want to start off. And allow me to welcome my co-hosts, my co-memory creator, who will be taking us through the other session of Define the Odds, a reflection of the hurdles that the Rebuild project has had to overcome. So, for those who came in late, I know you're wondering when I say 1, 2, 3, what these guys are doing. So, because I do not want to be unfair and punish you or exclude you, so when I say 1, 2, 3, you turn to the person to your left or your right and give them a hi. So 1, 2, 3. Awesome. Karibu Belinda.
Thank you so much, Anto, for that. And thank you so much, everyone, for heeding to our call to have a working session. We would have wanted to allow as much time for networking. I could hear the stories were starting to become sweeter. And as we say in Swahili, they were starting to catch, but we had to break that. So thank you so much for honoring and coming back. Feel free to enjoy your tea. Feel free to go for your refill if you want to, and we'll get the sessions going on. So I will not take so long because I want us to move very quickly in the afternoon sessions. Anthony and I have taken the challenge to help us regain time somehow. Will you help us? We can't do it, the two of us. Guys are not nodding or anything. Are we on our own or we're together? We are together? Thank you so much. I want to tell you a story. Nancy, you and I are going to be good friends now. Yeah. So I want to tell you a story. And this is a beautiful story. It's a beautiful story of a beautiful journey by a beautiful community of partners, of clients, of funders, and of friends. And the setting for my story is about 2020, 2021, where a beautiful program has just been born. The whole community, the whole sector is excited For those of us who were working together in 2020, 2021, there was a big buzz. Every room, rebuild is coming. So a lot of excitement. And what Rebuild was starting with was the best design possible. Like we were told, 9 months where the best designers came into play. So we had the best design, we had solid risk management plans and contingency measures. We thought of everything, then we rethought, we drafted, we redrafted, and we had everything that we needed. We had a bold strategy, we had powerful partnerships, and we had a very generous investment from our friend, the IKEA Foundation, which was actually, I think, may still be one of the largest investments in urban refugee livelihoods to date. So, you know, such a beautiful setting. What can go wrong? It's said to be a very wonderful, powerful, impactful journey, right? So with such impeccable planning, we were set. And so we said, rebuild, let's go. And we are going. But...
Not so fast, Belinda. Not so fast. COVID-19 happened, remember? What we went through in 2020 was an experience, all experiences that many of us would wish to forget. In 2021, we were still suffering the effects of the lockdowns that the governments of Uganda and Kenya put in place as part of the control measures for the pandemic. So we were still suffering from those lockdowns. And we had to observe the standard operating procedures that the ministries of health put in place. More specifically, the social distancing and wearing of masks. So as new Rebuild staff at the time, we had to deal with these challenges of working in these kind of circumstances. So it was difficult for us. So when we had to work remotely, for example, this was a new way of working that was challenging for us at the time. And then when we had opportunities to actually meet as a team, we also had to stand 2 meters from each other. We had to address each other through the masks. And remember during that time as well, when somebody sneezed or coughed, that was scary. So that was us now. We also had the clients whom we were preparing to serve, for whom this beautiful program had been designed. They also suffered extensively from this pandemic. They lost businesses during this lockdown. They lost lives, lost loved ones. A lot was happening. And as program staff, we also had to understand them and join them in trying to figure out what to do together to make their lives better. And on top of that, the economies also suffered. The economies in Kampala, in Nairobi, and the countries at large. It was really a difficult time at that point.
True. Thank you so much, David. So that was the context that the Rebuild program was born in. But you know what? We knew that our clients needed us then more than ever. So we said, okay, we buckled down. We figured out. Is he back? Yeah. Another mic. So we figured out how to navigate the COVID-19 setbacks, and then we said, now, for real, we are set, we are on our way. Yeah?
Decisions are at a pause. Programs are slowing down. Every single thing that we do is in line with politics. What do?
We learn, we adapt, we put our contingency measures into play, which we did, and then we were set. We said, okay, the elections are now over. We have a good 5 years ahead of us, so let's keep pushing on. Onwards to what? To success. And we're really, really doing it. Until.
not so fast, Belinda, we were not yet there. Talk about the great financial plot twist of 2022, the cost of living crisis. If you all remember, prices for commodities, even basics, went up. They really skyrocketed, and this was across the region and also across the world. So the prices went up, and our clients had to make very difficult decisions. Do I stay on and continue with my training, or do I drop out or skip for today to earn an extra coin? They also had to make decisions of whether, do I restock my business, or do I use this money to buy food for the week? Our teams really also felt the pinch of the situation. We were all in the same inflation boat, paddling really hard to stay afloat.
That's true, Scholar. Thank you for stopping me there. And it's true, I remember that was for the first time for anyone from Nairobi. That was for the first time that a packet of ugali, the flour for making ugali, became a luxury item. A staple food was hard to afford, even for neighbors, for everyone. It went up by 3 times the cost. So it was really a tough time. But thankfully, we are resilient. We said it's okay. We really put in measures to support our clients. We launched multipurpose cash assistance programs to make sure that we could brave through all that period, including the COVID-19 time. So at this point, we are feeling really good. And we said, fine, onwards. Here we go towards
I'm back
success.
again. I'm back again.
You again.
Yes. So with elections in Kenya, we are back to that part. And this time around, there's a shift in policy focus. What do you have to?
Thank you so much. I love that she smiles when she says it's me again. And true enough, the elections in Kenya almost ran our programs to a standstill. We were supposed to launch an RCT that was very time sensitive, but we had to slow down and we lost months in our programming during that time. But again, we are very resilient. We are very resilient. We deployed contingency measures. We replanned with our research partners. We replanned with our implementing partners. And now we say the 2 elections which were in our contingency plans are over. We are set for a beautiful program in the next coming years. And so onwards, we went towards success.
Whoa,
yeah?
whoa. Wait. How about Mother Nature? Remember 2022? The delayed rains that came. With the delayed rains came a very long drought that caused further food insecurity for our refugees and host communities. This forced most of the communities and the hosts to spend more, further straining even the financial resources that they already had. This even pushed more of the refugees to move from the camps into larger cities like Nairobi and Kampala in search of better livelihoods. Most even speculated that the world was going to end because the droughts were so long.
It's true. I know God is shying off from mentioning one of the reasons why we thought the world was ending. I don't know if colleagues from Nairobi remember the locust. And the locust is what we were saying, this truly at the end time. Sorry, guys. But even with that, we said what? We are resilient. We kept moving on. And,
Hey, I'm here. Remember we had the Ukraine-Russia wars? Yes, this set us up back because it was wars that were happening far, far beyond our borders, right? But they had a ripple effect in our own East African communities. We had fuel prices skyrocketing, which in turn led to the cost of almost all supplies going up, yeah? The ugali flour that Belinda was talking about, ugali is a local delicacy in Kenya. I know the commissioner said the pineapples were sweeter in Uganda than Kenya. Well, I agree there, but also our ugali is sweeter than your posho. So the ugali that is a basic commodity ended up being very expensive. And you can imagine if we ourselves felt the pinch, what about the clients that we serve, yeah? They had to shut down their businesses just as a mechanism, as a means of survival. And to our programs, well, we had the losses from the Forex, yeah? And this meant that we had to...
And we were able to recalibrate, we rebudgeted, we made some leaning decisions to make sure that we're still able to serve our clients. And we said, you know what, thankfully, we are very resilient. So we adapted, we rebudgeted, and we said, now we are set. And we were ready to keep going, and we were set for success.
Wait a minute. I
need to sit down. Now I'm getting tired.
I feel sad coming back as Mother Nature. At the beginning, I came as a drought, very long drought. But 2024 presented the opposite again. First, it was the extreme drought. This time, it was never before seen floods in Nairobi City. The floods caused loss of life and damaged property. This even pushed the vulnerable host communities and refugees to once again go back to the drawing board and start rebuilding their lives from scratch again. We thought we had made progress, but all this was washed away within just a few days of extreme weather, flooding. We once again were presented with the effects of climate change being seen firsthand and experienced by the hosts and clients that we do serve.
God, I'm hoping no one else is standing up. I want to finish this story. I'm also out of breath. So, it's true. That happened, and I think the Nairobi County can attest to what it was to secure lives and businesses during that period. So thank you so much for that. And after that, we said, you know, we are resilient. We are able to adapt, and we did that. And so we said, now, for sure, we are set. And onwards, we were, you know, ready and going forward.
No, Belinda, you're forgetting about the Gen Z demonstrations in Kenya. The socio-political unrest that happened in Kenya shook things up, literally. Safety concerns, movement restrictions, places where we had worked, where we lived, where we had worked became no-go zones. We had to hold trainings, forums with clients had to come to abrupt stop, and clients lost their income streams. They lost business opportunities. They also experienced unexpected business closures. But even in these hard times, we remained resilient. Our clients remained resilient. We were able to keep in touch with one another. We really did share updates, and we kept hope going. We found ways to keep moving, even if on the worst days it was just moving from one safe corner to the next.
Thank you so much, Scholar. And that, I think, is the end of our turmoil. And true enough, Scholar, we were resilient. We were really tested between 2021 and 2024. But we stayed strong. We really adapted. Our contingency measures were really tested. But then we said, you know what? I'm sure the universe will be kind to us. After 4 years of really going through a lot of challenges and turmoil, we were 100% sure the universe was going to be kind and to reward us with a very peaceful 2025 for us to be able to wrap up the program with ease. And we named it our year of implementing with pleasure, I remember. And so I think that's where our story ends, and we said, oh no, we've done a good job, right?
Belinda, there's still more in store for you. In 2025, there was a shockwave that left no stone unturned, and that was the US government stock work order. Many of you felt the effect, the impact. I remember that morning, many felt scared that the next month they would go back home. The effect was not only felt among organizations, but it was also felt among the refugees in the community. Services dwindled, basic needs support dwindled. As IRC in our office in Kampala here, we had an increase in the number of clients coming to office. In a week, we'd have close to 100 clients coming for support. I remember I was a protection officer, and in a day, I would have close to 10 clients wanting basic needs support, asking for rent.
You're right. Indeed, it was a very difficult time. But we've weathered that, and we are good to go. And we said, now, we are really set. Right? Seems like we've weathered all that we can weather, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So we said onwards, we are going up for success.
Belinda and the beautiful Rebuild program, there's still more. Still in the year 2025, we had insecurities across the East African region. If you remember the conflict in the Democratic Republic of Congo, the M23 sent refugees flocking to the East African community. We still have the war in Sudan ongoing, the war in Southern Sudan. We had a big influx of refugees flowing in the cities of Nairobi and Kampala. As I speak of today, we have close to 160,000 refugees in Kampala City. So you can feel the dire situation. The cities became a beacon of hope. Refugees felt that with the dwindling funds in the settlements, the cities became a beacon of livelihoods to receive money for support. And remember, KCCA was not well prepared for this with the increasing numbers. So it left refugees with more need of programs like Rebuild to support their livelihoods. I hope I don't come back. Thank you.
I hope you don't come back. Thank you so much for that. Indeed, it has been an eventful 5 years. And one thing we've always said within Rebuild, we learned after a couple of instances that it's never a dull moment in Rebuild. And that's a statement that even our partners here say a lot. Whenever something happens, we came up with this slogan to remind us that, we are resilient and we can keep on. So we always said it's never a dull moment within Rebuild. It's been a sprint, a very long journey. But, Nancy, can go to the next one. Yeah, but even with all of these setbacks, we really pressed on. And we were able to make a lot of progress that we'll talk about today, including, I remember after losing the first year of programming, we really sprinted to a point where we surpassed actually our target for the clients we needed to reach by 105%. Not surpassed by 100, we surpassed by 5%, but during the 4th year of programming. And the team could not believe it because I think we were just braced for things are always going to come. And so we really pressed on, stepped on the gas pedal and really moved. So we've done a lot and we've run a very successful program that we are going to talk about more today. We've walked a rich, meaningful journey with the two governments, which we are very, very proud of. And we've contributed to really meaningful change in many lives, and we want to celebrate that. But we also acknowledge that these bumps were not unique to Rebuild. Even as we speak of them now and share them from a Rebuild lens, we appreciate that they were affecting the whole sector. Other partners here, and the clients were here as well. So even as we celebrate the Rebuild journey, we do want to take a moment and celebrate even the other sector actors here that we know were braving these same challenges, and we actually came together to coalesce around going through these speed bumps, yeah? So congratulations to the full partnership from our clients, to our partners, really to our teams that were doing the hard work in the front lines, and to really the IKEA Foundation for walking the journey with us. So help me to give a round of applause to all of these colleagues that braved this journey. Please also help me to appreciate my co-facilitators. Thank you so much, Okot, Gad, Scholar, Aisha, David, and Doris. And at this point, I do want to segue us into the next session that we can now start doing a deep dive of evidence that we've covered through the next 5 years. And this first session is looking at measurement. Like Priscilla said, measurement and testing were a very key part of our program. We are really proud of the investment that we were able to make as a program. I know many programs speak about minimal financing to test, minimal financing to measure. We had nothing but abundance, and we've been able to do a lot with our measurement endeavors. And I want to invite Eve to come and take us through the first evidence spotlight. A round of applause as she comes. which is going to focus on measurement and give us a highlight of what we've learned over 5 years of programming. Most welcome, Eve.
Thank you so much, Belinda. And you did. Oh, yes. So thank you so much. Good morning. I guess it's still morning, everyone. So what we want, I want to share with us today is basically not just numbers. I know sometimes when you're called the measurement team, we talk about numbers, but genuinely we are here today to celebrate a journey that has actually put evidence at the core of decision making. We have seen Rebuild program using data, using evidence to make decisions across the 5 years that we have been here. And so Rebuild is one of the programs and IRC that has one of the best measurement strategies, if not the best, one of the best measurement strategies, honestly speaking. Because number one, 60% of our clients are in randomized controlled trials. These are clients that, apart from just receiving microenterprise support, are helping us develop, evidence that can support the whole industry, the whole sector, helping us to just see what works and what doesn't work. And what Priscilla said is quite important. We have not shied away from sharing what works, what doesn't work. The remaining 40% that now going forward, probably you'll hear me call them non-RCT clients. These clients have actually, we have seen these, we sample them at 30% and oversample at 35%. This is where we have longitudinal monitoring, and we do not only take snapshots. We follow the clients from baseline 3 months. We look at the change across the years. We have seen change, my friends. So really, Rebuild is not just a program. We really made sure that we saw change along the years. And some of the seasons, we could see stagnancy. That journey you're seeing there is not just theory. We experienced it. And you would go to meetings, you don't even know what you're going to say. Because for 6 months, nothing is moving. And people think it's M&D. I'm telling you, we experienced a lot of, we've seen growth. And so again, beyond longitudinal monitoring, we monitor key performance indicators. We also monitor self-reliance. You have heard that self-reliance is one of our core businesses. We set out to really know the clients, to ensure that our clients are social and economically self-reliant. So we measure self-reliance through longitudinal monitoring. We also measure, general well-being, livelihood coping strategy index. We measure all that using our longitudinal monitoring process. Apart from that, we also not only do the quantitative surveys, the RCT, but also we complement our surveys with stories. Stories from qualitative learning, stories from, journey maps. We talk to clients, stories that actually show us what is it behind this data? What is it behind what you're seeing in real, why are we seeing now a shift in this place? So really, that has also been a very powerful tool that we have used over time. Apart from that, we also focus on client-centeredness. Apart from the IRC just putting clients at the core, Rebuild actually ensured that not only did we focus on feedback, KPIs and all that, we also focused on, the feedback from clients. And this actually informed a lot of decisions. For example, even when we come to this year, when we were doing measurements, we actually involved clients to tell us, how would you like, how do you see these tools that we use? How do you see these questions that we use? And clients shared feedback that we actually implemented in our measurement strategy. Clients came in and told us, I don't like the way you ask some of these intrusive questions. For example, questions when we talk about, household, when we talk about household health status. They say, why are you asking us these questions and you're not even providing health to us? And yet we need those questions for self-reliance. And so we had to come around and involve our clients, and involve, our enumerators, train our enumerators how to ask these questions. We also had enumerators who are refugees to just support with the process and also just ensure that everybody felt included. And our response rate for some of those questions moved from actually 60%, and the response rate moved to over 90%. So that was quite a big change that we saw involving clients. And of course, as I said, we have also ensured that decision-making is at the core. We have seen, for example, year 3. Our data actually informed the decisions that we made year 3, year 4, and year 5. So really, our data has also been speaking to us very proactively in terms of decision making. And again, as I said, this is not just about data and all that. We have seen support from the technical support. I'm telling you, when we stand here, IRC has think tanks. Technical support, you just have an idea and you reach out to this technical team. Everybody, these people just wake up every day to go and sit and think about how can we make our clients feel better? How can we work with our clients better? So apart from that, we use ComCare data visualization tool, real-time data visualization, that even if we surveyed you today, we will see that outcome in the dashboard. And that has helped with the decision making. So really, as you can see, we are not just about people, but we are not just about data, but we see people and also learning and adaptations and also change. That one there, ladies and gentlemen, is worth celebrating, right? Yes. So Belinda said we set out to reach 20,000 clients. Yes, but we surpassed, and she said that now we have reached about 105%. It is not even that, Belinda, you are forgetting. Yes, we have served over 21,000 clients as we speak, as I stand before you. And these are clients that have not only received services, but have received meaningful services that actually are working for them. Clients have certificates, clients have businesses that are running. So we have seen 21,000 plus clients. Our refugee-led organizations, currently as we speak, have served in our fifth year. We did not set out to only reach out to serve more clients, but through our partners, in our bid to scale up, in our bid for sustainability, we are working with our refugee-led organizations. And as we speak, 1,400 clients, who are not included in this number you are seeing here, have been served already. Apart from that, we also you heard Bwana Waziri when he was speaking, talking about our influence and advocacy, where we work with KCCA, NCCG. Numbers keep on ballooning, and yes, these are just not numbers, people who are showing impact. And we have seen not only more than, right now, for example, he's talked about 2,400 direct clients being served by NCCG. That number is definitely more. So yes, we have served over more than 21 clients with meaningful services. And yes, you've heard 88% of them are in income-generating activities. Applause for us again. 88% are in income-generating activities. And this does not come easily. We have seen in year 1, I want to draw your attention to year 3 and year 4. When you see Belinda and team presenting that journey there, we worked, we had to involve a lot, we had to put in so much gear. Year 3 and year 4, you look at even that spike that we see and all that, there was a lot of interventions that had to come in. When we looked at only, 54% in year 2, end of year 2 was involved in income-generating activities, we actually decided that, and I'm sure my service delivery counterparts will talk more about this, a lot was done. We upgraded, we upscaled financial inclusion. We did maybe post-bridging services. They will speak more about it. Soft skills. And so that one is what you're seeing. They are representing as progress over time. This one, of course, had a lot of intervention. So we have 52% of our clients in self-reliance, 48% in wage-based employment. And apart from that, 82% of these clients in self-employment under microenterprise support still have their businesses running from a baseline of 55%. So you can imagine, that is amazing. Let's applause for that. So I wanted to just share with us to just show you the trend. That's why I'm saying if you focus on year 2 and year 3, let's say 2023, 2024, there's a story behind it. And that is what I was talking about. We had seen, what can we do? And that is why when you see some of us, PD, Priscilla, talking with passion and looking at the journey that we had run, these numbers speak for themselves. We saw a lot between year 3 and year 4, a lot of intervention. What can we do to make things work? What can we do despite these challenges? And we saw a lot of progress, even as we can see clearly as it is. And as we speak right now, there's not much disparity between refugees and hosts. But one thing that maybe I would be able to pick is that we are seeing more women and in both Kenya and Uganda being in self-employment. We are also seeing a lot of host communities in wage employment, especially in Uganda. And some of our top sectors that really, and you can even see from out there, the top sectors that we can say that most of our clients are in clothing and footwear. We have food and drink, restaurants, anything related to food. We have beauty and cosmetics. We saw here Fauzia talking about salon. And we have, of course, wholesale and retail shops. These sectors occupy almost 80% of our clients, both at wage and also self-employment. Income, savings, and also working days. These are one of the key indicators that we were measuring as Rebuild. And we have seen 49% of our clients reporting having increased income. So what are we saying? We set a target of 50%. That shows you that we just reached a 50% mark. And of course, we understand the challenges that we have seen. We have seen the journey back and forth. Savings, we also set savings to be 50%, and we reached 40%, again based on the behind the scenes, post-COVID lingering effects. When we talk about, job losses, these clients have actually, we see this and we pride ourselves knowing that, honestly, these clients have done well. We have seen clients working more and more days. We started from about around 65% clients working more than 8 days in a month. Right now, we are at 80%. And yes, more needs to be done because sometimes we see more clients working more and more, and it is not commensurate with even the income. It's not commensurate with even the savings that we are seeing. But again, we really pride ourselves that we have seen progress over time. And so I'm moving on to self-reliance. Self-reliance, let me dwell there a bit, and I will give you a heads up when you need to move. So in terms of self-reliance, what is self-reliance? You heard Priscilla talking about self-reliance being our core business. We wanted our clients to ensure that they are economically and socially self-reliant. So self-reliant, of course, as defined by many entities, UNHCR, self-reliance initiative is defined as a social and economic ability of an individual, of a community, of a household, in our case, clients, to essentially meet, to social and economically meet their essential needs, that is protection, health, food, water, shelter, and education. They meet their essential basic needs, in a dignified and in a sustainable manner. So that is where we were heading. So how did we then get to a point where how did we know that our clients are actually achieving self-reliance? We used a tool called Self-Reliance Index. This is a tool that has a score of 5-point score, and it assesses several domains, 12 in particular. So number one of the domains, the 4 first domains, that is food, housing, education, healthcare, are measured under basic needs. And Rebuild, yes, have an impact there, indirect impact, but our interventions do not actually revolve around those 4 areas. Our interventions come in the second 4 domains. That is how basic needs are being met. And one of them is employment. As you heard in year 1, we did a lot of vocational training, apprenticeship. So we did a lot of employment interventions. We also did financial resources. That is another domain that we talk about. And also assistance, of course, when our clients are still dependent on us. So we supported. And also in terms of debt management through our financial inclusion and also de-risking facilities. So we have actually done most of our activities, most of our interventions are in this second pillar of this domain. So the last 4 also, we have done it partially where we look at the sustainability element. Will the clients really be able to meet their basic needs 1 year post being with the program? So we look at also sustainability and we look at savings. That is where our program, the Rebuild program actually intervenes actively in this. We also look at social capital, that is relational social capital, financial social capital, and of course we look at areas such as health status and safety. Rebuild doesn't do that. So what did we do that we were in self-reliance? So as I said, self-reliance is a 5-point score, but Rebuild based on, consultations with the experts, self-reliance initiative experts, we settled at a score of 3.5. Of course, based on all those, the situations and the challenges that we were seeking. So we measured two key indicators. Number one is, one of the work indicators is we want to see how many clients are moving past the 3.5 mark. That one is those clients that have actually seen that we can actually say now they are self-reliant. Of course, that is still at the bare minimum, but we can actively say that at least they are able to sustain themselves. So we have seen 40% of our clients being able to sustain themselves from a target of 50%. Yes, but again, this is amazing. We started from a baseline of 20%. We started from a baseline of 20%, and now we are seeing 40% of our clients at 3.5 score and above, and 17% of them actually scoring even higher. And you can actually see for yourselves, when some of our clients have already transitioned to being employers, this one could not be truer. Of course, we also measure improvement in itself. How many clients have actually shown improvement in their self-reliance score? And yes, 68% of our clients have shown improvement in terms of their livelihood standards, in terms of their self-reliance. So 6 out of 10 clients that we serve actually can say that they have actually improved their livelihood standards. So I just wanted to mention, that is amazing. That is indeed amazing. 6 out of 10. Every 10 clients that we serve, 6 of them can actually say, I can stand on my feet, and I'm doing a little bit better than you started with me. So some of the points that we have seen the domains move so drastically. Financial social capital. And I've told you, these are the areas that we actually invested in year 3 and year 4. Financial social capital through our financial inclusion programming. We see financial resources. We have seen employment and relational social capital. The USLAs are not only, areas where clients borrow and save money, but also they are social entities. When clients come from there, they have friends who are Kenyans, friends who are Burundians, friends who are Ugandans, friends who are Congolese, and that one has made life much better. When you ask them, if you are in a place where you need money urgently right now, is there anywhere you can go to get support? These clients will actually tell you, right now, I will go to Equity. I will go to my friend. I know a group that I can go to. And that is why I'm telling you, when we add with the storytelling, the complement, our qualitative learning exercises, these ones come out so strongly because we understand now even why we moved in these core domains that I'm sharing here. I wanted to just mention a little bit on debt. That is the domain where we moved the least. Why did we move this domain, the least possible movement? We have seen increase in all, but debt actually moved the least because When we measure this domain, we ask the clients, is there any debt that you're still holding, that you're still incurring right now? And as you can see, we are doing loan guarantee fund, we are doing USLL, encouraging, responsible borrowing and savings, but these clients are borrowing, so they are still in debt. But one thing that my colleagues will share with you, that we are seeing over 97% of repayment rate in some of the domains. And again, assistant domain, we have seen a very big spike in the assistant domain, showcasing that most of our clients are now shying away from, being dependent on assistance. So that is quite an amazing thing, and it aligns with what we are seeing in self-reliance. Thank you so much. Maybe you can clap for us for that very quickly. Yes, so in terms of the next one, kindly, I have two more slides that I want to move on very, very quickly. So again, this is just a supporting visual that I wanted to share with us. We did a quality of life ladder with our clients, where we ask clients, this is just a well-being survey or assessment. We ask our clients, you rate yourself from 0 to 10, whereby 0 is the worst possible life you can ever think of, and 10 being your best possible life you can ever think of. Majority of our clients actually place themselves between step 4 and step 6, as you can see, and clearly this is in relation to even what we are seeing. So majority of our clients are saying, yes, I'm doing very well, but again, there are still challenges. There are still challenges that I'm grappling with, and that is why we don't see them at step 7, step 9, or step 10. So again, that is something that we need to see. In terms of livelihood coping strategy, these ones I'm just sharing to support what we are talking about. And livelihood coping strategy basically measures, how our clients deal with shocks, livelihood shocks that actually they have on a day-to-day basis. We have stress coping strategies, we have crisis coping strategies, and we have emergency coping strategies. When we talk about stress coping strategies, these are maybe somebody going deeper into their pockets to eat their savings or borrowing. Then we talk about crisis coping strategies. This is when somebody starts selling non-productive assets, for example, or taking their kids out of school, but in the evenings working to work, and an emergency now becomes you are not even able to bounce back in the near future. When you sell productive assets, when you pull children completely out of school, to get income for the family, now we see we are struggling. And we can see that we have seen a reduction on all this. I want to draw our attention to the neutral bit, just a little bit, where we see most of our clients are the orange bar there. We have seen more of our clients now using neutral coping strategies. And this is quite, it relates closely with what we are seeing with our SRI and with our livelihood, with our well-being, quality of life ladder. So this is where now we are just coping normally. Like, for example, here, you are eating maybe pizza every weekend, but now you're able to just eat maybe once a month, or you have reduced the number of eating meat. The normal coping strategies that you would actually go for. And our clients, that category is blooming. That is quite great. So applause again. That is amazing. The last bit is I&M measurement. We have talked about very nice things. But I&M measurement, we did struggle a little bit. We did struggle, but I'm so happy that we came out stronger. Again, as I said, we have a very strong technical support. We did come out stronger. And one of the things that we did for our I&A work, influence and adoption work, we developed what we call an SCR tracker, activity commitments, and results tracker. This tool, we domicile it in ComCare, and now we are able to visualize I&A work. When people are struggling, yes, we are still struggling a little bit because you must also have knowledge about thematic and content analysis, but we have weathered the storm. We are still in that phase where the technical team are supporting us, and we are doing a lot of support with the influence and adoption work because they're doing amazing work, but we are not able to measure. When you hear KCCA talking, when you hear NCCG talking, they are doing amazing work, but sometimes we struggle. So what did you go to the meeting to discuss? Sometimes we struggle with this measurement, and we have come to that bit where now when Irene, our I&A coordinator, goes out, she can actually talk proactively and say, 20% of our activities are leading to transformative change, 10% leading to, limited change. And now she talks with authority. Because we can go back to data and see that this is actually what we did. We have a backing. And so, ladies and gentlemen, that is a session that is worth celebrating. I'm going to invite my friend, my colleague, Ramsey, to just share with us cost analysis, a bit of it, so that we can wrap it up, and then you ask us easy questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Evelyn. Good morning, everyone. I'm presenting cost analysis results from a series of interventions that were implemented between 2021 to 2022 on a small scale, but we also had on a large scale between 2022 to 2024. They are tested through randomized control trials. In order for us to measure cost efficiency and cost effectiveness, we used a retrospective ingredients approach from Anta's perspective. And our analysis actually based on staff time, was expenditure, and was based on prevention monitoring data. So what can we learn from the small scale interventions? And of course, these small scale interventions, among others, included the vocation training, the value chains, skills certification and accreditation, bridging services for the employment and for the employment, and internship. In both Kenya and Uganda, as you can see, the cost per client varied. But from these interventions, we learned that it's important to address market and legal barriers before designing these interventions. The other key learning point was that it is better to build strong partnerships with the private sector and socialize these interventions with the private sector, because we realized that it's expensive for the private sector to buy in, so there's a need to create that more. And build strong partnerships with government partners who can also help improve on the market and legal conditions, help subsidize training institutions, and or even make it a bit free, and streamline certification and accreditation process. The other, the small scale interventions was to find ways to improve coordination with the local and international NGOs to avoid duplication, but also divide responsibilities to technical expertise in the various areas. For the small-scale interventions, we also did evaluate the cost efficiency and cost effectiveness. Could you please move the slide? We also evaluate the cost efficiency and the cost effectiveness of the large-scale interventions. And the question as to whether mentorship is cost-effective, in addition to what we had as cash or business grants to to the clients, we realized that on top of the cash grants that we had, actually mentorship increased the cost by 300 to 400 euros per client compared to cash only. But when you add mentorship to cash grants, we do not find it to be more cost efficient or cost effective than providing cash grants, given the small effects that were observed in Kenya and no effects observed at all in Uganda. We also, that was for wave one when we looked at between Kenya and Uganda. So we also had a wave two of these interventions where now we added network groups to the cash grants. And as to whether the network groups were cost or are cost effective, the network groups increased the cost by per client by 150 euros compared to the cash grants only. But we can conclude and say, yes, these can be cost effective to cash grants because we observe in business ownership and business collaboration when compared to the cash grants only in both Kenya and Uganda. However, if a program's goal is to improve business profits, the cash grants only can be cost effective. So this is what I can share from the cost analysis that we did. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ramsey. A round of applause. I wanted to, did you hear the energy, the passion, and the speed when Eve was speaking?
Yes.
Did you hear? And the speed, she was trying to fit 5 years of data in, I think we gave her about 15 minutes and she did a good job. And also Ramsey is a researcher, so he has tried, as much as there are things he said there that even me were a bit, I have questions about the definition. Thank you, Ramsey. I know you've really tried to break that down to what we could, to the most layman possible for us. So thank you so much for that. I think the main points were clear and they came through strongly. Eve said, ask easy questions. That's what you said, eh? So let's see if they are going to be easy or they are going to be complex. I was even wondering, Eve, you left the meeting wondering, what is I&A? And Ramsey, what is ingredient measurement? Yeah? So these are things to talk about maybe later during lunch, and we can unpack a bit more. But I think it was really clear to see around cash particularly. I think that's one of the key messages that Rebuild is contributing into the sector in terms of the body of knowledge, that cash really is king, particularly during this season. I want us to transition into a Q&A. Don't worry, we are not doing so bad on time. Actually, thank you so much for coming in for the working session. We've been able to recover a little bit of time. So I want us to transition into a very quick Q&A. And I think, Anthony, let me know if you have some questions coming in through the virtual participants as well.
All right, we'll check on the virtual participants, Belinda. But before we even get to the Q&A, just as an applause to the numbers guru, Belinda, and being that, they are mathematicians and they say numbers don't lie, right? So we'll do a factorial appreciation. Do you know a factorial appreciation? All right, so you'll just follow my lead. For those who know the 4 factorial, let's go. 1, 2, we go like 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 1. Awesome. So We'll give chance to maybe 2 or 3 questions in the house, and then also check online. Nancy, you're helping us with that. So, Eve said go easy on her. So, who's the first to go easy?
So that you can tag team. Yeah.
Hello. Thank you for the presentation. I really don't think I can use this because it's not working. Okay, I'm Rita, and thanks for the presentation. 2 quick questions. One, first, I think congratulations, because really your results are interesting to look at, especially the ones on wage. I've not seen a program so successful having wage rates that high, so I thought it was really outstanding. The second thing is more that is shocking because of all the evidence I've seen in this world so far, since I was born. Mentorship is the glue of economic inclusion programs. So your mentorship didn't add anything, it cost more, and it didn't have any results. So I'm curious to know what exactly is the ingredient of your mentorship. And then the network groups, just to understand what's the ingredient as well. What does it mean when you say network groups? Thank you.
Thank you very much. A very good presentation. Very appreciated. I'm Andrew Agumba. I work with UNHCR Kenya. She has picked one of my questions, but then my 2 other questions. One is on the domains that didn't work or that didn't perform so well. And one of them is debt, and the other one is health. From the learnings, I have not seen how we can literally link livelihood or economic inclusion support to ensure that these outcomes are also covered. Because I think if there is one area that literally pushes people back to their pockets and their savings is when people spend on health out of pocket. And so there is no strong link to social insurance with the livelihood interventions to ensure that the populations that we are covering are also covered in terms of social health security and also the debt part. I would love to hear if there was any finding on that. My second question, and I think I'll reiterate what she said after my second question. In terms of the cost analysis, we have seen different levels of cost-benefit analysis and how they performed, but I didn't hear it in terms of return to investment in terms of dollar cost. Like, how did you really measure the cost analysis without linking it to the dollar cost? Like, if we invested on this program alone, this was the return to investment. If we invested in this and added this, this was the return to investment. So I think, as he was saying, numbers don't lie. We may need to tighten that a bit to see the return to investment so that it can really make sense. The last one that ties to her question was actually on the networks. I agree, cash works. But he also spoke, I can't remember his name well, but the guy who came after you, Eve, spoke to the different interventions around cash only, cash plus training, and all how these other components worked. And he emphasized that there is need to actually ensure that there is training also or skills enhancement. But then we're saying cash plus skills really didn't deliver a lot. So I would still love to hear how cash maybe plus skills or cash plus networking and all others are looking differently. My very, very last, and this is coming from the very earlier presenters, This is about the shocks, when the big story was being told. Shocks. Because everyone was speaking, after every mic was speaking about shocks and how shocks were coming into the intervention. I didn't hear out well in the story how we were actually responding to those shocks. Like how we were reprogramming to ensure that as shocks were coming along in our journey, how we were evolving in our programs to ensure that we were also shock responsive in a way to ensure that these livelihood programs literally picked up. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Andrew. So we'll take one last question, but we're also getting a request that as you ask your question, please stand so that the camera team may be able to capture you well for the sake of the people who are watching online. And again, we ask if you can just limit it to maybe 1 or 2 questions at most, so that we also give opportunity to as many people as we can. So Peter, over to you.
Thank you. My name is Peter from Equity, and my concern is mentorship not working. Mine is a reflection, because if I take a step back and see what we've been able to do, the IRC, in terms of delivering the LGF, if there's something that played a very critical role to deliver the 97% repayment, I can attribute it to the mentorship. I also take a step back to look for another program we also did for LGF, where we were lending to Kenyans in the northern counties, and we were able to deliver close to 90% repayment. And we went back to the beneficiaries and asked them, what can you say was a factor towards the repayment? They mentioned about the trainings. My question is how and who did the mentorship, because I'm playing the devil's advocate. Mentorship is working. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. So maybe Eve and Ramsey, you can take that first set of questions, and feel free to also call in on any other IRC staff to just respond to that. So you can take that first set of questions.
I think the mentorship bit is coming out strongly, and people want to know. We are going ahead of RCT tomorrow, but please pick it up and let us know, why didn't it work when we think mentorship is so good?
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm Beatrice. I'm one of the, hi, nice to meet you. I'm one of the academic partners involved in the study, and I was especially involved in the Wave 1 study in particular that really looked at the mentorship, and so I have some thoughts, but I'm sure a lot of people in the room also who actually also, and some of the clients also might have thoughts, but on like why mentorship didn't work. And so when we say mentorship didn't work, it's like it didn't work in addition to cash, right? So for every business that was, every client that was treated, they all got cash plus mentorship, and we look at what mentorship does in addition to cash in terms of like improving business outcomes, and it doesn't really do a lot more than what the cash alone is able to do. And so one, I think, first thing I would say, back I think to the first question that was posed in terms of like a lot of programs are saying mentorship is the glue or is the important things. I think in the literature sometimes a lot of the programs actually do not necessarily unbundle all of the components that are being delivered, right? And so that was one of the strengths of the rebuild RCTs, which were very thoughtfully, I think, designed and in this kind of a complicated fashion to try to unbundle the different components and to have some people that get just the cash and nothing else, and other people that get the cash and one version of mentorship, the cash and another version of mentorship, et cetera, et cetera. So there was a lot of effort in trying to actually separate out the impact of everything. And I think in the field, a lot of programs often are like multi-dimensional, but it's hard to separate out the impact of each of these components. So I would say that's one first piece. In terms of what the mentorship actually looked like, it was different in both countries. So in Kenya, it was one-on-one mentorship with meetings every week that lasted for 2 months. In Uganda, it was a group mentorship, so one mentor was mentoring 3 mentees, and they were also meeting weekly and for 6 months. So, and the 2 programs are Similarly, finding very modest or no effects of mentorship. If anything, the Kenya program seems to have some positive effects of mentorship on specific subgroups. The Uganda program doesn't really have any additional effects of mentorship relative to cash. And so why is that the case? You know, we can, within RCT, we can look at the results, and then everything else we look in terms of the mechanism. There's more exploratory and anecdotal evidence and things like that. But one thing there's a few things that we've noticed. So for example, in Kenya, we found that the mentorship overall doesn't add a lot to cash, but it does so for Kenyan men. More than for any other groups, right? And so there's an idea of that maybe it will have different impacts for different people. And Kenyan men also in the sample are the ones who start with the highest rate of business ownership at the beginning, and they have the biggest businesses to start with, the most profitable businesses. So, you know, one plausible explanation or story is that mentorship can help you maybe when your business is already a little bit established. But for a lot of our programs, for a lot of our recipients, where, you know, they just go from not owning a business to opening one, the mentorship here doesn't make a ton of difference compared to just, you know, getting the capital that allows you to open the business, right? So maybe for going from zero to something, the cash is really what matters most, and the mentorship can really help you maybe once your business is a little bit more mature and not necessarily, you know, at that kind of start or at that sort of low phase. Another piece of anecdotal evidence, and I think Belinda mentioned at the beginning how like the beginning of the program was like really rushed because of the delay, and so the recruitment was also very rushed. And something that came out, I think, in the conversation with mentees and mentors, sort of anecdotally, is that in some cases the mentors there was a lot of overlap between the mentors' level of experiences and the mentees' levels of experiences. And so sometimes these mentors were more peers than actual mentors for people, right? So there's a question of sort of like, what is the mentorship quality? And when someone says, you know, we're getting mentorship and mentorship works, I think the question of like, what exactly people are getting from mentorship, I think matters there. And anecdotally, we find that, yeah, and we have stories, and we have stories across the board where some people like became friends with their mentors and it's become like a good kind of relationship, but some people also said, well, actually my mentor, you know, didn't know more than I did, you know, or something like that. So I think it's a myriad of things that we can be looking at. But what I find very valuable in this exercise is not just having, you know, being able to like unbundle what cash does on its own versus what cash plus other things do, but also being able to cost it out, right? Because to the extent that like there are some subgroups and some cases in which we find mentorship seems to be working better than cash alone, but mentorship also costs much more to administer than cash alone. So that's a little bit of a trade-off to be considering. And the last bit I would say is that one mechanism through which from the first wave, actually, anecdotally, we were seeing that, as I was saying, mentorship was not necessarily adding much to the cash only. But one mechanism that seemed to be potentially working was the question of networks, because mentorship was increasing people's networks a little bit automatically, because once you have a mentor, you have at least that person, you know, in addition to your networks. And for the people for which the program was working better with the mentorship, we noticed that it was the people that had the highest networks. And I think that was one of the sort of anecdotal insights that informed the design for phase 2, which was like, okay, let's see if maybe mentorship is not the key, but networks is the key. And so let's see if we improve people's networks, we get better impacts than just cash. And so I think that's another very nice thing with the Rebuild program in general, how there was this adaptive learning, like based on the phase 1, that didn't show strong results of mentorship, but you know, maybe some indications that networks might make a difference. Then the phase 2 is exploring the network. So I think that's a very kind of nice feature. And Alan.
Thank you so much, Beatrice. That was a summary of, I think, David, Claire, and team, tomorrow you'll have an easy time to build on that. So thank you so much for that. You've answered a lot of the questions around mentorship. I know Claire wanted to add a little bit more, and then we'll hand it over back to Ramsey and Eve for the rest of the questions. Thanks.
Hello, everyone. I'm Claire Klingane. I'm a researcher with the IRC. I've worked across both sets of the RCTs. And just to build a bit on what Beatrice was saying for the networking design, to answer the question on what exactly we're doing, we are looking at a couple different networking groups. And this is pulling on the literature of close ties versus weak ties, or are you expanding your network to a lot more people but maybe not getting to know them as closely? Or are you building your network with a smaller group of people in a more intense way? And so we are testing that by having people either meet with the same people over about 12 weeks and going through different topics linked to starting a business, running a business, and also having that opportunity to connect with each other, speak about their own experiences, because we know that in some way, shape, or form, a lot of Rebuild clients have been involved, have had some sort of self-employment experience by the time that they're a part of our programs. And in the other groups, people are meeting different people each week, so you don't know who you might be meeting. You might see somebody twice over the course of those 12 weeks, but you're also meeting a lot more people who have different experiences from whom you can learn. And one of the phrases that we use throughout those programs is your network is your net worth, and really trying to encourage the participants to connect with each other, to link each other further to other connections as they start their business endeavors. And then all of the clients also received a cash grant about partway through, so that they've picked up enough, they've made some connections before they're receiving that money that can inform how are they going to invest that in their business. We'll talk a lot more tomorrow about what's happening with these studies, why we saw the results from the mentorship study, and I'll keep it there just so I won't spoil the rest for tomorrow's presentation.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Claire. I think a lot of discussions around mentorship, and as you correctly put it, tomorrow we'll give an opportunity also to delve deeper into it. So there are also some few online questions, actually one, around the same thing. So, and some of it is actually tied to some of the presentations that will come in the afternoon. So please keep your question. Part of the afternoon will also focus on vocational skills training and the rest, and some of it is interlinked, so you'll have a chance to actually ask it. And then we'll now hand back over to Eve to address some of the other questions that have not been answered. And Ramsey, over.
Thank you so much, Bwana MC. Andrew, thank you so much for that question. And yes, I mentioned debt is one of the areas that we moved the least. And what really I was mentioning is the fact that, we, in our year 3 and year 4, we intensified financial inclusion. And one bit of the financial inclusion was just encouraging our clients to responsibly save and also borrow responsibly and repay. So this question, this domain particularly asks clients, do you have any particular debt that you're still holding? So if a client has debt, even if it is just a food debt, we list items, they score a 0, because clearly when you still have debt, there's an element of dependency that you still have to rely on. So that is what is happening through our LGF, through our financial inclusion. USLAs are a place where clients borrow money. So chances are high that a big portion of our clients are actually getting this debt. And one thing that I mentioned is that we are proud to the fact that we have an average of almost 90% of clients, both in Kenya and Uganda, showing repayment rates have actually skyrocketed. In Kenya, it's, Peter, is it 97%? 97% repayment rate. We will look at that tomorrow. In terms of the health status, Andrew, again, you mentioned that unfortunately we don't directly work in the health, but we have seen marginal improvement. We are just saying we didn't improve as much as we would have liked to, but again, we don't directly intervene in health. We don't directly intervene in maybe, some of these areas that are also measured with the food, for example. We don't intervene in that. So health, I agree with you, and probably that is why only 40% have crossed, because if you are not if your health is not stable, just one loss of an income and or one sickness can send you back to again being not self-reliant. So really that is something that we are looking at. How can we do referrals? And again, as I said, we have a very strong client-centeredness at IRC, and sometimes we do referrals to our other programs that deal with health, but again, in the urban setup, sometimes we struggle with that. But we have seen a bit of marginal improvement, but it is actually true that it is affecting their livelihood, because just one sickness in a household throws clients back to being non-self-reliant. And so that is a concern that we definitely actively addressing. I want to pass it over to Ramsey very fast, very quickly, so that...
Thanks, Evelyn. I see that I had 3 questions, but I'm confident enough that these have been answered by Kelly and her, so I may not answer them again because they've been answered well. Yeah. Yes, one was on the ingredients of mentorship, which she alluded to, and one was on network groups, which Kilea has responded to. The last one was on return to investments, which the other studies will show us this. We did not do a cost-benefit analysis, but I can say that, for instance, in Kenya, as you respond to the question, adding mentorship, for instance, increased profits but by around 15 to 36 USD dollars compared to the cost if added compared to cash grants only. So those were the 3 questions that I had. Thank you. Over to you, Belinda.
All right, thank you, Ramsey. It's over to Memory Crafter. Thank you so much. So we appreciate the numbers, guys, again, with the 4 factorial. By now you already know it. So 1, 2, 3, go. I'm watching, so I'm marking who is was good in maths and who we may need some tutoring here and there. All right, so good. So thank you so much, Eve and Ramsey, for taking us through that session. So we are going to move on to another section where we'll get reflections from the sector. We know that there's been a lot of changes within the sector, new realities, realignment of priorities, and we've shared what has worked for us and what has not. So some of the desired outcomes that we intended to have did not materialize as best as we would have wished. So now we are going to take some time to just get the views from partners in the sector. And so I'm going to welcome Joyce, who will be spearheading that section. And as she comes, we can welcome her with a round of applause. Karibu sana, Joyce. Joyce is our Deputy Regional Vice President. Over to you, Joyce.
Thank you. Yeah, so I'm not Shelley. That's not another name I do have, but I'm stepping in for Shelley. I want to give you just a few minutes. Just stand up. I'm a very good health fanatic. Just stretch so that we're not sitting. And I know I'm standing between you and your lunch, so I just want to make sure that this session is very effective. Yeah, just stretch a bit. As I also invite our panelists, Dr. Rita to come and join me up on stage, Laura, and Dr. Julius. Let's give them a round of applause as they come up on stage. Yeah, feel free. You can have your seats if you're done stretching. Thank you. Very good. Yeah, and I just want to thank the people that went before us because they've given us a good foundation around evidence. My panelists, lovely to have you here. I'll introduce you in a minute, but I just want to introduce this session. So over the last 5 years, Rebuild has tested and adapted and learned, generating a rich body of evidence on what drives economic and social self-reliance for refugees and host communities. But evidence is only as powerful when it's tested against reality and when it meets experiences of those implementing, funding, and influencing policy on the ground. We've seen the nice roadmap, but it's important to just see what does this mean when the rubber actually hits the road. But it's also important that we're not using our own marking scheme, but it's also important to just listen to others in terms of what has worked within the sector. So today's panel brings together a sector of leaders from donors and practitioners to reflect how we remain resilient and what it means for our future programming within the Rebuild program, and to look at how some of our lessons align with the experiences of those outside. So today I want to introduce our panelists. I'll start by introducing Dr. Rita Larek. I hope I got your pronunciation right. She's the Chief of Programs and Global Graduation Approach Advisor at IKEA Foundation. So Rita holds a PhD and has over 20 years of experience in humanitarian and development. She holds a PhD in psychology, a master's in public health, and has a lot of training and expertise in social work. I will not say everything Rita has done. She has a very impressive CV, but I would say that she's also led multi-donor funding initiatives, including with USAID, the former USAID, but also is a member of the World Bank's Partnership for Economic Inclusion Advisory Group, and so she sits on that. So welcome to the panel, Rita. I also want to introduce to us Laura. Laura is the Monitoring, Learning and Evaluation Lead at IKEA Foundation. Laura was just telling me how she was here since the inception of the IKEA, of the Rebuild project. So she's actually seen the whole program grow. So Laura is passionate about measurement with a particular focus on robust impact measurement, especially on the RCTs. Laura also pays a keen eye to detail and is not shy to pressure test some of the assumptions and analysis made in the sector, and Laura has been very instrumental in shaping this program. So we welcome to the panel Laura. And then finally, I have Dr. Julius Kasozi. Dr. Julius is the head of Urban Field Office with Refugees, UNHCR, and has a cumulative 18 years of humanitarian and development experience, and he's also currently in charge of the refugee response in the Greater Kampala. Julius also holds a degree in surgery and also a master's in public health, and he's also been in various committees, including the Health Development Partners, and has chaired other strategic advisory committees, and he's currently instituted the coordination and implementation in many sectors. So welcome to the panel. Let's appreciate the full panel with us. So we're just going to start and go right into the conversation, and then we will have a moment at the end to just invite you to answer questions. So my first question goes to Dr. Kasozi and also Rita. And this, we're talking about just approaches that deliver impact. So Rebuild's evidence has given us a lot to think about, from what is working, such as cash, and we've had a bit of discussion around cash and mentoring, but also how we embed within government strategies. So we might need to rethink some of the things that we are doing around training programs, how we target and select livelihood clients. So we want to start by hearing from you, Dr. Kasozi, how this resonates with your experiences in the field and funding decisions, and from your own experiences, what program approaches have shown the strongest outcomes, and maybe even challenged how the sector is operating.
Yeah, no, thanks so much, moderator. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Just to thank the IKEA, the IRC team, for the work and the thinking that went through this entire project. I think it's very rich. I know for the colleagues in the room that I work with, I'm very passionate about numbers and impact and results. And I think when she was presenting, it was resonating with what we usually want and see. Just share with you my experiences. Kampala, for example, the government through Uganda Bureau of Statistics has just completed a study among the households in Kampala and other refugee districts. What we see in the urban, for example, 49.3% of refugees actually unemployed. This is the highest number if you compare it with the host, among whom they live, maybe about 12%, and other people in the settlements in the host population. But from what has been presented, I think for me, the question is coverage. Yes, I had the 21,000 from Elijah, but I have 160,000 people. How do I account for the other numbers? How can we expand the interventions to reach more numbers with the results so that we can actually get results for the entire population and not just the beneficiary of the interventions? My second thinking from the presentation really is how do you replicate or do interventions that have ripple effects? For example, if you do an intervention, how does that benefit a neighbor and a neighbor's neighbor so that when the project stops, the ripple effect actually still continues to benefit in the rest of the community outside the project or the project of interventions. When you did the presentation, I was wondering the identification. Urban areas are usually very diverse. Refugees are scattered all over the places where other hosts are. The issue is how do we structure the identification in a way that targets the most vulnerable? For example, in Kampala, what we're trying to say that there's a group of people that are doing vulnerability identification in the community. We have people doing livelihoods that are also looking for the same vulnerable population. How do these two teams work together to say one team picks that identify the vulnerable and refer them to the people doing livelihoods for them to be able to pick, assess, and be able to come in with interventions. So that way, the most vulnerable of the population is actually targeted and reached. I liked the fact that, yes, we do assess vulnerability, know your customer kind of arrangement for the private sector, but I think we need to target the interventions to the people that need them in the right doses they need them. I read in your brief summary how much they allocate to each person, but I think that needs to be calibrated to the needs of the different individuals. People can't get one amount as a standard dose, rather than it has to be altered with the needs that they're coming up with. My last comment, Madam Moderator, is the linkage to the bigger ecosystem where we operate. The IKEA Rebuild project is one piece in the bigger puzzle of livelihoods in Kampala, for example. How did we, for example, link these beneficiaries to other financing institutions, Opportunity Bank, Ford, so that even if Rebuild is not here, they can continue getting to those institutions and get loans to finance their business and be able to employ more refugees, more host population. And one last bit really is how, maybe in future, how do you, using Rebuild, to de-risk the private sector? I had, I think, equities here and other banks. Why don't we invest that money in those finance institutions to de-risk their lending ability to the refugees and other vulnerable population, instead of them coming with collaterals that is competitive with the host, some also do not have the collateral. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Kasozi, especially your points there around just targeted interventions, the linkages that we are making, the de-risking, and looking at the full ecosystem. I'll turn to you, Dr. Rita, just any additional points, including how we align or differ from the Rebuild experience.
Hello. Yeah, this one looks like it's working. So when you ask what works, I know that we are seated here since morning and we've been listening just now to the results of Rebuild, and it's clear that it works. I mean, you have all these RCTs, very rigorous tests, and we have results that, I mean, if I see a slide where I have 80% of the population you target that are employed or in a wage or self-employed, that's exciting. Because when you're employed, then it means you can do something for yourself. So clearly that works. I think what I gained from this conversation, especially learning this morning a bit more about what Rebuild did, was that there was more cash imbued than mentorship. So what, in my world, what seems to work from the many things I read and see, a bundle of services tend to work. And there are very few studies that unbundle, I think, different components and try to measure them alone. And it's exciting to see these differences, the unbundling of services. So in my space, economic inclusion programs work. There are more than 80 randomized control trials that show you that if you mix up cash with cash for business, cash for consumption, if you put referrals and linkages to market, if you add coaching, if you add a bundle of services, then you're going to get resilience. You're going to have people graduating out of extreme poverty and getting towards resilience. So that definitely works. And I think if we had to move forward, what I would add to what Dr. Kosozi said is think about your target carefully, because I think that what Rebuild succeeded in doing is understanding the urban space. The urban refugee is very different from the rural refugee. I work in the rural refugee space where I cannot just do cash. I wouldn't see how that would work. I know that I need to do coaching in a very specific, systematic way for a long time with specific themes. But I can see how somebody else who might be starting from somewhere else, just receiving cash could make the transformation that they need. So I think rather than just carry things and try to put them in different places, be careful with who you're programming for, and in a targeted way, deliver something that works. But also I think the advice is don't try to innovate all the time, because there's a lot that has been done, and there's a lot to learn from the Rebuild program, from other programs that you can pick up on, and just tweak a little bit, and you have a program that works.
Thank you, and I like your emphasis of placing the client at the center, because a lot of times we design programs and then go and hand it over to some of the clients to implement. So and Laura, this is just turning to you on just how much we invest in evidence. So we've seen a lot of evidence come through, but there's usually a lot of talk on, let's invest in the evidence and to inform programming decisions, but we see hesitation from donors to actually invest in evidence. And with the recent pressures around donor cuts, the first places that get cut off is evidence and these things that don't seem to produce results immediately. So Laura, maybe a specific question to you, that Rebuild has had the room to experiment and adapt flexibly in programming and strategy, but this is not very common across other traditional brand setups. So what convinced you as IKEA that flexibility to allow Rebuild as a program to experiment and invest in evidence?
Well, thank you for the question. And I wanted to start by noting that often flexibility and adaptability, experimentation is perceived as risky. And I wanted to, I wonder, when we talk about risk, is risk for whom? Or from whose perspective are we thinking of risk? And for a program that's called, and by the way, I don't know how many people know what these letters stand for. So Rebuild is not just building livelihoods. It actually is an acronym. And because I've been involved from the very beginning, I still couldn't remember what the acronym stand for. So I had to go back 5 years and looked at the original program name. And it is boosting urban innovations for livelihood development. So going back to the concept of risk, the biggest risk isn't trying new things. The risk is failing to innovate, so that I in the name is innovation. Because if we're not innovating, we're missing the chance to deliver the impact that we want to see. So in 2020, this is just to give you a bit more background of how we started thinking about investing in evidence. as the rebuild program was just being developed, and we were together with the IRC in this co-development process, and separately to support the IKEA Foundation strategy, I did a review of literature to look at the evidence around what works to support refugee livelihoods. And I came across less than a handful of rigorous studies of refugee livelihoods. So then I was like, okay, well, maybe we can look at evidence around solutions that have worked for populations that are, low income, refugees live next door to them. Maybe if we design something that works for low income populations, it could also help refugees. But that was really a wake-up call, the fact that there wasn't evidence. And it showed us that we couldn't just pick an off-the-shelf solution that just wasn't there. So when we began working with the IRC on rebuild, we said, let's just take this opportunity to try out different solutions, combine it with good measurement, and start painting this canvas of evidence. That was, at that point, just sketches on a blank canvas. So flexibility and experimentation weren't just worth the risk. They were an essential part and a focus for this program. And the real risk would have been to stick to a rigid approach and miss the chance to learn what actually works. And too often programs are decided at the very beginning, and then we have to stick to the plan irrespective of what we see along the way. And that's not how we wanted to approach this, and hence, well, the stories that you've been hearing today. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. And I think it's, as you say, it's important to just, think about the risk that is ahead, but not fearing to step forward. I bet if most of us were shown that roadmap in reverse, we probably would not have implemented this program. So I think it's important to take the risk, but also just invest in the evidence and build it as we move along. And maybe just to link that to the adaptive programming, and I'll turn to Rita on this. From an implementer's perspective, we talk a lot about adaptive programming, but it's not always easy when donors give us fixed targets. And most of the time, they tell us this is the outcome that you need to achieve, and these are the outputs that you need to achieve. So how do you build flexibility into your operations without losing structure and accountability?
Yeah, I think that start by finding the right funding partner. I think one of the reasons why you would survive this kind of thing is if you have a conversation with a partner rather than a donor. And because then your design is not cast in stone. And I think there are many, you could be very lucky if you get the right innovative, interested, flexible funding partner. We had the same experience. We have a funding from the IKEA Foundation where we have the possibility to talk and smile and even pause and reflect and learn from your data. Because you have a conversation with Laura and she asks you what is the data saying, and then you explain and she says, so what are you going to do? And then you're going to adapt, and she's okay and open with it. I think the more you have those kinds of opportunities, then the more your program is really adapted to the right people, and you can make those changes. If you have you know that you're supposed to work with 20,000, but you can do 22,000, or you know that, I'll give you a very vivid example. In our SMILES program, which is funded through the IKEA Foundation, we had 14,000 households to work with, and we were lucky to have 2 cohorts. 2 cohorts already shows you that you have a chance to improve your second cohort. You have a period in between there to think through what you have learned and adapt. And then based on your, let's say, dropout, we had a dropout rate of 8.4%. You can now say your second cohort will include 10% more to cover for the rest that didn't drop out. But that's not possible if you don't have a proper, sequenced, clear design from the start that gives you a chance to pause, breathe, and adapt. But then the beauty is, I think, many times, beyond, of course, the funding partner, there are many tools you could use. And there are many things you should try to propose. Rather than go large scale, if you're doing cash, and you know that give directly. IRC has done cash before. Why pretend to know it when you don't? Ask somebody, learn. Do small scale, pilot on small scale, learn, fail quickly, adapt, move on, and then have a new version of how you're going to do this cash. I think when you do pilot scale, when you do pause and reflect sessions, when you use theories of change, I'm a big fan of theory of change. If I don't talk about it, I won't sleep well. But if you use a theory of change approach, it means annually you're reviewing how your different building blocks are contributing to your goal, and you're able to ask, why didn't this change, and what can we do differently? And those kinds of conversations help you to be able to be more flexible, more adaptive, but then also deliberately documenting what you're learning. I'm sure when I was looking at your map, that visual journey, I was feeling like, damn, we went through all that stuff as well. But I'm not sure how bad, which particular event of those was the worst for us. So I think being able to define your journey and document it carefully will help you to be more flexible and adaptive as you go. And I think I'll just say one last thing is an open team. When you have a leadership or a team that is open to what's happening, but also open to the evidence, then there is more interest in being able to move monies, move budget, move activities, and use them more flexibly so you can get to the results that you need. Yeah.
Thank you, Rita, and thanks for reflecting on just some of the things there around the theory of change and just some of the targets that we do set up. I used to work for a donor organization, FCDO, and what we often found is that people would either set the targets too low so that you can surpass them, but I think we just need to be confident and again, use the evidence to see what is actually achievable within the space. So Dr. Kasozi, just moving to you and just talking about this whole story around sustainability, which has become a buzzword, but one difficult to even implement or even think about in this situation that we are in. For the Rebuild program, the measurements commitments sought to focus on impact and sustainability versus outputs, which are more short-term. So this has included significant investments over the last 5 years to just track the clients and see what we can learn about sustainability. The program has also embedded its strategy within government strategies to ensure continuity and sustainability. So in your view, what does this look like in practice once projects come to a close? And feel free to share an example from your area.
Yeah, no, thanks so much. I wrote a couple of examples. I mean, for starters, for the urban refugees, the goal is to integrate refugees and the host. So at the end of the day, refugees and host population access the services and the packages that are available to the host population. Now, in this Rebuild presentation, it was largely about cash, but we've seen models from some partners where they do more mentoring. It's good actually you asked because, and we challenged our team in Uganda on how mentoring actually can actually give negative results, and she explained. But the point is that there are partners that just do mentoring, they don't give you cash, but actually you start and move. So can we get those models into the Rebuild program to know that you don't need to have cash for somebody to get through the system and be able to survive by themselves without a cash injection, but just mentoring, which is done right, so that we get the results we need. Two is that some of the training, can we do TOT, for example, that even if Rebuild is out of the way, refugees and hosts have the skills, have the knowledge and the tools to be able to do it by themselves in the absence of Rebuild or other donors, and they can move by themselves in future. Last week, I attended one of the programs that supports skilling, and I know in the presentation, skilling was very high cost. In that project, when refugees came in, they were subjected to very rigorous tests, and many of them fell out at the first stage. Those that remained went through the training. But at the end of the training, they used to give startup kits, which they stopped. Now they are challenging refugees to use their transport stipend to buy their own startup. And the results they're showing is that refugees actually start using their skills as they're still learning and even beg them to come and complete the courses. So how does then build on some of these existing examples to see that these are marketable skills, they're in high demand, students get jobs even before they finish. How do we then support this kind of skills so that refugees can move by themselves without our support or without much injection of the much needed resources or capital? My last example is really looking at the World Bank, for example. I mean, World Bank, you expect they'll put money in a pot where somebody just speaks without interest. Most of this money has been channeled through financing institutions. And what we see, the data we see is about over 5,000 refugees are borrowing money and they're paying back. How do we then support the private sector to be present when we're out so that they can continue? But at the same time, integrating the government systems. Kampala State Council is here for Kampala. I believe even Nairobi is here. So how do we then, at the same time, we work with the government to include refugees into the strategic plan? We've just finished one of Kampala. I'm sure Nairobi will add. So if refugees are part and parcel of the populations the government target, they'll just benefit from what else, everybody else benefits in the city. Thanks so much.
Thank you. And you've touched a little bit, and I'll come back to you just on how we partner and just what are some of the innovative partnerships that we need to make. But before I leave the question around sustainability, Rita, any reflections? How do we exit responsibly? How do we leave a legacy?
Yeah, you don't. No, also because I know it's almost lunchtime, so I'm trying to get you to wake up. You know, this question of sustainability is tricky. I know that I've worked, you are reading I'm not very old, just to say, but for many years you keep thinking, I'm going to do this, and then at some point I'll hand over to government. Because I think true sustainability is if government can take over what you're doing. And I think I like that the World Bank is supporting governments to scale these kinds of programs. But what it means is that they are scaling the program, not getting people to not need the program. Sustainability, does that mean that after the program is continuing on its own, or does it mean someone doesn't need it? So it depends on the rigor you want to use for measuring sustainability, really. But I know that when we design programs at the start, I know 5 years ago you were writing, this is our exit strategy. Embedded in training, all the technical skills you provide, you are anticipating that somebody will have the skills to continue beyond a catastrophe. And in a sense, you are actually addressing sustainability in your design. By the time someone graduates out of your program, has a job, it's very clear that they can continue with those skills. I think there are many other things we do. We recruit refugees. You said you have refugees on your team. I think AFC's staff has half the group as refugees because we definitely can't speak Kinyarwanda. And so you need a refugee to speak Kinyarwanda to other refugees. But having a group of resources like that you train on nutrition, on coaching, on gender, on SEA, that are present in that space guarantees you a kind of sustainability. I think one of the things that we found fundamental is savings groups. In most of the literature that you see, when you help groups properly train them or individuals to set themselves up in a group where they continuously meet for money, they save, they borrow. During hard times, you don't only create cohesion because they become friends, you create new relationships, but you also create a space where they can find money beyond the market system. Then there is, of course, going broader. I know that current programs are integrating, Dr. Kasozi was talking about making sure you integrate markets into your space. In the program I was talking about, we did some deal notes with 5 market actors. A few years later, 18 new market actors come into this space and we are not giving them money. It means there's a possibility to make exchanges, to have all this business going on without us. But I think ultimately the question of sustainability depends on how you define it. I would like to think that sustainability doesn't mean that the program is needed. Sustainability means that 9 out of 10 or 8 out of the 10 of the extremely poor people that I'm working with don't need it. And so they can manage on their own, and so I can target somebody else. So eventually maybe I work myself out of the job. I hope that sustainability looks like that. Yeah.
Thank you. And I know you've talked about groups coming together. In Kenya, we have the women coming together in what they call chamas. but they moved to more than contributing money, but nice parties and things like that, but I think it still keeps them happy. So it's still a sustainability plan. We're coming to the end of our panelist questions, but maybe just one question around just navigating the new donor landscape, and then we'll just get closing remarks and open it up to everyone else. With shrinking budgets and shifting donor priorities, the question, I'll start with Dr. Kasoza, how can we protect the gains that have been made, and how can we sustain that impact? So I know you started talking about this already, but how do we link this to some of the private partnerships? And Laura, I'll also come to you from a view of a donor, and how is the donor landscape changing, and what would be your advice to implementing partners?
Yeah, no, thanks so much. I will just share what we're doing in Kampala space. One of it, certainly the resources are going down. What we try to do is to improve efficiencies. Really, we've intensified coordination with the government, KCCA, OPM, and the partners. So what we're trying to do is that whoever supports anybody, we're building a database of people that really get supported, so we know people are getting interventions in a way so that we reduce duplications. Because in the same space, you'll find many people doing the same things, different ways, getting different results, but then you still count it as intervention. So we're coordinating more, reducing duplication, so that the resources go to the few that need it in the right amounts. The second, and I like Rebuild for this, we have banked on evidence. We've had many presentations, by the way, on these Rebuilds are sitting in our coordination platforms. And those that have proven to work have been taken up. And for partners that are writing proposals, we encourage them to pick up some of these best practices to be able to seek for funding so that the results actually are targeted and they benefit most people that are proven. In terms of who do we target, we do surveys. And I think for us in the urban in Kampala, about 25% of the people actually are in the emergency coping band that she presented earlier. So we're trying to target the 25%, and we'll leave the rest of the stratas for other people that are not as intense, but those that need a lot of effort are the ones we're trying to target. So there are lots of community-based efforts to identify the households in need and getting referred through the chain to be able to benefit from the intervention that exists. And the fourth point that we're trying to do again is the referrals. Different partners have different comparative advantage. Rebuild doesn't have all the packages that people might need. How does one partner refer to another partner who has a comparative advantage so that one doesn't pretend to do everything if they don't do everything very well. So it's try to be a bit of specialization so that some partners with certain skills get referrals, others, they don't get referrals. Thanks so much.
Thank you. So over to you, Laura, on just the navigating the shifting landscape, but also just closing reflections on if you could write one rule in a funding playbook to support adaptive, evidence-led programming, what would that be?
Oh, you're asking two questions. So should I first address the first one or go straight to the...
Yeah, you can do the first one and then conclude.
Okay, so the first one on the shifting landscape. So yeah, we've been also thinking, okay, how can we go beyond these one-time projects that are very successful, but they stop there, and then the question is how do we scale them? So what we've seen in Rebuild as well is when multiple actors come together. So you have the project lead, in this case IRC, but IRC has been drawing in the governments, the local organizations, and only by coming together and learning together and implementing together, these solutions can be scaled. And the private sector is a really important actor to involve as well. But you have to know how to bring them in. And somebody mentioned in the morning that it's a lot of work to create the incentives for the private sector. So being more thoughtful about designing these sort of partnerships where everyone has a stake in the game because they're seeing how it can provide some value for them, will ultimately create a win-win situation for everyone. The organizations involved, but ultimately the people who are supposed to benefit. And on your other question, can you repeat the
Yeah, so the final one is just your closing reflections on if you could rewrite one rule in the funding playbook to support adaptive evidence-led programming, what would that be?
All right, so I'm going to be provocative here and say that if I could rewrite one rule, it would be to put the communities whose lives are meant to be improved at the center of program design and measurement. And too often these programs are created by program development teams and foundation staff like myself who are very far away from the realities on the ground. And then, yeah, we wonder why they're not working. So I personally believe that real impact comes when those people, the clients, the communities that they're part of, are actively involved in figuring out what solutions are needed, how can they best be delivered so that people can actually take advantage of the opportunities that are being offered. And also, how can we define success together with these people and measure that success together? So, putting people at the center would be, my suggestion for how to redefine the funding playbook. That's done in any other area of work. The business is always thinking, what does our client need? You will not find a business in this world thriving without going and checking with their clients if what they're proposing is something they need, how to improve things. Yet, for development work, we often just, look at what's online, what other people have tried, but we're not actually going to the people who are offering something to ask them, hey, what do you think? What would be the best way to provide you this service? So, and just to illustrate this with an example from Rebuild, and I know more about the measurement side. So in year 5, earlier this year, the team was working on a cross-sectional survey of Rebuild clients to try and understand, how their businesses were going or if they were employed. And this is separate from all the evaluations. And Eve briefly touched upon it, but what they did is they went to clients and asked them, okay, what should we be measuring? What's important? How do you define success? And people mentioned, obviously, business success metrics and employment, but they also said things like mental well-being, social cohesion that were important for them. They also said, hey, some of these questions you're asking us, they feel very intrusive. Like, I don't feel comfortable. And the team suddenly realized, okay, if I was being asked these questions, would I want to answer them? And we often, take it for granted that, oh, this is, our list of questions and we just have to be very efficient and do it within the certain, 30 minutes that we allocated for it and move on to the next client. But what people want is to be seen, and you need to take the time to have a real conversation and say, hey, we want to talk about things that are maybe very personal. How would you feel about it? Would you be open to having a conversation with us? And then response rates, Eve was mentioning that there were some questions where people just didn't want to answer, and they were seeing like half of the people saying, I don't want to answer the question. Once you start introducing it, like, hey, I want to talk to you about how you and your husband make decisions, or I want to talk to you about maybe members of your family that are ill and that are preventing you from really dedicating the time needed for this business, then they were a lot more willing to talk. And the response rates went up to 90%. So yeah, people want to be seen. And not only that they want to be seen when you're asking them questions, they also want to hear back, okay, what did you do with all this information you collected? So in the same exercise, people said, hey, we want to be part of making sense of what you find. So they asked for findings to be shared in community meetings and conversations, so they could really hear how their voices were being reflected and what the data meant for their lives. So these are some concrete ways that community members can be involved in both measurement, but I encourage the same approach in program design. So if I could rewrite the rules, I'd make co-creation with the community as a requirement and not just a nice to have. And that means involving people in designing the solutions, well, first deciding what solutions are needed, designing them in a way that they're delivered in ways that work for them, and also measuring the results and deciding on how to use those results to keep improving. And when we design and we learn with people, not just, for people and not just with people, our programs are more adaptive, more relevant, and ultimately more effective.
Thank you. And so, yeah, the points around just co-creating the client at the center. In the spirit of being more inclusive, I think I want to open it up to questions. I don't know how much time do I have on questions? 5 minutes, okay. So yeah, questions, and then we can conclude it. I think there's one question there. Yeah, there are mics.
We're going to go into about 15 minutes. We are still within good time, so thank you so much, Joyce and our panelists, for really being straight to the point. So we're doing okay, not great, okay. Okay.
Oh, thank you. Our panelists, Daniel Kaseregenyi, Deputy Director, Gender, Welfare and Community Services, and that is the focal Department for Refugee Services. I raise on 2 points. First of all, thank you for the presentation. The 2 points are on sustainability and inclusivity. I want to reflect on Uganda's national policy of it's an open policy to refugees. But some of us who are in a practical implementation of certain programs, that poses a question of whether it's practically possible. We have quite a number of programs aimed at empowering special interest groups where refugees fall. I wouldn't wish to mention them here, but we have like PDM, Myoga, YLP, UWEP. They come along with guidelines. And these guidelines limit access of these refugees to benefit. So my remark and my recommendation is that in this phase of rebuild, I wish we could have a rapid assessment of these policies, the guidelines, to mark out those areas that limit inclusivity. And we bring them to advocacy. We come and sit here and make changes in these guidelines so that we are able to include and sustainably move on with refugees. Thank you very much.
Thank you. If there's a specific panelist you'd like to direct the question to, please specify.
That is, mine was general to all of you because it was about inclusivity and sustainability.
Thank you so much to our panelists. My name is Bisimwa from the Refugee-Led Research Hub at the University of Oxford. Thank you. My question goes to Dr. Kasozi. Yeah, so I think everyone here would agree with you that indeed proper targeting, like really delivering interventions that suit the needs of clients is the proper thing to do. But I think one thing I don't understand is you talked about reaching out to the most vulnerable in our communities, given that in Kampala, refugees in various areas, and sometimes we miss out some of them. But I wonder what you mean by the concept of vulnerability in the context of urban refugees. And do you think by looking at vulnerability, sort of how would vulnerability-based targeting affect livelihood programs, especially in urban refugees setting? Thank you.
Thank you. We'll take another question.
Thank you. My name is Elizabeth. I work with the IRC. My question goes to Dr. Rita. I agree actually with the insights you bring forth, but I'm looking at the concept of sustainability from the perspective of, and first of all, I give a disclaimer, I'm not defending my job. I just want to look at it from her perspective also in terms of sustainability. What we have done, or what we continue to do, is to build evidence, to learn across all the programs that we undertake, so that we just don't start things and end them there, but we are starting structures, systems that we say, if anyone uses these models, then they can continue to sustain the lives of those we impact. And also there are structures that don't just end with the program. The funding comes to an end and it ends there. So it doesn't necessarily mean phasing out, but it means that we are developing structures that are sustainable over time. And people can continue to build resilience, people can continue to build their livelihoods over time because of what we established. So I sought to challenge that or to understand further from your thinking around that. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, we do have another question there.
Yes, so I'm Samalando from Pamoja Trust. I'm just curious on this to Dr. Larok or Dr. Kasozi. The extent to which evidence has been used to inform policy, reason being that policy making process is not very innocent. It has got biases, whether political, economic, or otherwise. While on the other end, evidence is very systematic, and it deals with biases. So to what extent do you see in your practice in situations where such evidence has been used to inform policy in ways that is not very, is not influenced by the other factors that we see around policy making processes in the countries that you come from? Thank you.
Okay, so I think we'll pause there on the questions, and I'll just hand over to the panelists. I forgot to tell you, I asked the easy questions. They're asking the hard questions. So Dr. Kasova, over to you.
Yeah, when she presented, she wanted this, is it soft questions? Some of these are the hard questions. Yeah, I'll start with the issue of targeting and the vulnerability in the urban. From the studies we've done, for example, we do the food security and nutrition assessment on an annual basis. Like I mentioned, 25% of the households in the Kampala, refugees, either sell an item to meet the basic need, or they're engaged in some form of work, could be sex work or otherwise, that is derogatory to the normal well-being. So for me, this is vulnerable. And if we can ensure that these households can meet their basic needs, then we shall be talking about livelihoods, because we can't talk about livelihoods if somebody can't meet the basic needs. So the way we're doing it is that we, together with KCCA and other partners, we're setting up community, village-level networks that I know my neighbor is vulnerable. I can escalate that individual to the system, be able to pick that person to benefit from other available means of getting an income, be it training, be it business, be it cash, so that at the end of the day, these households at the bottom of the pyramid can actually go up. And for me, that's what I call vulnerability, and then we can improve those livelihoods and the well-being of those households. That's what you're trying to do in the urban. There are, of course, refugees in the urban that are well off. And within our platforms, we keep saying we shouldn't target someone who's driving or living in the neighborhood of a UNHCR office because they are well off. They don't need our support, but let's target those that are most in need. Madam Moderator, the question which was addressed to me was around how do we get this evidence into policy? Like Daniel mentioned, the policy is actually very good in this country. I'm not sure about Kenya. But I think what we're dealing with here is the guidelines or translation of the policy into practice. And we've seen, and from the presentation, and part of the brochures you have, policy is good, guidelines challenging, they're bottlenecks. The question is, how do we use this evidence to sit together with government to modify the guidelines to make it suitable, to make it practical for the people who are implementing? I'll give you an example. Last week, or the week before last week, a refugee in Kampala, for him to get a tax identification number, you need a passport. Somebody has to stamp a work permit into that passport for you to get a TIN. Now a TIN, Uganda gets it by just on a simple mobile app, you get a TIN within minutes. So the conversation then we're having with the Ministry of Interior, or Ministry of Internal Affairs, Revenue Authority, and other department is, why do you need this kind of requirements? I mean, challenging the status quo. And in a way from that discussion, we realized that actually someone came up with the idea and instituted it, so it becomes the practice. So we can use evidence to actually start conversations like this with policymakers around the table, and then we get solutions to the guidelines. The policies are very favorable, like mentioned. It's not a problem of the policy, it's the practice, the guidelines, and how they're implemented. Over to you.
Thank you. And yeah, I think it's a broader challenge, the difference between, we write very good policies, we have very many workshops around policy writing, but it's in the implementation of it. Dr. Rita, maybe the question around sustainability that was addressed to you.
Yeah, sure. No, so I didn't mean to make you lose your job. Eh? No, I think we're in agreement. When you do programs like this and you leave evidence behind, it means you give people a chance to not make mistakes or just innovate from nowhere for nothing and waste time. And so certainly when you do RCTs or you do rigorous studies and you leave behind notes for people to use, you're providing the space for the next person to do something better. And that contributes to your sustainability. But not only. What I would like us to think about sustainability is a bit more elastic. When people say sustainability, they put you on this rubric that when your program ends tomorrow on the 31st of October, how is it continuing? Like what do you want? Why do you want it to continue? I just told you 93% of the people that were extremely poor couldn't eat, couldn't go to school, are now going to school. Why do you want it to continue? So you should be congratulating me and saying, you have set up structures, these guys know they know where the market is, they can stand and be aware of a shock. But even the future programs that will come after Rebuild know exactly what to do with the urban space. I'll tell you, for example, AFC's just recently started some work in the urban space, and we are learning a lot from the stuff you have written without telling you about it. Because we learn. We can't afford to just create things when there's a lot of evidence to use. But I wanted to make one point about the targeting. I think it's really important to talk a little bit about what Dr. Kasozi said. You know, you could just do, there's something called the proximity testing. I just go around this room and I say, this area has extremely poor people, so I target you. Versus, I think, let me ask you what you think poverty really means. And then you give me a characteristic. If you have dreadlocks, for example, it means you don't repair your hair regularly, so you're poor. If you eat cassava for breakfast, you're poor. If you don't drive a car, you're poor. If the community characterizes poverty in a certain way, and it will be very different between refugees, host, urban, rural, you are going to provide a targeted response for the people that are considered poor in that space. And it's going to work better than if I decided that, the PMT says that the north of Uganda people are drunk. And then I went there and did something with that group. So I think the more we are conscious about what vulnerability means, what adversity means in the lens of people, and I think it relates to what Laura was saying. If someone can truly define that I want to go from eating 1 meal a day to 3 meals a day that are balanced, and this is what it should look like. It includes protein and this and that. It means from the beginning, I'm working with somebody who is aware about where they want to go. And as a program, I'm accountable. I am working with them to get to that goal. And that way you're inclusive, you're moving towards a goal, but you've also gotten the right people onto your program.
Yeah. Thank you. I think we'll have to end it there, right? I just want to appreciate our panelists for just sharing the insights and just, talking about your own experiences, and it's been really great to hear from you. Let's appreciate the panelists for joining us. And thank you too for being a great audience just before lunch. Over to you, Belinda.
Thank you so much. Before, can we also appreciate Joyce for wonderful moderation. Thank you so much. Dr. Kasozi, you left us with a lot that we might dig into around targeting in the afternoon. Really exciting that you got us started there. For Rita, there are many things that you're talking about that even to me, I was learning today that maybe cash wouldn't work in the settlement as much as we're saying it is working in the urban. So thank you for actually giving us another angle that we may not be looking at. So one solution should not be a blanket across. I think we are living here, with. And there's one thing you've said about Laura, which is very true. Laura always puts us to task by asking, what does the data say? And it's usually such a simple, but yet such a powerful question that one puts it back on our court, gives us the power to make those decisions, but also keeps checking us that we are not forgetting our rebuild mandate to be evidence-based and to make sure that we are really based on what we are looking at. So on the data. So thank you so much, everyone. As we move to lunch, the microphone needs to be charged, needs lunch as well. So as we move to lunch, I want to welcome, thank you. Maybe I can do this like the politician. When one fails, the other one will pick up. So as we move to lunch, I want to invite you, Anthony, to set us off.
Thank you so much, Belinda. Another round of applause for the panel. Elves as well for being very attentive and active participants. So another round of applause to you. Thank you so much. Yeah, so it's the Ugandan hosting and delicacy. So some lombo, some peanut sauce. Are you excited? So it's time for us to take a break for lunch, but just before we do that, there's one activity that we'll carry out. I think the mic Thank you. Also needs to recharge. This is better. Thank you so much, David. He's doing a great job. Appreciate him. So we'll just do one small exercise so that we can break quickly for lunch. You can see there are some seats being moved around. So please, the RSA family, help us to bring some few seats in front here and also to remove these seats because we are going to be taking a group photo. We want to do it right now just before lunch. It will take us 5 minutes and we want all of us to actually take a photo here together. Then we'll break for lunch and come back at exactly 2:20. So lunch will be served at Kazinga restaurant. Kazinga is just downstairs. Use the stairs just adjacent to the lifts. And so as we exit, you'll see some beautiful ladies positioned, waiting for you with a voucher. So they'll issue out a voucher that you'll utilize to go and have lunch. But just before we do that, please, we'll coordinate you to come and do a group photo. Right? All of us? Thank you so much. So RSC colleagues, kindly support us to bring a few seats as well here. Yes, so the media team, please kindly guide us on how to take the photos. But if you're as tall as I am, please do not stand in the back. So let the people who are as tall as I am be in the front. So let's arrange ourselves at the back as well. Also, some people can feel free to squat at the front if you can, if you're able to. Camera, are we good? All right.
This is the story of the talking guitar. The talking guitar speaks many languages. The language of choice is a universal language. The talking guitar meets many people, sees many things, and travels many miles. And when the talking guitar speaks, you should listen. This is just one story of the talking guitar. Listen closely. At the end of the day, when the talking guitar is laid to rest in soft darkness, in a 3-foot black case, the talking guitar remembers the sights, the people, the faces, the emotions, and all of the things that makes beautiful music. The talking guitar waits until his soft darkness is open once again, so that it may speak.
mukuchu na mashash, kanapenda mukuchu na mabash, akiona mukuchu ana blush, kanapenda mukuchu sema cash, mukuchu na mashash, kanapenda mukuchu na mabash, akiona
anataka this and that, yani heels na bag
na mashash, kanapenda mukuchu na mabash, akiona mukuchu ana blush, kanapenda
Natasha unajua puro bossa,
kanapenda mukuchu na mabash, akiona
anataka this and that, yani heels na bag
na mashash, kanapenda mukuchu na mabash, akiona mukuchu ana blush, kanapenda
Natasha unajua puro bossa,
kanapenda mukuchu na mabash, akiona
anataka this and that, yani heels na bag
na mashash, kanapenda mukuchu na mabash, akiona mukuchu ana blush, kanapenda Natasha
Oh. Wow. Am I the one who feels drums vibrating in your heart? Giving you a minute, your heartbeat to go back to its normal beat, because I know it's beating rhythm. Yeah, Priscilla is saying our hearts are beating in the African beat, African rhythm. So in absentia, I do really want to thank the Mira Group, both for today, staying with us through till now, but also for their partnership with the Rebuild program. We're really grateful. I was looking for, I don't see him, but yeah, in absentia, I do really thank him and the full team for that. Before we get started, I want to announce there's a vehicle that is blocking something at the parking lot. So registration number UA 704BH. It's a Land Cruiser. If anyone is here, please move. I think it's not very safe. They're setting up a tent there, so it would be good to move it. So that was UA 704BH, a white Land Cruiser. Yeah. So thank you so much for that. How was lunch? I'm hearing heavy. Right. I warned you about my vernacular tongue. Sumptuous. Another one? Yeah? I didn't hear. Fantabulous. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much for coming back on time. We've had a tight schedule, but you've been really amazing guests. We are back on track, and we'll try to remain on track because we want to be able to transition to the dinner on time and while we still have energy. We are transitioning into yet another session where we're going to do a deep dive into some evidence. We had a good morning. I was telling some of our panelists, thank you so much for those candid questions and really even putting us to test. For those who are saying, I don't agree that mentorship does not work. We do appreciate that. One thing we want to do as Rebuild is to really have candid conversations where our evidence doesn't align or where you see maybe there's more conversation to be had. We do welcome that. So don't tell us what you think we want to hear. We actually want to hear the truth. So please, let's continue to have those conversations. I know that in the morning, we spend time speaking a lot about cash. Rightfully, because the findings from our cash work really do stand out significantly. And it's one of the proposals we're making for the sector to really try to see where cash can play a part in your programming, given how easy, is it the word, or how efficient and how effective it is to deliver with way less back-end type of input, which is important right now when we don't have a lot of resources. But cash is not the only thing that we've done within Rebuild. We have a whole lot of other work that we've done, and we are going to get into that right now. It's really coming from a place where when we were designing Rebuild in 2020, 2021, like Laura said, we were aware that these are real lives, real desires, real ambitions that we were working with. And so we tried to match the services with what the community requested. Not all of us were made to be entrepreneurs. In fact, many of us in this room are here because we are wage employed. We're not entrepreneurs. And so we always say it's not rightful to expect just because of your circumstances you should be forced to be an entrepreneur. So our work included another segment which we were calling wage employment. And so I wanted to just quickly give us a quick definition between our self-employment work and our wage employment work before I welcome Vitalin and Claudius to come over. So the way we segmented our work, we looked at individuals who wanted to go into wage employment, again, like many of us here, and we determined what are the skills, what are the resources they require, and most of that was coming around training, so vocational training, apprenticeships, soft skills training, etc. All intending to put people through a pipeline where they could get jobs and get hired for a wage. So that's our wage employment work track that we are going into next. Most of the cash work that we spoke about in the morning was under our self-employment track. And that's where we were providing a business grant accompanied by support with business acumen or business skill. And this was through the mentorship that we've spent some time to talk about, as well as business networks. So there's a separation, and as we get into this session, if you see correlation with the cash work, please do feel free to bring it up. But we wanted to show that clear delineation about the two bodies of work. And some of the findings that are going to be shared here will be quite distinct to the wage employment journey. So with that, I do want to invite Vitaline, Ajambo, and Claudius. You can share the stage. I know both of you will co-present together. But I think, Vitaline, you can get the microphone and get started as Claudius will be coming. So please, a round of applause for Vitaline as she comes to take us through the next evidence section. Thanks, Vitaline.
Yes.
Thank you, Belinda. Good afternoon. Allow me to start by sharing a reflection from the commissioner that we had earlier on in terms of the numbers that we have as refugees in the two cities. Kampala hosts 1.9 million refugees that call Uganda a home. And out of that, 157 are in Kampala as urban refugees. 111,900 are back in Kenya. These are just not numbers. These are unique talents. These are skills that greatly contribute to the local economy. My name is Vitaline Ajambo, as introduced by Belinda. I work for the Rebuild as the livelihoods manager for Kampala. I'm here to share with you the beautiful journey that we have traveled around the wage employment for the urban refugees. In the conversation, I'll be able to share with you the different pathways, the lessons learned, and the key recommendations that we give to the partners in the same space. That said, I start off by recognizing and appreciating once again the different partners that we closely worked with. We worked with SHOFCO in Kenya, Nairobi, and La Africana. In Uganda, we worked with Raising Up the Foundation, Bondeko Refugee Center, and COED. Without them, probably would have not succeeded. Thank you so much for your contribution towards the Rebuild program. I think that deserves a hand clap. To start us off, before I dive into the different pathways or approaches that were designed, please note that these approaches were informed by the market survey that we conducted. That market survey was done by our strategic partner, the open capital advisors. And we also benchmarked on the market assessment that was done by UNHCR. We were able to understand the relevant skills that we need, especially the key areas that we needed to empower our clients in. So, largely, with the wage employment, we kicked off in year 2 of the rebuild with skilling our clients in vocational skills training. Overall, we have been able to reach 3,000 and above clients in the skilling. So for the vocational trainings, we worked with the different vocational training institutes. And the courses were short courses of between 3 months to 6 months. Upon completion of the training, our clients were awarded certificates that were recognized in Uganda by the DIT. DIT is the Directorate of Industrial Training. And back in Nairobi, they were recognized by NITA. NITA is the National Industrial Training Authority. Now, after we had done that, we realized that there are women who actually needed to get into the male-dominated spaces. So we encouraged the women to ensure that they get into the spaces that are male-dominated. We had women doing plumbing, electrical repairs, carpentry, mention them. We empowered them and encouraged them to do the same. And some of those women are still thriving in those sectors. We had clients who enrolled into the green jobs. Green jobs, for example, in Nairobi, we worked closely with the We Center. We Center is one of the partners that we worked with. They largely do recycling of waste. They use, they pick on, like, let's say, old electronics and recycle them and make something good out of them. So we had some of our clients that were enrolled for green jobs in those trainings. We also had apprenticeships. So apprenticeships, basically, this is the on-job training where a client or a trainee is attached to an expert in that specific trade. And so they are skilled, hands-on, no theory, but practical trainings. And those courses also were for 3 months. We had to involve also the private sector partners. And the private sector partners, these were individuals that actually we placed our apprenticeship clients in. We had the Catalytic Fund. So the Catalytic Fund was our innovation fund that we put aside to cater for innovative ideas in the program. We had different partners that we had to bring on board who had what we thought were innovative. We had some of the clients learning how to do liquid soap, how to do bar soap, how to do oils, smearing oils, and happy to share that we have clients now who have started delivering through those innovative ideas that came through the Catalytic Fund. We had the value chains. So for the value chains, Uganda, we ventured into 2 value chains. We had clothing and textile, where we worked closely with fine spinners, and they trained our clients through the whole process of the textile. And some of them, the clients got an opportunity to work as distributors for fine spinner. We also ventured into transport and logistics for Uganda. I didn't tell you that also we took some of our clients to prestige driving schools, and they were given driving permits. In Nairobi, the value chain that we ventured in was beauty and cosmetics with Darling. We had clients placed there, and they had to learn the value chains of beauty and cosmetics. The other pathway was the skills certification and accreditation. So skill certification is basically recognition of prior learning, where you pick on someone with a skill but does not have a document that speaks for them. We have so many of our friends, I call them friends, the refugees. They have skills. Even Ugandans, the vulnerable Ugandans. Someone learned hairdressing through an auntie, through a neighbor, and they are good at it, but they don't have academic documents that speaks for them. So in the process, we worked closely with the different vocational training institutes and placed these clients. They were assessed by DIT. Back in Nairobi, they were assessed by NITA, and they were given certificates for those that succeeded to really qualify as in their different trades. We had accreditation. So accreditation is basically, equating documents. We have our friends from different countries who are doctors, who are lawyers, who are nurses, who are teachers. But because they're here in Uganda or in Nairobi, their documents are not translated to the hosting country standards. So they are not able to find opportunities, they're not able to find jobs. And so we worked with different embassies, we worked with the universities here in Kampala, but specifically for accreditation that was done in Kampala and not in Kenya or in Nairobi. So we worked with the different embassies, we worked with the universities, we worked with the National Council of Higher Education to support the accreditation processes. But like program director previously mentioned, Rebuild gave us an opportunity to test things, learn from them. So we are happy to share that some of the tests, some of the things that we designed didn't work. They didn't work because we didn't see the impact out of it. We didn't see long-term sustainability out of it, and some of it we had to drop. But the beauty in it is that they have given us a learning. So we know if we are to go for skills accreditation, we know where to start from. And we are happy and proud of the lessons that we have learned. So that summarizes the different skills that we designed for our service provision. So when we talk about service provision, basically we are saying the livelihood services. So in the third year, we did an evaluation. And we just paused a bit and we're like, wait, we have skilled all these 3,119, but what is happening? What are the results? So we did an evaluation. When we did an evaluation, we found out that only 38 of them had transitioned to wage employment. However, there were issues that came up. One of it was the soft skills. In as much as we took our clients to the different vocational training institutes, they needed the soft skills. They needed to know how to write the CVs. Remember, we skilled them because we wanted them to find wage, to find jobs. So they cannot find a job when they are not trained on how to write a CV, when they are not trained on how to write an application, when they are not trained on how to do a job search. So we took them through job readiness. We trained them, prepared them, and asked them to go and find jobs. Also, when we did the evaluation, we found out that some of our clients, their vision had changed from wage employment, and now they're looking at being self-employed. We all know of that lawyer who stopped practicing law and opened a restaurant. We know that nurse that stopped being a nurse and probably did something else. So that is how some of our clients felt like, no, we may not be able to go for the wage, but we are interested in self-employment. So we took them through the business skills, trained them on simple record keeping, we trained them on a business plan, among others, to prepare them for self-employment. The other issue that also emerged was the networks. They got to tell us that, in as much as we have these skills, we do not have the networks, especially our friends, the refugees. They do not have the networks. How do we go about it? Who is this person that I can go to? So we had what we call the counseling sessions, where I would guide them. But that was during, of course, the soft skills preparation, when we would guide them on how do you network, how do you build networks, who is the person that you speak to. I mean, value the person that you meet. You just never know how they can call you for an opportunity. That neighbor. So basically also trying to promote peaceful coexistence and integration, of which we know that from that sometimes is where you hear opportunities. My neighbor told me there is a job here. So and so is employed here, said there is an opportunity. So we encourage them to do that. So job search, I have talked about it already. It's also embedded in soft skills. So that clearly informs the design of the bridging services. Literally, I have gone through them already. But key to note from the bridging services, maybe one of the things that I had not mentioned is the roundtable meetings. So we held the roundtable meetings with employers. We worked closely with the hotel owners, the different small and medium enterprise associations, the saloons. We brought them together and we told them, look here, we have 3,000 plus clients that we have skilled in different sectors. Can you take them on? So some of them, of course, were lucky that were taken on. But it's from that we also draw some lessons that you get to hear as I go on. In year 5, we did an evaluation again. And this is this year, as we end the first phase of the rebuild. And we got to realize that 88% now are engaged in income-generating activities. So these are people who are into self-employment. And then 48% are into wage employment. With this, we can even round it off to 50%. Isn't that a good result from us? 50% in wage employment. Wow. Reflecting on the journey that we have had, when I see this, I sit down with my colleagues and say, I think this is a journey worth celebrating. So we are happy that we have been able to achieve 48%, which for me, I would say 50% in wage employment. So key lessons learned and recommendations. Here are the key lessons. 1, we get to realize that only formal certificates do not guarantee employment. So you see, how many of us know, of course we know, I wouldn't want to even mention, but we know of people who have certificates but they can't find jobs, right? So there are things that we need to do, including integrating soft skills, like I mentioned, career guidance, linkages to probably private employers, speaking to people early about the people that we serve. So then, as we are skilling them, we know where they are transitioning. So it is good to integrate soft skills with the trainings. So then someone goes and starts an opportunity or looks for an opportunity when they're well equipped. I know of graduates who actually go through the 3 years and they are trained in university, but when they get back, they can't write an application. They can't write a CV. It's just not about the clients we serve, but this is the reality that even happens to us back home and the community we live in. The second lesson is that documentation barriers and an awareness of refugee work rights remains a major obstacle. This is a very huge challenge. Recently in Nairobi, we wanted to hire research assistants, but we couldn't take them on. Some time back, we couldn't take them on. Of course, I know we eventually had to maneuver through, but they had issues of work permits. And as a refugee, they need to have a work permit for them to be allowed to work. So we need to step up our documentation campaign efforts, basically do more of advocacy with the government to really ease access and fast track ensuring that documentation for refugee work permit can easily be accessed by them. Conduct awareness campaigns, sensitization of refugee work rights through targeted communities. So, you know, it's important that our people are told early that you need to start looking out for work permits. Let's not wait for when an opportunity knocks the door and then that's when you say, but you need a work permit. I think that awareness also, it's very important. But also to the people who are in leadership who are able to make decisions to understand that we need to ease some of these processes for refugees to get the work permits. The third lesson, I think the last one, is align skills training with the market demand. So I mentioned earlier when we had the roundtable meetings with the private sector employers, they said and recommended us that next time when we do the skilling, it is better that we skill through the private sector. Imagine here at Mistil, we have clients who probably they're learning, they want to be chefs. How about if we come and have an agreement with Mistil and we say we have some clients of ours, can you train them to be chefs? So then when they train them, we know there are higher chances of them being retained in these opportunities. Because also the employers actually, the private sector employers, they express the concern around the fact that some of the clients, or the vocational training institutes that we take our clients to, when the clients come back to now hands-on, where they're supposed to deliver, they're not able to do so. And because probably in school, they largely focused on theories. Maybe they had limited time to do the practicals. So it is better to do the skilling through the private sector. So then we'll be able to align skills development with the market demand. So we'll be able to invest more into the demand side than to create job opportunities. So we need to rethink into transitioning pathways after skilling towards self-employment. And one of it is, we said if for clients who want to get into self-employment, we need to think of how do we give them a startup. I know in our previous speakers in the panel, one of them mentioned that for sustainability purposes, he has seen programs where, you know, people are trained, clients are trained, and they're not given startup, and they're using their transport stipend to actually start businesses as a startup kit. I must say that we have also had that. In the rebuild, we had clients, of course, when we took them to the different institutes, we did train them and gave them transport refund. For the mothers who had children, we would give them what we call the wraparound services, basically to cater for the baby as the mother is studying. So some of those wise students, they saved the money and started the business with that. But I must say, on a scale of 10, I would say probably 4 or 3 are the ones who could be able to do that. Not everyone would be able to do that because some of them remember they are in the urban space. Survival is for the fittest. It's a jungle. So they are looking for bread. They have businesses, they are hawkers, they are moving around with jewelries and among other things. So you're already keeping them in school the whole day. So you find that they're not able to support their families if they get that money and inject it in the business. So ultimately they'll get that money and use it to take care of their families. So we have had that test as well, but probably we might want to learn more on how that particular program did it. So really that sums up my presentation. And now allow me to welcome my colleague Claudius, who will share with us the financial inclusion. After he has shared, we'll welcome questions, but also additions from colleagues whom we implemented with. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vitaline. I think that was a really wonderful presentation. And it links very well to what I'm going to share with all of us here. I'll be sharing about our financial inclusion work. And specifically, one of our interventions we did as a pilot, the Loan Guarantee Fund. In the previous panel, one of the panelists was proposing that that is a good intervention that we can take for sustainable interventions. So I would really share briefly about our work, what we did, and focus more on the Loan Guarantee Fund. Refugees and vulnerable host community members face a number of challenges. And these were the challenges that we really wanted to address for them to be able to manage finances very well. One, the banks will look at refugees as a flight risk. So they wouldn't want to support refugees because they would feel these are customers who can move anytime. The other challenge or barrier are the strict know your customer documents that the banks would require for someone to be onboarded to even open a bank account. For instance, in Kenya, one would be expected to be introduced by someone who has an account in that bank. You may be asked to have a bill that is in your name. Let's say an electricity bill, a water bill, which most of the refugees may not be having. So that really bars them from accessing those services. Then you also have the high interest that are charged that are really not achievable for the vulnerable clients whom we work with. We also had the challenges of financial literacy. The refugees and host community members have those challenges, and that deter them from achieving financial inclusion. Then the lack of documentation, I mentioned about the stringent documents that the banks require. The refugees may not have them. And if anything, some of their documents expire, so no bank would really want to engage them. Then the refugees also lack the credit history. There's nowhere you can get data about a refugee who came from Congo, for instance, because when they fled, really, they didn't have any of those documents. So Rebuild has employed several strategies to try to address some of the challenges or barriers that I've mentioned there. One of them is working through the urban savings and loan associations. These are informal groups, self-selected, with own rules. Members just save, accumulate money and loan among themselves. There is really no much funds coming from outside. These groups are normally informal. They don't go for any registration. Sometimes they operate in cycles. At the end of the year, they break the cycle and start again the following year. Then this comes with several challenges because we are talking about sustainable development. We are talking about self-reliance. So if the clients cannot be able to get credit whenever they want to, then their businesses may not grow. For instance, from what Vitaline was saying, some of the clients that we have skilled wanted to take self-employment as an option or a pathway to sustainable livelihoods. But then they can't get credit because of these challenges that I have mentioned. We have also provided, as Rebuild, we have provided services, financial literacy training services to the clients, but I think we feel it's not also sustainable because, as we have said, this program is coming to an end now. So what happens next? So because of these challenges, the IRC, with support from OCA, Open Capital, came up with a de-risking mechanism, the Loan Guarantee Fund. We have implemented this through partnership with Equity Bank of Kenya, together with IKEA Foundation, and then UGAFOD for Kampala. So we have some learnings, we have some recommendations that we want to share with you. Just to share some of the things that we did. For Nairobi, for instance, we invested 16,000 euros with Equity Bank as a de-risking fund. In Kampala, we also did through UGAFOD, and the clients were taken through a series of trainings by the institutions. So for Equity, for instance, they will take through the clients through a series of training, 8 weeks, on financial literacy, financial management, loaning and saving and loan management practices. Then we through the fund, we had put a cap of the loans that the clients could borrow as a startup. In Nairobi, we had a cap of 30,000 Kenyan shillings to 50,000, which is around $300 to $500. Those were the initial loans that we could allow the clients be supported, and they are covered by the guarantee fund that I mentioned. But after implementation, we realized that really the clients were doing well. They were paying those loans very fast. There were no major defaults. So we had to revise the capping. So we moved it again to 70,000. So we had capped the loans at 70,000 Kenyan shillings. So in case of any issues, those are the amounts that would have recovered from the loan guarantee fund. Luckily, that really didn't happen because the clients repaid the loans very well. 98% of the loans that were taken were invested in businesses. And these businesses, up to today, are still running. The clients are continuing to borrow. As at the moment, we have 9,000 euros that Equity has lent to the clients outside the guarantee fund, meaning that they have already established this customer relationship, and they are really supporting these clients. Another lesson which links to the sustainable livelihoods we are discussing is that we have realized that the loan guarantee fund can be an opportunity for more sustainable capital. For instance, we were giving loans of around 475,000 475 euros at the beginning. But as we speak now, we have clients who have accessed loans of up to 2,000 euros, and they are continuing to borrow, meaning that even next year they would borrow even more, meaning they have more opportunities for business growth, as opposed to one-off grants, because we gave grants of only 500 euros, which is one-off. So if someone does not invest those funds well, then they have no fallback. But at least for the loan guarantee fund, they are able to go back as the business grows. I think I've talked about the repayment, so we can move to the recommendations. So we have some recommendations that we are making, or we are sharing with all of us here. For the financial service providers, I think we have a base of customers here. We have already demonstrated that the refugees are bankable. Given the numbers that we have worked with in the pilot, we have mentioned that we have supported 20,000 plus clients in Nairobi and Kampala. This is something that the financial institutions can really take up and continue supporting the clients for. Then for policymakers, I think the issue of documents is still an issue. I think we still have challenges where refugees cannot just walk into a bank and open a bank account. There are quite some challenges there. So there is need for us to really look at those documentation challenges. Also making the the registration of groups simpler. One of the lessons we learned in this LGF was that it took quite a while for us to onboard the groups because of the long registration processes. The groups have to be vetted by the Department of Refugee Services and other government bodies. They have to be trained by the Social Services Department. So much that really needs to happen for them to be able to be linked. And of course, the financial service providers require those certificates for them to open the bank accounts. For the donors, I think we have demonstrated here that it is important to support the de-risking mechanisms because it's something that can work. It's scalable. Yeah, we can look at that. We can also replicate this model that we have talked about. Peter would be sharing more about what is happening after we did this pilot. We have seen other partners coming to learn from us. How did you do it? How can we replicate this? So there is an opportunity there for us to scale up this LGF and see more clients accessing financial services. That is the end of our presentation. I will open up for questions, comments.
Maybe before questions, you're not taking the accolade that you should be receiving. Shall we give him a round of applause? Claudius is usually very strict and business oriented, so he's now going to the next phase. But I did want to say thank you so much, Vitaline and Claudius. Very smooth, very detailed, you know. We did enjoy that presentation from both of you. We can go into a round of questions, and Vitaline, I'm not sure where you're seated. Feel free to come in front so that you can be able to respond together. I know Claudius usually says to us as a team, I've done the hard work of presenting, and finish that quote that you tell.
It still stands, and that is the agreement we had with the team. So even if Vitaline is coming here, we have a team.
The answers are coming from here.
Yeah.
All right, thank you so much. We've done well on time, so we can take a good round of questions. Anthony, you can let me know if we have questions from our online colleagues, and they're very quiet. Maybe we need to shake them up a little bit and see if they are, maybe they took a long lunch. Let's see. But let's take a round of questions.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dan Okanya. I'm the head policy and research at the Federation of Uganda Employers. I would like to first of all thank the team Rebuild for the good job. We can see the impact and the results are very clear. I've liked the aspect of journey to wage employment, but also specifically on self-employment, because that's where we can also create more opportunities and be able to employ others, like somebody demonstrated this morning. I may not have specific questions, but I just want to get more insights from the first presenter on what were the real kind of skills you found out being demanded, but also being possessed by the refugees, and in which specific sectors could you have got quite a good number, because this is also something which we have tried to explore and we are still continuing to explore, but there are a lot of some gaps, especially when it comes to identification of the refugee skills and be able to get supported. But the other one also around that is your journey of integrating them. Like you clearly indicated, you did the assessment. Of course, we have usually done the assessments like any other institutions, but the integration process is usually tedious. I don't know how best have you been engaging the employers. We could also be happy to learn from your innovation and some of the strategies you've used so that we can be able so to deploy. But again, in the entire presentation, there is something which I've missed to hear, which I feel maybe could also come out. As we integrate refugees into the journey of employment, the aspect of social protection is also a right. They have a right like any other worker to social protection. And again, this is something which we have been finding difficulties in terms of them being able to register and contribute with NSSF. And with the recent amendment, we have now the voluntary contribution, but I don't know how many of these have you been able to encourage, both the self-employed, but also those ones who have been gotten into the wage employment. Getting into employment is one thing, but having a decent job is the ultimate game. And one of the indicators we usually use is access to social protection. And finally, this could have actually gone to I know the National Council of Higher Education is doing something, but I'm confident the OPM could have some more information, probably also your experience with the accrediting the refugee certificates. It's a cry which has always been there, and we have really tried, and I think it's something which we should continue joining efforts in terms of ensuring the processes are expedited so that these people certification are accredited to our standard, because it's one of the things actually which make them lose out into opportunities for employment in the country. And maybe even the employers, those who have so far employed, could you have got some experiences regarding to the barriers they encounter in the process of employing refugees? Maybe this is something which we can also learn from here as we celebrate the impact and the achievements Rebuild has made. I thank you so much.
Thank you very much, team. A very flowing presentation in terms of what needs to go into wage employment. Just one thing around wage employment. We talked to apprenticeships and their linkages to the private sector. I just want to understand if the apprenticeships literally led to long-term engagement in terms of work, or was it just for a duration of time and that was the end of it, they had to go get work somewhere else? A big question, and this is just thought-provoking. We have seen issues around work permits. Is it time to draft our programs or our programmings differently so that maybe work permits is one of the outcomes that we want to see in our livelihood programmings, so that if we are having a training program, apprenticeship, then we also tie one of the outcomes that we wish to see to be work permits. And this is a conversation we are having in Kenya, even with the government, so that we can tie this together. A last one, of course, is just to appreciate the fact that we have mentioned the issue about barriers in terms of regulatory frameworks and more so the KYC, and the sustainability question was raised in the previous conversation. And for me, one thing that remains a challenge, and I think I didn't see it, is the crowding off of other mainstream service providers. Because you notice, for example, in Kenya, Peter is here from Equity, Paul is here from Equity. In the camps where the refugees are, the settlements, there are only two private, two banks, Equity and KCB. So at times, the kind of programmings we do can also crowd out other private sectors and let the system not to work in a real market, nature. So how do we also ensure that then we push more for the regulatory framework so that refugees as well as the hosts can actually have access to formal banking systems through the access to KYC and all that, so that we have more and more of the private sector actually attracted to the bankable population. For me, when we speak to sustainability, that speaks to it. And I just want to add a voice to what my colleague here has mentioned, and this is what I also raised in the previous conversation, about linkages to social protection programs like the social health, the social security, because if you want to enhance or you want to reduce vulnerabilities over time, then you have to ensure that livelihood programmings are also linked to social protection programs like social security, social health, and all that. I just wanted to add a voice to that. Thank you.
We'll just take two more and then you can respond to that.
Can you hear me? Yes, my name is Edson Niwamanya. I work with Relevant, and our mission is to extend capital to groups. So I'm interested in the topic of refugees being bankable. So I wanted to learn a bit from the experience of your funding partners. What are the characteristics of people that receive this financing? Are they business owners? Did they get this money as individuals? And I noticed the gentleman from Equity, maybe he could also add to that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think we can take those ones, Vitalin and Claudius. Feel free to delegate as you see fit to the team. Over to you.
Thank you so much, and thank you for the wonderful questions. Colleagues are here that we implemented with. I'm only representing them for today. So feel free also to come in. I hope you've taken note of the questions. So I'll start with skills demand from the first person who asked the question. Well, within the assessment, we realized that most of the skills that usually our friends, especially the refugees, go for, these are skills that are attached to their beliefs back home. We know that when you're looking for a best tailor, they'll tell you he's a Congolese. When you're looking for a hairdresser, a best hairdresser, they'll tell you go to an Ethiopian. If you're looking for a good baker, can bake nice cakes and cookies and the likes, South Sudanese. Now, you realize that the demand was largely also attached to their home countries, where they come from, what they believe in, what they are known for. So I must say, most of the skills that were so much on demand were fashion and design, tailoring. We had most of them asking for tailoring. Actually, at one point, we had to say, we are not doing any more of tailoring enrollment. And also, we know that within the urban space, we have more Congolese. So tailoring is something that, fashion and design rather, is something that they really hold so dearly. So it was on high demand. The other one was baking, baker and confectionery. And this was from our friends from South Sudan. So when a South Sudan walks in, you just know the next thing they're going to ask, are we able to enroll for baking and confectionery? And then the third one that was also a timekeeper, the third one that was also on demand was mechanics. We actually had more of our clients who really wanted to do mechanics. So those are the key skills that were so much on demand. And also that explains the sectors really that they were interested in. So the next one is the assessment and integration. Boniface, do you want to respond to that?
Thank you, Vitaly. Thank colleagues for
just those great reflections. I look at the questions as part of just addressing the challenge and the issues that we are all discussing here today. So the aspect of integration and just seeing that refugees are also part and parcel of the economy and the employers who are giving them jobs, is that we do ensure that for the moment of engagement, because you see them working and tagging along with also the rest of Kenyans and working with the other community members, you must create more of awareness, you must create more of understanding, and bringing in the fact that giving them the opportunity, they're also contributing to the economy. So we do have deliberate engagement with the different employers to be sure that in the work and even the jobs that they're offered for, they understand the key nuggets of discriminations, things that may look at someone feels excluded from the work, and just creating an enabling environment so they feel more accommodated and be able to support and be able to just feel part and parcel of work that they do like any other employee and part of the community. I will give a highlight on the question of social protection, and I think tomorrow we'll get more insight on that because it's aligned with our advocacy work. For example, in Kenya, we have the Haba na Haba, which is a social security or pension or kind of a saving scheme, which also allows refugees to be part and parcel. And in our program, yes, we have more of engagement, conversation. I don't have the numbers at the back of my mind now, but you have those refugees who are accessing and able to save for the resources. And also talk of the social health, as Mr. Andrew has spoken about. We have also the ongoing government efforts to ensure that the universal or health access to everyone is supported, which includes refugees. So we do see that in as much as there's still a bit of work to be done, but the policy environment, working with different actors, will give us a very good opportunity to strengthen and see much success out of the work and collaboration that you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Bonnie. So there's an input from Moses.
So thank you so much, Boniface, on that. So there was a question of how we engaged employers. So what we did, we had round tables, maybe for all the sectors, but specifically we also had round tables for targeted sectors. Let's say we have only the hotel employers and a different for the beauty sector and the others for textile sector. So we meet those private sectors and also tell them we have these clients from the beauty or hairdressing and beauty sector, and how can they give them an opportunity to employ them. So we had targeted round tables, which really made our work easier. Yeah, thank you.
Maybe just to add on the apprenticeship, there was a question on whether they translate to employment, long-term employment opportunities. I would say yes. We have a number of private sector employers who took on apprenticeship clients, and they were employed on long-term up to today, and I believe some of them are even here. On the work permit, I think Bonnie has mentioned that. Probably I can give this to Peter on the criteria the financial institutions use to onboard the clients. But I can say that maybe before Peter does that, in the LGF pilot that we did, IRC was responsible for identifying the clients because the clients were in the groups that we have been supporting. Then Equity would go ahead, interact with those clients, vet them, appraise their businesses, and provide credit facilities. But maybe Peter, you can give a voice on it.
So thank you for the question, and we're building on what Rebuild was working on. So in this pilot, we are not reinventing the wheel, rather than we are co-creating. So already there were Urban and Savings and Loans Association. So the question for us was, how do we reach to the individual refugee within the groups? And back at home, we've been the unbanked, especially the micros, the very small enterprises, and also the micro businesses. And how we are doing it there is we can lend to an individual without using the group, or we can lend to an individual using the group as a vehicle. So in this setup, what we are doing is once the they've been a product that we do deliver, and I do believe by tomorrow I should be able to share much more on how we delivered on lending to individual refugees using groups as a vehicle.
Just to add something on the work permits. Okay. My name is Agnes Basera. I'm a protection officer legal at the Office of the Prime Minister at the Department of Refugees. So I want to just highlight something. I think a conversation that has been recurring over and over again has been one about the work permits and the requirements that the financial institutions and the agencies and the parastatals require before they give the issue people with the refugees with the work permit. So I want to assure the audience here that we are actively, as the government, we're actively committed to having this resolved. We want to have a common voice on how best we can assist people to get work permits. Also, the teen. I don't know, I think this is something we shall discuss on the panel when I get a moment. But the Ministry of Internal Affairs, the URA, and any other financial institutions that are usually requiring even longer processes for refugees to acquire, say a teen. Before you get a teen, you must have a work permit, and not every refugee really can afford a CTD, a refugee passport in the layman's language. And I want to say that we are actively handling that because we have had a discussion. There was a meeting at Hotel Africana about 3 weeks ago where many partners here were in attendance. I think IRC was there, NRC was there, Uganda Christian Lawyers Fraternity, and many other partners. But the most important or the most relevant were those of the Ministry of Internal Affairs and URA, where we had a lot of contention around this. And the Commissioner is very, very, very committed to have this resolved so that we can have a common standing on this. Yeah. I'm sure in a month's time I'll have a response. Yeah.
Just to respond on accreditation lastly, that we had, Claire, if you confirm, were they 3 clients? I think 3. Belinda, 3, right? Yeah. There were 3 clients that were able to have their documents accredited. And the challenges with accreditation were quite immense. First of all, the bureaucracy involved. The bureaucracy is too much, penetrating through the embassy, the university, the National Council of Higher Education, huge challenges with that. But also key to note that even for the few numbers that we accredited their documents, they're quite costly. The expenses, what you have to put in to have it done, you question if it's really worth it. And lastly, still about the same, countries have different policies. Now in Eritrea, the Eritreans, for them, they go through government educational scholarships. And so if they go through the government scholarships, when a student comes out from the university, they are supposed to first work for their home country. And so they are not supposed to go and work in another country before they serve their country. They have some term limits as to when probably that student is supposed to contribute towards the development of their country before they are allowed to to work elsewhere. So there were challenges that were around it that we couldn't really have it successfully done. Those are the few that I could talk about now.
Yes, Dan, I want to answer your question on the element of social protection. So what did we learn as the rebuild program at the IRC? First is when some of the clients got into wage employment, we noticed that in some instances they would drop off. So we learned that there were social protection issues and the issues around the dignity of the nature of the work. Yeah, and so if you remember well, actually the IRC has an MOU with the Federation of Employers. So we produced the policy brief, and where we engaged several actors, ILO, I think even the Federation of Employers, we interviewed them. And so we produced a policy brief that gave recommendations to address some of the social protection issues you raised. Yeah, so that's one. We have some recommendations. Then the other thing is we also found that there are some social protection services that are only accessible to citizens. Like, for example, the SAGE grant. So to access it, you need to have a national ID. So we have some policy recommendations to donors, and I think some of it is actually being integrated now in the NDP 4. Yeah, because we were saying that one of the recommendations is that donors that are supporting the government in social protection programs should include in the element of refugees. Yes, so that policy brief is one of the documents that we have online that I think also for anyone interested, they can still go and download and read it. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll welcome all of us to visit the Rebuild website where we have documented these learnings for more details. I know we couldn't really share everything, but please visit and see the learning brief on the wage employment. We also have on the financial inclusion pieces. Thank you.
Remember, I told you Claudius handles business. So he is even wrapping up the session on behalf of myself and Anto. I do want to ask, no, we know you, yes. That's why he leads our program in Kenya. I'll want us to give a good round of applause to them. But before that, I know maybe it's playing in people's minds. I know a couple of people have mentioned to me what miracle happened between 38% and 88%. That's a huge jump in statistics, right? I know that they said we did some interventions. We did soft skills training. We engage employers more. We did walk the journey in job applications, in networking, etc. But still, you know, there's another ingredient at play here that we want to leave you, particularly our colleagues who do training programs. One of the things that we realized here is training cost conscious, as we said, maybe half the price. Our wage employment track was showing us 82%, you know, businesses thriving. And so we paused to deliver this service. But we didn't stop there. We tried to understand, maybe it took time, maybe there's something we were missing. And true enough, as much as we stopped this service in our third year because of the costs, we have come to learn by the consistent measurement that one key ingredient is time. So at the fifth year point is when we are seeing many of these transitions happening. So maybe to our colleagues in the sector who are planning to do this type of an undertaking, patience might be what you need. So as you start your programs, maybe don't try to see if you're going to see results within the first year, the second year. Just have the expectation that it might take some time. I hope I've answered some of the questions that were coming from me on one side, like what happened between 38% and 88%. It couldn't just be all
all of that. Yes, time is a big investment here. I want to take it over to Anthony.
Thank you, Belinda.
To help us also applaud Claudius and Vitalin and take us to the next session. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Belinda. And before we actually applaud Claudius and Vitalin and the rest of the IRC team that have contributed to the presentation and also to answering the questions, I just wanted to voice over two comments from the online team. It's good to know that they are there and they're actually commenting. So kudos online team, we've not forgotten you. So there's a comment from Calvin's saying that the Rebuild program has been an eye-opener, demonstrating how effectively vulnerable nationals and refugees can coexist while fostering an inclusive and equitable working environment for both groups. Kudos to the entire implementing team. The recommendations provided should be carefully considered to strengthen and refine future programs. Then from Johnston Kotut, who was our influence and advocacy advisor at some point. So he says he's proudly associated with Rebuild and it has brought positive disruption to urban refugee space within our region. So good work, Rebuild team and all our partners that we've been working with. So I'd want us to appreciate Claudius, Vitalin, Moses, Boniface, both Moses Odokonyero and Moses Onyancha, and the entire team of Rebuild that has actually been the engine behind the implementation of all the nice work that you've seen here. So join me in just doing the appreciation that I showed you in the morning. So 1, 2, 3. No, you failed the exam. So in the morning we said, when I say 1, 2, 3, what do you do to your neighbor? All right. So again, we take it again. 1, 2, 3, high five your neighbor to your left and to your right. Awesome. Thank you so much. So I know we've been sitting for quite a while, and I want us to do something to take care of the post-lunch nap mode. I can see people who are, giving us acres. That's 1 acre, half an acre, nodding, So we'll do a quick game, and this game is called Stand If You. It's very super simple, and I'll just read out a few statements, and if it applies to you, please just stand up, wave, or give us a little cheer, right? So stand if you've met someone new today. So either wave or give us a cheer. All right? So stand if you're feeling proud of what we've accomplished today. Good. Stand if you've enjoyed the lunch. The wave and the cheer. Awesome. Stand if you've been part of this 5-year journey from the very beginning. Why are you sitting? You've not been part of this journey. Then finally, stand if you're ready to make even more impact, either in the next 5 years or 10 years, and continue with this journey that Rebuild has started. I expect everyone to stand with that, right? Very good. So that's the spirit, and that's the energy and passion and the teamwork that should keep us moving forward. Please do have your seats as I give Nancy and team a chance to display a video that will be offering insights from our clients. Tomorrow we'll get to hear more of the reflection from the clients. But for today, please give yourself a big round of applause for all that we've done today. Thank you. So Nancy, confirm if you're ready. Let's watch it. It's just a 10 or so minutes video.
Mimi naitwa Rufaile Mchwizia na natoka nchi ya Rwanda na ninafanya biashara hapa Kivu Center. Inatengeneza wood carving, inamaanisha utakuta kuna wanyama natengeneza, kuna aina fulani inaitwa mask, hiyo natengeneza, na kuna hizi pia za kupikia, hizi mabakuli, unakuta pia natengeneza hizo.
Rebuild nagitegera nga waliwo mikwano gyange bali mu saving nga basavingira aho nga batandika okusavinga kati ne bajja ne banyumiza saving gye bakola ngeri gye basavinga nange nengamba kangendeyo awo kumanya gundi rebuild bwe nagenda ku rebuild nasangayo bintu bingi nasangayo wali abantu bakolangako saving abalala basomerayo ebintu bwe bityo.
Kama ni 2022 umeenda kwa IRC umenipatia ile tereni mingi alafu umenipatia ile pesa ya mashini.
Waliwo nini twakolako back then twafuna ba mentors bali batuguidinga engeri gy'okukola ki eyokutambuza business, how to live with people bingi actually n'okumanya abantu namanya abantu bangi benali simanyi mpaka kati era sio tukyali wamu nabo.
Mimi nimependa juu kuna ule mtu anaweza kusaidia but kitu mzuri wanakusaidia na wanajua hiyo pesa wamekusaidia inafanya kazi mahali instead tu ya kukupea na kukuachilia.
Lazima tu iongezee kwa juu ukipata kitu kingine juu ya kitu yenye uko nayo lazima tu utainuka na unaendelea kufanya kazi. Kwa hiyo mentor amenisaidia, ameniambia ukianzia kwa kitu kidogo unaendanga ukipanda ukienda juu.
Kongo nali musomesa naye nakola obusomesa nga nali sibwagala nze nali neewuliramu amasanyalaze naye ate bwe nagenda okuwulira nga waliwo ogwo omukisa wali ku rebuild ate nawulira nfunye essanyu ly'amaanyi.
Biashara yangu na deal na duka which is ni general vitu tu za duka, unga, mkate, kijumla tu general. Pesa ile nilipata iliweza kunisaidia kuinua kazi yangu kwa sababu by then ilikuwa chini kimapato na kistock pia, na kulikuwa na some other things sikuwa nazo kama M-Pesa. So kwa saa hizi M-Pesa ndio like iko everywhere na kila mtu saa hii wa baby cash in the hands, so mostly ni through hiyo. So ungepata unapata mteja kama kuna kitu hauna ataenda kwingine, so iliweza kunisaidia kwa hiyo njia.
Naye abasajja nga bambuza naye okosinga y'amaanyi onagisobola nga gwe omukyala negamba nja kusobola nga neewulira mu nze nja kusobola kuba nali njagala nnyo amazzi kuba eyo omukyalo twasitiragolinga nnyo n'amazzi okusena amazzi ogajja eri okatuusa ewaka negamba naye nange nina osoma amazzi nsobole nga geetuusaako kumpi. Awo nenyidde tutandika mpola mpola paka we twamalako kati saawa zino ndi mukyala agumidde sobola ogenda nenfuna site nenkola nembezaawo abaana bange ate kukyalire bankubira salute oli mukyala wange oli mukyala w'amaanyi nnyo engineer omukyala tetumulabangako.
We nafuna sente ezo yali September 2022 I remember. Nazifuna ne sister wange twafuna 2M. By then we twazifunira then yatuka September 26 dadi we fenafa. So twakozesako kozi zali 4M twazigata ozona wamu ne tukozesako 1M mu bintu by'okuziika biki ebyo then sigalako ne 3M ne tujjako 500 tuzikozesako bintu bya waka tusigalako na 2.5. Then we started with a 2.5. By then tukola na tufuna naye nga okay tuzizaamu still mu business tuzizaamu mu business mpaka kati wetuli
kibiashara. Pesa zao zilinisaidia nikaongeza stock kwa stock yangu ile nilikuwa nayo ikainuka, so ndio maana naweza nikuta na niko na aina product za customers wenye wanahitaji. Ndio nimesaidika sana through hiyo pesa, maana kitu cha kwanza si kama watoto shule school fees tusumbuani nalipa on time, upande maybe wa medicine pia nalipa, na pia upande wa rent pia hapo tusumbuani sana sababu niko na different product ambazo zinavutia makastoma kwa kununua.
Katawo nentandika kusavinga mpora mpora nengenda neneura mu kibiina mu saving yaffe neneura sente entono nenyongerezaako nentandika okulima naye ngo butiko bwe nalimanga nga tebumala kubanga okufuna mu butiko kiba kyetaaga oteekemu kingi bw'oteekamu kitono tofuna bw'oteekamu kingi ofuna kati bwe twafuna abantu abalala batuyamba ne batuwola sente babayita ensubuko bebajja ne batuwola buli omu nayogera sente zayagala ne balaba ne basooka ne batunula mu butabo bwalina oba basobola okumuwola ne bagenda nga batuwola sente nze ne bampayo $3,000,000 kati bwe bampa $3,000,000 nenziteeka mu bizinesi kuva bwe nafuna sente za ensubuko bizinesi tekyakaluba nnyo kubanga buli woda gye nfuna mba nsobola ogikola ki mba nsobola okusapurayinga kubanga nayongera mu bizinesi zange obutiko nfuna buli lunaku kati tebikyakaluba.
Ile pesa ya wala imenisaidia sana, nimenunua ile mashine, nimenunua ile mashine mpya hii na hiyo nyingine, sio moja mbili hata. Nimepata ile pesa, nimelipa rent, nimelipa pesa ya stima, nimelipa ile pesa ya chakula, mara nimekosa ya hali ya kawaida tu ni tu.
Wamefanya vizuri wakanisaidia nikainuka kimaisha nikafanya kazi, lakini hiyo pesa hiyo imenisaidia nikafanya kazi nikainuka, watoto wakasoma, tukalipa rent, kila kitu. Kakisawa zinokwasaganya bulungi kozimanyi nkola nzi dividing sente zange mba manyi nti zino zenfunye zino zengendo sasula rent za waka ya kumulimu zino zengendo okuddamu ngula ebintu byengendo okukozesa ku saloni. Yeah, the separating our centers and saving and not saving. Plan jenina jagala ku expanding atemfune awantu nga wali kukubo nga direct kukubo then nga expanding then after expanding that ndaba business yange agenda kubeera bulungi nnyo then I'm planning for making another branch.
So sisemi tu ni peke yake, lakini ile nguvu yenye ilinipea ilinifanya nifungue biashara zingine. Kuna bike 3 saizi kafanya kwa barabara, zote zenye nimetoa pesa hapo.
IRC kimeneza sema ni nashukuru sana sana, Mungu awabariki. Mmeweza kunisaidia pakubwa na kuna mabadiliko, siko vile nilikuwa before the rebuild, so nashukuru sana.
Nali ebiseera ebisinga nga nterwa kubeera nga aido, kati kyanyamba nekindeeta mu society neneewulira nga ndina amaanyi mu bantu bangi.
Emirimu gyange mu myaka nga5 ndabanga nokuba omukyalo ow'amaanyi, njagala kuteekako hardware yange nga nene etunda ebyamazzi. In fact n'ebyokuzimba amanyimu katono nabyo njagala gatirize wamu kati nsobola okuyamba ng'abaana abalala n'abakyala bannange, nsobola kubawa kwekyo ky'olibulidi kyeyampa ng'okunjigiriza nange ne mbayigirizaako. Ndaba nga nfuuse omukyalo w'amaanyi, njagala n'okukola kampani yange nga nze sobole okugenda ku ddaala erirala.
Thank you so much, media team. We can give them another round of applause. You can best believe that that's the work of our internal media team. So the entire team led by Edna, Nathan, Nancy, Edgar in absentia, we truly appreciate you. See, that video looks good and it's well done. So we can appreciate them again with another round of applause. Yeah, so at times, it's easy to get lost in the statistics and in the technical components and really fail to appreciate the magnitude of some of the impact that you do and make a difference in people's lives. Because those are just not videos or just faces. Those are actual clients, and some of whom are here. And so at the IRC, we program with clients at our center, and we do indeed appreciate you are the very reason for existence. So some of the faces you've seen here are actually clients who are here with us. And so I'd like to take cognizance of them and for us to take a moment to just give a round of applause, because these are actually indeed lives and livelihoods that we've made an impact on. So please join me in giving a special applause to the clients joining us today. Thank you for honoring us with your presence. So we are doing quite well on time, thanks to you guys and my co-hosts, Belinda. We've really recovered on time and we are doing really, really well. So we anticipate we should be able to finish at the appointed time. 5, latest 10 minutes past 5, I can assure you of that. So we've had so much from the speakers today, and what we are going to hear next from are the duty bearers, who are actually the heart and the heart of scale and sustainability within the IRC. So we've heard a lot about coexisting, developing together from OPM, meaningful contribution, taking risks from Laura, the risk of failing to innovate. So I want to welcome Elijah Okeo, the country director for IRC in Uganda, who's going to be leading a panel of duty bearers who will be sharing with us the scale and sustainability in continuing to celebrate the partnerships and the learning and transformations. So karibu sana, Mr. Elijah.
Great, thank you very much. When I was seated here, I received a note saying that there is a need for another energizer. But before we can do that, I'll just request my panelists to come. We have very, very great panel before you. Agnes Basera will be representing the commissioner from the Office of the Prime Minister. Please come over. Susan Kimani, Nairobi City Council Government. Please come over. Evans Pasua, Department of Refugee Services. Please come over. Godwin Gumisiriza, Kampala Capital City Authority. Please come. As my panelists take their seats, I'll request us to stand with me. Please, I'll indulge you just 1 minute to stand with me. And who remembers the road that Belinda took us? Who remembers that roadmap? Only 2 people. There was at the This confirms the request from that person that there is a need for energizer. So in that meander, my panelists, please you can sit. In that meander, there was one first roadblock. Who remembers what it was? Yes? You can shout it out. COVID-19. And then there was another last roadblock in 2025. Wow, excellent. Stop work order. COVID-19 all the way to stop work order. So between these 2 roadblocks, there was a time that, I'll not tell you which one, I was very stressed in one of those roadblocks. So I went back home and I sat, and an idea came to me that I should write a letter to myself. just to console myself because of the stress. So I want a brilliant mind. This is an energizer for the mind. If you can guess what could have been the subject line for that letter. You know, you say, so I said, Dear Elijah, subject of that letter. So who can guess what could have been the subject line? Be strong. Another guess? These two shall pass. We are getting there. Any other? It is well. Everything will be fine. Soaring above the storm. There is somebody speaking. Be strong. Rebuild. When you kick in the butt, you can start, forward. Any other last one? And I have actually a present for the person who will. Don't give up. Let go. I'm going back with my gift. So the subject line was, take heart. Oh, you got it. I didn't hear it. Great. Thank you very much. You can take your seats. So we are joined here by excellent panel. The duty bearers, I'll quickly introduce them formally, and then we'll get into the questions. We have colleagues from Uganda government, and we have colleagues from Kenya government. I will start with Susan, next to me. Susan is the Assistant Director, Youth Affairs, Nairobi County City Government. Susan is a passionate youth and community development professional with many years of experience at the NCCG, where she is the Assistant Director, serving in the Youth Affairs. She has been implementing an initiative dubbed Balozi Mtaani, whose main objective is mindset change of the youth and communities in pursuit of cultivating a culture of peace. She coordinates the One-Stop Youth Center that provides holistic youth development programs. Welcome, Susan. Next is Evans Pasua, and Evans is the Community Services Officer, Department of Refugee Services in Kenya. Evans Pasua works with the DRS as a Community Services Officer. Is passionate about refugee having access to timely services and has been instrumental in supporting community-based refugee initiatives, including refugee group registrations. Evan Pasua is committed to seeing that refugees are protected, including against the gender-based violence. Welcome, Evans. The far on the last side, we have Godwin. I'll come back to Agnes. Godwin Gumosiriza is the Manager, Welfare and Community Services at the Directorate of Gender, Community Services and Production at KCCA. Godwin works as manager at KCCA, where he has served for the last 7 years. In this role, he has designed, planned, and implemented community empowerment programs for refugees. Since 2021, Godwin has been a key focal point between KCCA and the Rebuild program. He represents KCCA on Rebuild Steering Committee and was part of the KCCA team that generated and submitted Kampala and Nairobi Joint Pledge at the 2023 Global Refugee Forum. Welcome, Godwin. Agnes, most welcome. Agnes works at the office of the Prime Minister, and I'm just opening her bio here. She is the protection focal point for us there. She's been a great leader in helping us with all the protection related issues, but also she sits at the refugee status determination as the focal person to help with this refugee status determination. Agnes has been our go-to person when it comes to rebuild. She's worked with this project in almost all the events. Whenever there is an event, if you don't see Agnes, you don't see your PM. So you're most welcome, Agnes. So this panel will probably close our day today between now and 5, and we'll have conversational type of engagement with the panel. Rebuild is housed in Uganda, in Kampala, and in Kenya, in Nairobi. And the team here represent the government. We've had strong partnership with both the government and the Department of Refugees in both countries and in both cities. I just want to open up by asking a very simple questions to the panelists. It's going to be, response will be very punchy. Just 1 minute response to get us started. I want to first to thank you for walking this journey with the Rebuild and the IRC. We celebrate what we have achieved together. We've seen clear demonstration of ownership and partnership in your various offices. As this phase ends, we are keen to get your thoughts on the journey and your ambitions or the plans going forward. So my first reflection question is, what stand out most about working with Rebuild? What made it different from other programs? So just really very quick thought on what stands out about this particular project. I know you manage so many projects from different partners, and if you can just share what makes it different from other projects. I'll start with Susan.
Thank you so much. Let me say that for us as Nairobi County and having come together to work with Rebuild, the contact we had with Rebuild really made a change in one way, that it was a very flexible program. One of the things that stood out was the fact that they were able to introduce the refugee matters to the county. And once they introduced the refugee matters, we were able to recognize, the county became cognizant of the fact that they have refugees. Previously, the refugee matters were in the domain of the national government. And so the county was able to understand that we have urban refugees, which are about 114 at the moment, and we did not engage in that conversation. And at the point of contact with Rebuild and working with Rebuild, we've been able to have that conversation. The other thing that we also had, Rebuild has also brought us to a point whereby we realized that we did not have a framework to engage on refugee matters as a county, and we needed a framework that would help us start to have that conversation. And through the Refugee Act 2021, which really gave mandate to the counties to be able to work with refugees or have refugee matters in place, give service to the refugees, we were able to come up with a framework, which is the Nairobi County Refugee Integration and Community Building Strategy, where we worked with Rebuild. Rebuild worked with us from the beginning up to the point that we were able to have it ratified by the cabinet, and that helped us be able to see that now we can legally give services to the refugees within the county. At the same time, looking at the work we have had with Rebuild, the framework, the strategy has enabled us to be able to have a conversation whereby we can have inclusive policy plans, whereby we now can have in the county integrated the development plan. We are having a conversation of seeing that this becomes a language that we are able to have the refugees being included into the city plans, the annual development plan, the county integrated plan, and as such. So the confidence that came as a result of it, being able to able to work within with the Rebuild program has made the county be confident and to stand out there and say that now we are ready to include, to be all-inclusive, and this is not going to be a language or a matter of an afterthought now. It's like going to be in the systems. And so we are having that conversation, and that is one of the greatest things that we can say we have had milestones within the Nairobi County.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Susan. That is very articulate on the specific thing that you see differentiate Rebuild from the rest of the other programs that you've managed before. I'll come to you, Evans. What it is?
Thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. I want to applaud the program by saying that from the inception, we were involved. And the involvement is not about DRS, neither UNHCR or partners, but even the community that we target about the clients. For one, we had a lot of forums where the IRC staff were explaining to the clients that we serve on what is all about the project and the criteria of how the beneficiaries will be able to be, to be selected among the a majority of the urban. And we managed also to go across Nairobi and its metropolis counties, that is Kajiado and Kiambu. And among all that, I can say that the consistency compared to other programs or other projects that have been carried out within refugees in the communities, this one was very consistent in terms of information. That when you're told this, the next meeting, you are coming for this, that is what exactly is going to be done. So for us, in terms of consistency, that's I can actually give a guarantee that, number one, there was a consistency in terms of implementation. Number two, the issue of targets, especially when coming to picking up of the beneficiaries. You see, sometimes when you look at the majority of people who stays in urban, everybody is vulnerable. Because you cannot say this one is not vulnerable, because all of them, they have a similarity, because all of them take care of the bills. Whether you are rich or poor, you have to take care of all your bills in urban. But for this one, I can say that when it came to being and the involvement, actually everybody across the board came to realize that what is Rebuild. Number two, the issue of integration. It's also a unique program where Kenyans, that is the host community, together with refugees, meetings were being done concurrently. I remember when we were starting this in Kajiado specifically, and I know my brother here, Claudius, can attest to this, when we brought all the Ngaos, the national government officials, that is the chiefs, the Nyumba Kumi, together with the assistant county commissioners for those particular sub-counties to get to understand this project. It was not very easy, and it was actually not something that we were taking it very lightly, especially when it comes to the issues of cash. Because we were looking at it in terms of the host, not even now the refugees. Like, how do we manage the host community, especially with the numbers that were given out for the project? So for me, I want to applaud the team from IRC that the technicalities that you took in terms of how you came up with your clients was perfect, because there was no noise, There was no wrangles around any community around that are probably the people that were, at the end of the day got to be beneficial to the project were the real people that needed that particular assistance at that point. So those particular two issues for me came out very clear, and I think as we continue the conversation, we engage on what we've done more with the project. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Evans. You've talked about inclusivity, consistency, and also you've talked about the targeting of the clients. Very good reflections there. Agnes, same question. What stands out to you?
Well, I think what stood out for me is for Uganda's case, I think a lot of attention had been given to the refugees in the settlement before. And with this project or program, I realized there was a lot of inclusivity for the urban refugees. I think all of us can attest to that. There was always aid, there was something that was given to the refugees in the settlement, but at urban level, there was a level of self-reliance that was expected from them, and not many partners were ready to embark on empowering the refugees in the urban centers. So I want to applaud the IRC, the Rebuild program, for that. And secondly, is bringing, I think, to reiterate what my colleague from the government of Kenya has just said, bring the government on board. There's been a lot of imploring from our end to be a part of this and to bring KCCA on board, to fund that the Ministry of Internal Affairs, the parastatals, the ministries that really are stakeholders and take a very key role in the management of the refugee response have been included. And that for me is another way of bringing and bridging partnership and having solutions for the refugee, because you're not going to run this as an NGO alone. You'll have it with the government and the parastatals and ministries that are, and agencies that are concerned. Then the most important thing, you said that we should have it as a punchline, but I see all of us are making speeches, but I think it's because it's a very impactful project. The other one is that this project really relied heavily on evidence and learning. They were not just doing things for guesswork. They were getting a research-based solutions for the refugees and not having to just throw money out there. They would just do a lot of how are the cash grants being impactful to the populations, and they did follow up. They did a lot of research. I have attended so many of their meetings, and you find that there's a structured research that has been put out there almost every time someone is presenting. This is our finding, this is our evidence, this is our result, and that for me is very, very, very also impactful. Yeah. So I think summarily, that is it for now.
Excellent, well said. Thank you very much, Agnes. And also you reiterated the engagement of the government right from the start in all the activities. Finally, Godwin, what is your reflection?
Thank you, Elijah. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. When you speak last, they have spoken everything. But let me be a little innovative so that I can make some sense. From the beginning, the strategy by Rebuild team and IRC in general was a great one. I have actually been thinking it was like a marriage journey, the courtship. I remember that wonderful team led by Gerard Ree before Moses came. They would come to KCCA, they are trying to find out what you are doing. They are telling you what they are doing. You don't know what is at the back of their mind. The way you will propose to a girl, that is how they were doing it. Then before you know it, they were saying, can we have a memorandum of understanding with KCCA? Then they spell out the things they can do. And you see they are very, very interesting. And we got the MOU done. Then they introduced the idea. Meanwhile, we are also coming to give a hand. And the second point to me there is your openness and transparency. For me, it's a headline. Because the rebuild team came to KCCA and said, we are not giving you money directly. And you know, in most cases, institutions will love that partner who is bringing something to your pocket so that you can see how to use it, how to do your work. But for them, they said, we are coming to give a hand, and this is how we're going to do it. And we are requesting that you be part of us, but be eyes on and hands off. And that's what exactly what we were. Even Nairobi County Government, I know, for the first 4 years, we were eyes on and hands off. But they were involving us, the involvement point that they were saying. The stakeholder reference group meetings, co-chaired by KCCA and UNHCR, they're involving you. The decisions that you are taking are actually yours. You are not doing this work, but when it comes to where do we focus? Which divisions? Kampala Capital City Authority has 5 divisions, and we could only begin from 3 divisions. And that decision was ours, it was not theirs. Even which divisions, Central, Rubaga, Makindi, it is us saying, you know, this is where we have a lot of concentration of refugees. And this is how we are being involved. Before you know it, we want someone who can be a focal point person. And the KCCA says, this is now Godwin's area. And before you know it, they say, Godwin, we want you on the steering committee where decisions are being made. Oh, that was involvement. But also involving the refugee leaders. In these meetings, we had refugee leaders, and the refugees themselves, they would come, represent others, and that was involving them. But also, the other thing that you did differently that I really love, I think Agnes has talked about it, research. Because all the work that has been done by Rebuild has been trying to generate evidence. And once you have generated evidence, the next, focusing on what works best. I remember when we were in those meetings, we were saying, the research is showing that mentorship, it is not working as well as cash. So cash, then they focus on that. Then also, to me, the great leadership of Rebuild and IRC in general. It has been a very great team. So the courtship, the proposal, marriage was accepted, eyes on, hands off, 4 years you're implementing, and then they say, in the 5th year, I think now you can put both the eyes and the hands on the project, and we start implementing together. The joint implementation, it is reading, and I can see a very big light at the end of the tunnel. Thank you so much.
Great. Thank you very much, Godwin. You know, in marriage, when you are 5 years old, already children are there, and things are working out.
And the grandchildren are coming.
Thank you very much. So my next question is about what has worked and some of the achievements that we have seen in the project. So this question will go to 2 panelists, KCCA and NCCG. So Rebuild set out to do things differently, from the way services were delivered to how partnerships were built. Your offices have been part of the Rebuild journey from the start. We appreciate the meaningful partnership and are keen to learn how this experience transformed the way your office approaches urban refugee livelihood today. So my question is, and we'll start with you, Susan. Looking back on your journey with Rebuild, what concrete achievements or changes are you most proud of achieving them through this partnership? What milestones or moments stands out for you and your institution, the NCCG?
Thank you so much. I think, let me say that I had actually alluded to some, but maybe just to echo what my colleague from KCCA has said, is that meeting with the IRC team was just like a coincidence, like the way we meet partners along the way, and somebody asks, is there a space for us to, can we partner? We are stuck somewhere in an MOU. Can you get us through there? And let me say that as a community development officer, I think in terms of the starting from the grassroots, where the development happens through the grassroots or the people, and if you do not involve the people, then you may not really get there, and it might not trickle very well. So we started very small in terms of just working with the grassroots, when the IRC came over, they came over to a space where we were serving young people, and young people were just coming into a center and just giving them services free of charge. But we did not know that at a point we were serving refugees. And we had some hurdles. We had some hurdles like understanding why they don't have a SIM card, or where if there is transport to be reimbursed, they would give us different, names from the locals. My name is so-and-so, but my M-Pesa name is this, is so-and-so, and that's a Kenyan name. So we started getting an interest, and that interest prompted us to understand who these people are. And that interest is the one that drove us to just be able to see, can we open up this space more for us to understand who these refugees are in this city? Because they are there. And through the IRC, the sensitization that was done to the staff, and for them to understand refugee matters. Remember working also with Napasua here, where we were able to also sensitize the staff, the city staff, who did not understand that language. And we would go somewhere and be asked, why are you talking about these people? It's not in our mandate to do so. But then later on, we were able to be so resilient and say, yes, we understand, and we would want to sensitize more, we would want to understand more. And through our partnership, we have been able to sensitize about 2,400 staff within the county. Previously, even a city, who we call a city marshal, police, or we call them askaris, were harassing the refugees. And they would not understand the paper, the documents, and they would really make a lot of noise or really harass them. But now, through the sensitization that is going on through the commanders all the way, we see a trickle effect in terms of the city being very, having an empathy towards the refugees, looking at different departments within the city for them to understand in order for them to get services. And one of the areas that we, once we came up with, or rather the strategy was developed, our goal, and it still is to make sure that we give services, all the devolved services. Remember, we are in a devolved government. So all the devolved services that be given also to the refugees within the city. And as long as they have the right documents, then we are able to give services. And that is why we were sensitizing the staff from different departments. We have champions from different departments who we work with day by day just to get to know how do they mainstream issues to do with refugees in their systems, in their plans as they are going on. Again, also having a very robust group, even from the executive, being able to give us the leeway to work and the right environment to be able to advocate for the refugees within the city. This was a milestone for us because as we were developing the strategy, I remember that Rebuild and other partners came over, and we were having a technical committee that was comprised of different stakeholders within the refugee space. So it was not just about us, and now we are having a team to work with. So we've worked the journey together, and this has changed the perception of the city towards the refugee management, urban refugee management within Nairobi City. And looking back is that we have gone a long way to see a city that is saying that this is not just going to be, it's not going to be an afterthought. We are going to make it a systemic, structure whereby we will be giving services to the refugees within the city. So we, through inclusion or rather through the inclusive plans, then we can always have this conversation. It's a conversation that is coming in slowly in terms of the mindset, and remember, changing mindset is not easy. It's slowly coming in, and so we are at a good space. We are at a good space as a city, seeing that we have already the buy-in of the political buy-in, the executive from the city, and also the communities. If you look at the sensitization that we have done as a Nairobi City, in terms of community reach out, they have made the community start to ask, since when did Nairobi City start dealing with refugees? And that is now making them stop and now think, let's go there and find out what's going on. And that is now giving us an opportunity to be able to give them that service and be able to give them the information, because it's something new to the city. As I said, there was no comparison, I would say, from the beginning, because of course we haven't worked with any other organization concerning refugees. Rebuild was IRC was the first one to come into the city for us to have an MOU. So I did not have like a comparison, but I would say that we have walked a journey that has been beautiful, and here we are looking forward to doing better things within the city. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Susan. Very well said. And we appreciate the fact that, you've stressed the statement of working together this journey. And it is a real partnership. Yeah, thank you so much. I'll come to you, Godwin, the same question. Looking back on the rebuild journey, if you can share some of the achievements that you are most proud of. It is almost similar to the icebreaker.
Yeah, thank you so much, Elijah. And I would just build on what I said earlier on. I already mentioned this was a marriage, well planned and courted and brought into the marriage. It is working very well, and children have already come up. These children are, first of all, the idea to us that we need to do something for self-reliance for these refugees. Because unlike our friends in the Nairobi County Government, Uganda is an open door policy, as we all know, for refugees. So it was like we were already doing good enough to have these refugees come here, stay here. Issues of registration are handled by OPM, and recognition of refugees in the city, we even have a policy about it. So we were at a different level with Nairobi. In Nairobi, they weren't recognizing, but as Susan has mentioned, issues of identification, what being harassed, us it was totally different. That you are either in a resettlement or you are in the urban, which is Kampala. At the time of the policy frame, when it was done, it was Kampala, but now other cities have come on board, like Koboko, and others are hosting refugees. So for us, it was like a wake-up call that, look here, there is something we need to do more than we are doing to help these people be self-reliant. So to me, that was achievement number one, because everyone now knows that we really have a very big obligation to do something to help refugees to be able to cope and to be able to sustain themselves within the city. And this is why we are doing things like the skilling that we have seen in the video, the kind of mushroom growing. We are doing black soldier fry rearing. We are doing briquette making. All this is a climate smart, resilient project to help the refugees, but also the host communities, because the trainings are targeting 60% refugees, 40% host communities. And this makes them brand. For instance, the refugees don't have space, they don't have land, they don't own land here in Kampala, and they need to have where they can implement this. So having the two meant and work together, the bond that they create into that helps them to overcome certain challenges. For instance, the issue of the land, the host communities will say we are providing the land, and they work as a group, they work as a team. But let me also mention about the numbers. For instance, I did mention that we started in 3 divisions. Rubaga, as Kampala Capital City Authority, we have already launched a strategic plan for the next 5 years program. So, on board, the grandchildren are coming, and of course, we know that behind we have ushers, IRC, IKEA team, IKEA Foundation team, but I should also recognize the great commitment of the Rebuild team that has also brought us this far. These guys are one. I don't know, where do you get them, Mareja? This is a very good team headed by Moses Odoknyer, Moses Okot, God, all of them, very wonderful people. Thank you once again.
Excellent. Great. Thank you very much, Godwin, for those reflections. And absolutely, it gives us all pleasure to see the level of connection between the project and the relevant government institutions. This now leads me to the next question, which will be to the Department of Refugees for both countries. And I'll start with you, Agnes. So this question looks at the policy and the systems change. Over the time, in the last 5 years, reflecting on that. So when we look at the policy shifts, the institutional changes and the lessons that you might want to share for the future, how do national and local governments best complement each other in refugee inclusion? We've had a lot of statements about refugee inclusion in both cities. So at the policy level, at the system change level, how does the national and the local government complement each other to ensure that there is refugee inclusion?
Thank you so much. I think to start with is to remember that nothing is for us if it's not for us. How do they say that? Remind me. Nothing is for us without us. Yes. What we are trying to achieve here is for the refugee. I think from the grassroots to the topmost level of the government, we need to have refugees on board. And that's why, for me, I have been having this thinking, since you've asked me, and since I'm a voice now for the government and the Department of Refugees for Uganda, I've been having this thought, loud thought over time, that we could have these projects also merged into the Refugee Engagement Forum, so that we have not just the urban areas being benefited. I don't know if Rebuild was only built for the urban populations, but to start with, I feel like we should also have them inclusive of the Refugee Engagement Forum, so that they can best benefit everybody who is on the leadership forum, so that the refugees can get information disseminated and there is understanding right from the lowest to the highest person. And that inclusivity of having refugees also in the system, I mean in the leadership structures. I've already, the KCCA, my colleague from KCCA was highlighting that the leaders have been coming for these meetings. Having Rebuild, have these people come for the meetings, really made us have a proper voice for the project and for the people, because now we're not leaving the leadership structures out of this. I just want to highlight that this project, or the systems that are changing, we must also be reminded that whatever changes come, there should be an ability to adjust, because change is not supposed to be looked at as a disadvantage, but instead we should be looking at as an advantage sometimes, so that we can change with what is coming. Yes.
Excellent. And I like your first point about Refugee Engagement Forum and possibilities of future intersection between what happens in the settlement and what happens in Kampala through whichever forum. And I know REF members in Uganda, they meet in Kampala on a quarterly basis, so that could be a great idea. Thank you very much. Mr. Paswa, coming to you, same question.
Thank you very much. One, I want to allude that it is a journey that we've walked. I remember, like for Kenya, the refugee ID had 6 digits, which was not compatible to the national system. Where, for example, if somebody wants to go to open an account, it was not able because even if the banks enters the digits, they are not able to see in the system. So we moved to the 8 digits, like the same way Kenyans have the 8 digits with their IDs. So that's a step to show that the government was committed in terms of ensuring that refugees are not left in terms of access to documentation. So that is an achievement that we've already done. And the second thing was about, on the same issue of the ID, was the issue of when the ID expires, then they get a new number. So again, with the support of this program, we were able to engage with immigration and at least with UNHCR Kenya, and we managed to ensure that the number does not change. So that means even the banks or any other financial institution, they got confidence that this is the same person. Because you can imagine you open an account, and at the same time when you go back, you have another new document. It was not very okay with the financial institution and even the government itself in other MDAs. So that one was also done, and at least that one is a progress that we can be able to report. The other journey that we also walked through support of Rebuild project was the issue of Shirika Plan, that they also supported in terms of forums for the MDAs within the government to ensure that we start looking in terms of how do the policy change. And even before Shirika, we had the Refugee Act 2021, which they also supported in a way in terms of the forums that we held with the government, and even in terms of coming up with the Shirika Plan. And that was also a plus to us because when you look at the new Refugee Act, it actually gives refugees more access, unlike the other act that was there in 2006. So that's another thing that we can be able to attest and say that there is actually a shift in terms of systems and also policies within the Kenyan government. The other issue is about Shirika. Of course, it's a long story if I start discussing about Shirika, but just Shirika talks of social inclusion and actually moving away from aid to development-wise. So what we are looking at in terms of Shirika is the pillars. So when it comes to social inclusion, it entails a lot of issues to do with how refugees can be included and also mainstreamed in the national systems. So number one, when it comes to SHA, that is the Social Health Authority, refugees are now able to register, and they can also access the same medical care and the same way a Kenyan can access. Number two, the issue of registration of groups. When you look at the act for the Directorate of Registration of Groups, initially refugees were not included in the act. But with actually involvement of DRS, UNHCR, and IRC, we managed to convince the Directorate, and they came up also with a portal where the refugee card is also being able to enter in the system, and their groups registration is now able also to register. They are able to register their groups like the same way Kenyans are registered in groups, and they can also benefit in the same directorate in case there is any access or anything that the directorate wants to issue to Kenyans. Refugees are also able to access on the same. And this also brings the issues of confidence again to whoever who is working with the same groups in terms of confidentiality, and also the issues of rights, and also the issue of saying, can this person run away with this money, or he cannot run away, because already within the system they are also recognized. I also want to allude that the government, through the partnership with the World Bank, there is a project called NYOTA, actually stands for Advancement, National Youth Opportunity Towards Advancement. And there is a window for refugees. So within that particular program, refugees are also going to benefit from that government initiative, that they are also going to get money the same way the youth of Kenya will be able also to get, depending with the numbers that are also going to be So you see already, we are also moving in terms of how do we sustain these programs. If tomorrow IRC moves, again, at least there is that support that is also coming from the national government to ensure that we support our programming. I can attest that even the issue of haba-haba, like the way my brother alluded earlier from IRC, that that we had with the National Social Security Fund, that we managed to ensure that also refugees are also included, for them also to be able to save money. And again, we put a lot of emphasis in terms of, because also they had the issues of, what if this person go back to their country? How are they going to get back their monies and all this? So a lot of structures were put in place to ensure that even refugees feel safe whenever they are saving their money within the social fund. And I think through all that is to ensure, the government is actually ensuring that in all the MDAs, the systems, especially when it comes to KRA, the issues of driving license, because I know that is also another area that needs a lot of intervention. I think for the issues of KRA, I think we've sorted out with Rebuild, and I think a majority of the beneficiaries from Rebuild were able to get their KRA pins. The same applies to other programs, not only for IRC, even for other programmings that are currently ongoing in Kenya. The issues of the driving license, this is an on-course conversation that we are having with the State Department, with the in charge in terms of NTSA, where we are engaging them, because the issue has been the system. They don't have, within their system, they have to do a lot of issues. They have to go around their system to ensure that they also include the refugee card in their system so that they can also be able to generate driving licenses. And I think that is also a course that is ongoing, and we have conversation around the tables, and I know that one, with time, we'll also be able to achieve that. So that is also part of the process that even Rebuild supported in terms of ensuring that we had engagements with all these stakeholders, that we felt that refugees have to access some of their services, but they are hindered because of either system issues or a regulation has to be enacted for them to be able to access some of these things. So I think from our end, we can say that we are trying our best to ensure that refugees are included in all works that we are working as a government. And we also know that even the devolved governments, through their CIDPs, they are also now considering refugees in terms of ensuring that even their budgets, they are considered. Because at the end of the day, the same facility Susan was talking about in terms of health. For example, if you're talking about Mama Lucy, if you're talking about Kasarani, the refugees are going to the same facility, the same Kenyans are also going. So I think in that regard, if we work in collaboration with the county governments and also ensure that we have consistent meetings in terms of how we improve on a day-to-day basis, especially on the works that attend to refugees, then there will be a difference at the end of the day. I also want to applaud IRC for also trusting some of their RLOs and giving them an opportunity within this particular program to run. For example, I heard about L'Africana, and I also heard, especially L'Africana, because that's what I know is an RLO, and others who have also been engaged. We are having a robust conversation with the refugee-led organizations that we also want to bring them on board because of all these changes that is currently happening within the world. That what happens tomorrow if all organizations move, who will be able to, to move on with the programmings that were there before. So I think from our end, we are involving a lot the RLOs currently in terms of all what we are doing, and we are even forming a board with them. We are having a convening by the end of this month with all RLOs in Kenya, where we are trying to come up with a board on their own board, so that their issues can also be addressed at that particular point, and like us discussing their issues, and they are there. So that whatever that they feel that this is the way to go, or whatever issues that they feel that these are issues that are oppressing them, they can be able to raise, and the government can also be able to hear and try and discuss or go around. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Pasua, you've listed a number of areas on policy and system change, and actually you've also included sustainability pathways going forward beyond rebuild. Very, very good take there. We are going to our last question before we open it up to the audience for any questions from the audience. And I will ask KCCA and NCCG, just very briefly in 1 minute, to talk on sustainability going forward beyond the project. So if you can reflect on ways of sustaining what has been going on, and specifically, we have spoken about the practice, policy and institutional gains that we have seen in the project being amplified. So what steps are your offices taking to sustain or build on these achievements so that they can outlast the program? I'll start with Susan.
Thank you very much. We are so much aware and conscious of the risks of depending on donors or depending on different organizations, because we know that at times when if we go that way, then we may fail. And so I would say that one of the ways that we really consciously and intentionally did to be able to get out of that risk or to be able to reduce the risk was to have a framework that will enable us to have internal systems which will help us uptake the issues of refugee inclusion within the Nairobi City County. And I would say this because, as you can see today, I'm having my minister for the one in charge of refugee matters at the county accompanying us in this meeting, showing that already there is a lot of goodwill that is coming from the political wing and at the executive, which we really do appreciate. And going forward, looking at how the systems have really changed, even for the departments and the systems for the county. I would say that through the champions that I was talking about in the issue of mainstreaming has become our key agenda or priority in terms of not really relying on one department going through all the phases, but we are cognizant of the fact that services are going to be given by different sectors, different departments. And so in each department, we have actually deliberately come up with champions who will help us mainstream and be able to put to be able to uptake the issue of refugee inclusion into their plans. That means it goes beyond the funding. It will continue. It will be more systemic. Again, looking at that goodwill that we have, we are looking at going beyond the electoral cycle. You know very well that most of the times when we change governments, things may change. But once we have done, we have embedded the refugee inclusion into the CIDP, then it means, or the county integrated development plan, it means that we are actually going beyond the electoral cycle. So it means it can go on. And one of the things we've also looked at is the issue of transferring knowledge that we have also gained from the rebuild process and taking it to the ground and being able to go outside the county with the other structures that are within through different organizations. Like, for instance, we know that we have an organization like Pamoja Trust that has really been engaging within the influence and adoption pillar that we have worked together. They have been able to reach out to the communities as much as we are reaching out to the communities. So I'm looking at a process where we'll have stakeholders, come together and be able to go beyond what IRC has put in place or has helped us go, to help us to achieve. And so for us, we are looking at it in terms of having it as a normal county governance, agenda. It is not just one time of thing. It's a county governance agenda. So sustainability will come together, that we will be able to look at other partners that we can work with, other players within the space, within the Nairobi County. In our Nairobi County development plan, we don't call it like a county government plan. It is a Nairobi County development plan. Nairobi County is a large county in terms of who the stakeholders within the county. So we achieve this plan through the bringing in other stakeholders so that we may move the agenda to the next level. So we cannot just do it alone, but we will work together, and hoping that also IRC, as you've worked with us, IKEA Foundation, we appreciate that you have also been able to support that move of coming into the space. And so even as you exit, we have just come in, but you're exiting. It's okay. We feel that we really also need the support from other players. And if you feel that really, it's our urge that you come still and support us, because we are still young, and we would want to make it an agenda that will last, not just a one-time of thing. So having the government on our side too, we really appreciate. Let me say that especially when it comes to giving services, we've really engaged, and we are still engaging the national government, because we are open to give services, but we are stuck at documentation. And so we are having that conversation with the government so that they can, ease, or rather maybe fast track the documentation of the, of the refugees that are in that space, so that we give the services. Everybody is willing, the systems are open, but they cannot access. So it will be a conversation that we would want to take further with the government, and even know that, so that in the future, then Nairobi as a city can be resilient in terms of giving services to the refugees. Thank you so much.
Amazing. Thank you very much, Susan. You've given us hope that beyond rebuild, activities will continue. Thank you very much. And finally, we'll go to KCCA. Godwin, sustainability and scale beyond rebuild project.
Thank you, Elijah, and thank you, Susan, for exactly what we are going to do, because Nairobi and Kampala are sister cities. We will continue with close learnings from each other. I did mention already the government of Uganda in the National Development Plan 4 has prioritized refugee inclusion. KCCA has already launched a strategic plan for the 5 years. Refugee inclusion is very key. Already, we are in joint implementation in the 5th year as KCCA and IRC. Ideally, even if IRC drops off, we continue, because already in our strategic plan, in our National Development Plan 4, we are refugee inclusive in our development planning. But I also know one very important thing, that in a marriage where children are already born, and this marriage has been a little facilitated by the parents, IRC, IKEA Foundation, do you think you are going to leave this child without nutritional support, without proper bringing, and the child dies along the way? And I know that parents also love grandchildren. We have to look there, and we are going to walk this journey together. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Godwin, for that excellent remark on that question. Children should not be left by themselves. Coming to the audience.
Yes, sir.
So let me see if we have any quick questions from the audience. We can float the mic around. If we do that, the interest of time will only give chance to very two burning questions.
We'll still continue the conversations tomorrow, so don't worry. We'll have time to continue engaging. So only two burning questions.
Two burning questions. We have one there. Yeah.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Roslyn Vusia. I work with the World Bank office here in Kampala. My question is to Agnes from OPM, and it's on the issue of self-settled refugees. We have time and again had the issue of the definition of an urban refugee, and even when we get programs similar to Rebuild, we cannot really give support to the local governments because the definition of an urban refugee only at the moment recognizes those refugees in Kampala. Is that a conversation that is happening, or will the draft refugee policy that is currently being drafted, will that address this issue? Because given the current financing situation that we have in the country for the refugee response and the other development investments that may come in, this is a limitation. So I'd like to hear your comment on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Brian, NCCG.
Okay. Thank you so much. My name is Brian Mlama, Minister from Nairobi County. Mine is just an observation, especially to Mr. Godin, Honorable Godin. For Nairobi County, it's not that we are not having an open door policy. It's just the only issues that we're trying to sort out is first to have the policy, which we've done. Secondly, we need to incorporate these refugees under our county integrated development plan. Then after that, we need to incorporate the same into our annual development plan. So it's a matter of budgeting for them. As they come in, it's not just that we are having an open door policy, but a door that is open but very strong with a strong foundation. When they are coming in, they can get that a welcome mat at the door. But at the end of the day, are they going to get rooms that are going to be served when they get inside the house? So we are trying to have stronger structures, trying to have a strong foundation for them. And today, those who come from Nairobi, they will tell you, the refugees that stay within Nairobi, look at what is happening in Isili. Most of them are refugees. They have really transformed the entire ecosystem. Look at South Sea, what's happening. So it's just a matter of just getting it right when they're coming in. But once they get into the system, they become part and parcel of us. Thank you so much.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Because of time, we would respond. I think the last submission from the minister there is as just a remark to talk about the open door policy. But there is a question from World Bank, from Roslyn, which I'll request Agnes to quickly respond to it, then we conclude.
Thank you so much for that question. Currently, we are revising or drafting the national refugee policy, and that is on its final stages. I think it has been tabled to the cabinet. I think that was done last month, either last month or the previous month. In that, there was a description for who an urban refugee is. And the reason for that is because of you actually started with the word self-settled refugees, because urban refugees are looked at as the ones that can afford a lifestyle on their own. And the reason why they had to articulately describe who an urban refugee is take away those contentions and contradiction that have been coming with the description. Now, I want to first highlight that an urban refugee, according to the refugee response and what we've been having, that's one who is regarded as the one that is not within the settlements that have been, that has left the settlement, and now their business unit is Kampala, according to the database. However, because of the right to movement, which has been stipulated for in the Refugee Act, refugees do move around. Now, currently, we are still, until we have a proper description of who an urban refugee, which is supposed to be in that refugee policy that I have just mentioned, is being drafted, we are looking at them as the only ones, the ones who are within this area of Wakiso, Kampala, and Mukono, these urban areas. Because I know it's very limiting, but the truth is, because of what's happening, because of that right to movement, you're going to find everybody in Arua city and regard them as an urban refugee, when instead their business unit is in Bidibidi refugee settlement. I don't know if you understand what I mean. So currently, yes, there is a limitation, but we are gazetting those urban refugees as for the sake of structure and for the sake of how to give services to these people. For instance, with AHA, that is the health partner that we have. If you come to Kampala and you are from the settlement, they don't give you that service. And the reason is clear. We already have partners who are already providing that, and we don't regard those people who are from, let's say, Naki Valley as ones who qualify to get the medical services through AHA. I don't know if you get what I mean. So because of, there is a limitation, but currently that is what's happening. And I know that it could be a disadvantage to many clients, to many refugees, that some are regarded as urban refugees and they're supposed to be maybe then urban centers, and then they're supposed to be regarded as urban refugees. But the truth is, this is the gazetted area, which is Mukono, Wakiso, and Kampala, of which I don't even think of Mukono so much. It's mostly Wakiso and Kampala. Yeah. So yes, I hope that will be resolved. Let's look at what's going to happen at the National Refugee Policy, and then we will be giving you feedback. I know I didn't give you the answer you wanted, but it's not supposed to be the way you want it sometimes. Sorry.
No, thank you. You've tried. You've at least given us hope about the inclusion of that definition in the upcoming refugee policy, which is under drafting and review. Thank you very much. We've come to the end of the panel, and I want us actually to give them a thunderous, not applause, but like the parliament, because you know this is a heavy panel, a government panel. They deserve a thunderous. So 1, 2, 3, let's go. Yeah, the one for the food. Excellent, excellent. Thank you very much. Back to the master of ceremony.
So once again, a round of applause to the government officials for providing us with an enabling environment to actually do the work that we do. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of the sessions for today, but not the end of our time together, right? So thank you for being wonderful audiences. And in that regard, you remember, 1, 2, 3, to your left and to your right. High five. Awesome. So great to hear, talk of scale, sustainability, and that is actually, it embodies the core spirit of partnerships. So it is music to our ears. PD, I'm sure you're smiling when you hear of KCCA, NCCG, DRS, and OPM talk about, sustainability, even beyond what we've been able to do. And trust you me, our colleagues from the government, we will hold you to account. We will hold you accountable for the promises that you've made. So we want to officially close, and I have my lovely core MC, my core memory crafter. Belinda, please tell us what is ahead of us after this.
Let me ask, I think my question has the leakages behind me. I wanted to start the awards that we're going to give today. So I want to start by asking, who knows the theme of our evening today? That's not the full answer, so it's partly there. Sorry? East Africa? What? You're getting there? If it was chocolate, that's half, I'll have to cut it. Yeah? can help her finish it off? What's the theme of tonight's event? Courage. You know, you're saying it, she knows. Montastir, Irene Montastir is saying it, you know it. Maybe. The African spirit, color, and celebration. Clap for Irene. So I want to ask you a question, Anto. What should people expect for tonight?
My friend, if you were in Kenya, we'll tell you what sherehe. Kenyans in the house, you understand that sherehe?
That cannot be translated, honestly. It cannot be translated. So for those who are not Kenyan, just learn the new lingo. What you're expecting today is?
A celebration.
No, don't translate it. Sherehe. Sherehe. So we want to welcome you to the gala dinner. I know we said that these next 2 days, what we are focusing on is celebration. But we had to bring in a little bit of the technicalities, in a little bit of the evidence. So we know as much as we've had the spirit in us today, the day was a little bit heavy. So we want to let loose in the evening. And so in addition to the sherehe part, expect some dancing. What are you saying?
Elizabeth is whispering. Expect some dance.
So expect some dancing. Expect some music. That's where we can unpack some of the conversations that we've started here that are a bit difficult. They always say in the African culture that when you have a conversation over food, it becomes easier, right? So, so the conversations we've had today, and we've kept saying with Anthony, pack that. We'll get a time to talk about it. It's going to be today. So expect some good dancing, some music, some good food. We are going to take a tour of the East African region through the menu that we're going to get today. And of course, we're going to have some popping gifts. So Irene, I owe you one. I'll make it happen in the evening. So please, as we wind up, we do welcome you. The dinner is going to be down here. There's a tent, very colorful. You cannot miss it. It's representing the color and pomp of the celebration. But before that, we're going to have our tea right outside. Take a moment, have your tea, have your coffee if you need it, some good chit-chat. You can rest around. Those who want to surprise us, those who are in real competition for the gifts, you can take a moment to freshen. I'm hearing the ladies say freshen up and put on your new attires.
So please do remind them that if you have, please adorn an attire from the East African region. The more colorful, the better, actually. So there will be a special gift to the guests with the catchiest headgear. I can already see some contenders. So the competition is stiff. Do your best.
So karibuni sana. Today when we were looking at the weather, we were expecting 65% rain right about 2 p.m., 3 p.m. And it's not rained because even the universe is conspiring with us to have a good night. It said we need a break. Yeah, we need a break in our roadmap. So thank you so much. I'll hand it back to you, Anto, to close us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, my co-memory crafter, co-MC. So I told you when I was starting, what memory are you taking for the day? So just take a second and turn to the person either to your left. You'll forgive me, the L's and the R's are there. To your left or to your right, and ask them what memory do they have of the day. Just one. Just one. Radiate, Montessori, one memory. Great. So park that for the discussions tomorrow, but just to also quickly, hello. Lovely, lovely, lovely. I see wonderful conversations going on. So the energy is still there. Good. So please pack that memory for tomorrow. Tomorrow is still a very fun-packed day as well, where we will be looking at more evidence and looking into the future. Just to give you a wrap. Apologies, the microphones seem to be running out. But yeah, so I say just keep that memory. Tomorrow will be a continuation of the same. So just to give everyone a summary of the day, all my reflections from what I've just picked, from all the people who've spoken since morning. So the success of Rebuild is really anchored on partnerships and collaborations of different players, private sector, academic partners, RLOs, NGOs, international agencies, and most importantly, the partnerships that we had from our governments. Then the journey of Rebuild is actually a demonstration of resilience, innovation, an enabling ecosystem, and policy changes through policies such as the Nairobi County Refugee Integration Strategy, the Kampala Refugee Integration Strategy, the collaboration with government in enabling sustainable approach for continuing the Rebuild work. And that's what we've ended on in terms of continuity and sustainability. Then in terms of evidence, the evidence generated really affirms that, soft skills plus skills trainings plus career guidance plus employer engagements have a higher chance of wage employment among refugees. But there's also a call in terms of the policy framework to ensure the socioeconomic inclusion, socioeconomic and financial inclusion of refugees will actually require work, and that our take home is for the policymakers to create an enabling ecosystem for the financial inclusion of employment, for the financial inclusion and employment of the refugees. So finally, let's continue rebuilding together. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We have officially come to the end. Please clap for yourselves for being such a wonderful audience. So do not go home, as Belinda has said. There is tea outside, just where we had our morning break. So you can catch some tea as you continue to network. Dinner is starting at 6:30, so stick around. If you need to go and change into the African-themed attire, please do that and come back. And for the venue, Belinda has said it, but if you do get lost, follow the music.
Refugee-Led Organizations. Okay. Yeah, maybe for network. Yeah. I don't have a card on me, but and I'm based in Nairobi. Actually. Yeah. Let me see. Okay, great. What part of Congo? Congo. What part? No, I live in Kampala. Kampala, yeah. Okay.